need to do a test to determine if we can actually see this in the real world, because that's the claim. Now it's our position, it's our duty to determine if we actually observe that in reality. And if we
Okay.
observe that in reality, then it means, okay, then such occurrences do actually occur. You know?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah, and that's what this test does, is that you have that thing suspended and it's perfectly balanced, and you're seeing, at the natural sway, and it's like within like a certain degree.
What
You
do
know,
what you said a word? Did you say natural sway in it? What was the
or
word
not
again?
natural, because like if you do this test in your home, like there's air currents and so forth, so obviously like there's going to be some movements. So before you do anything, you see like how far it swings back and forth, and so before you do anything, you need to determine how it naturally operates within whatever facility that you're in. Because it's going to be moving, because like it's not like a vacuum. So you observe it, and then after you observe it for a bit, now you put something that's very heavy, which doesn't take a lot of space. So it's very dense or whatever that is.
Why
Now,
are you pretending you live somewhere you don't?
what are you
Why are
talking
you
about?
making an argument? Listen, you're making an argument about somewhere that you live that you don't. Like when
No,
you go to when you move across Earth, do you ever experience what you're describing?
this is you can be anywhere in this
Oh
world.
no! I'm asking you. Do you physically ever experience what you just described? Ever?
What do you mean? Yeah, I can get what do you call it? An iron. What's that called? A iron cube or whatever that is. And yeah, like I would
No,
observe.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
when you experience Earth, when you move across Earth from one place to another. Do you ever experience Earth as what you're describing? Who gives a shit about theoretical physics? Really,
Wait, what are you talking?
that's just a concept. Nobody
No,
gives
no,
a
no,
shit about theoretical physics.
no, no. You don't quite understand. The experiment is to determine
Okay,
whether,
okay.
whether, yeah, whether or
So I
not
can
mass.
pretend I'm not where I am, and I can pretend Earth is not what I experience. Is that where we're going? How?
No, the experiment is only to determine whether or not mass attracts mass, or if objects
Oh,
attract objects.
so I'll just be in a pretend universe of chalkboards and mathematical platitudes.
No,
Is
the
that what we're
experiment.
doing?
Okay, the experiment is to determine whether or not something that's heavy has an influence on something that's light.
All right.
That's
Would
what the
that prove
experiment.
anything about the Earth being the third rock from the sun? In
It
your
would.
opinion, hold on. In your opinion, would any of that prove the Earth being third rock from the sun, solar system, traveling around the black hole of the Milky Way galaxy? Would any of that math that you're talking about prove any of that shit?
Was not math. It would prove that the Earth is not flat. It would prove gravity definitively.
Oh, it really proves what is gravity?
The pull. Hold on. Let me find the definition, because I don't want to give you incomplete truths.
So it would prove something you never experience, but you just experience it in your mind because the math says so.
No, it's not even math. I'm not even talking about math. I'm talking about direct observation.
All right, so direct observation that I see, I mean, oceans look flat. When I go to the ocean shore, it looks flat to me.
Okay, grav. Was it? It's gravity, the force that attracts a body towards the center of Earth or towards any other physical body having mass. So the test is to determine whether or not something that's very
Test?
heavy,
What test? What test? Yep.
mass, the force
Oh,
that
the
attracts a
mass
body.
test. Which test are you talking about? The
So
is it the chalkboard test where they just
no.
drew it out on chalkboard? The mathematical
So
test or a physical test?
so this experiment, the Cavendish experiment, proves that
No.
mass attracts mass.
All right,
Definitively.
so that was not an experiment. He like used a telescope to look in a woodshed, with some big ass
Okay.
balls.
Okay, I'm going to send this to you. And you
Yeah,
can
we've
see.
been over this several times with the same person. It's not an experiment. It's never been an experiment.
What's your problem with it, XL? The Cavendish experiment.
You don't have a
It's
clue
not
what
an
we're
Waiting for
experiment.
the independent and dependent variable.
Hank already proved it. Yeah, a long time ago. Thanks.
And we've been trying to tell you that it's not an experiment. You're observing.
Okay, why? Okay,
You're
why is it
observing a
that?
man-made contraption.
Okay, why is
right?
that when you don't have something that it's very heavy, when you don't put it there, you see it. But when you put that there, there's a
Juju,
noticeable.
if mass
Now
attracts
wait,
mass,
wait,
I'm sorry to
hold
interrupt you,
on.
but
Let me finish something really quick. If
Okay,
something's very heavy, if you have two very heavy objects and they appear to twist a torsion
Yeah,
bar.
that aren't concrete, that are always metal. Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, so that proves that balls spin around the universe. Do you not realize that this is illogical? If you think this proves balls spinning around the universe, you are the one that's illogical, not us.
No, I didn't say it proves
It
that
proves,
balls.
listen, it proves static electrical charge. That's what you're showing here. That's why
could maybe,
no.
yeah.
It's at
Doesn't-
best. Okay, wait. At best, it has static electricity. That's what we observe now.
But
and
it
that
doesn't prove 4.5 billion years ago.
It doesn't prove anything.
Okay,
It
proves
doesn't
absolutely
prove
nothing.
that.
It has.
I'm
Okay.
going to send
So
you
again,
because that
it's
video
the
disproves that.
okay. Again, it's the matter of the molecules, right? We're dealing with lead balls. We're not dealing with concrete balls. There'd be a different finding. There'd be a different outcome. So I'm sorry, buddy.
Okay,
so Juju, answer my question, bro. Are you made of mass?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm made of mass. How come you and I don't attract each other?
Hold on, let me find the answer. I actually saw the answer to that.
Oh, okay.
Because I actually just saw that and I forgot to write down. Because I knew someone was going to ask that. Hold on.
Wait, that's a good point that Master Chief just brought up. Yeah, why don't they hang two people and see if they attract each other? That'd be nice.
Okay, let me.
Also, isn't it observe a natural phenomenon the first step?
Isn't what?
That's the first.
Yeah, that's why we're never
Observe a natural phenomenon, right? So when do you ever see mass attracting mass in nature?
Exactly.
Wait, why I don't feel attracted to the fat lady at the store?
Okay, let me see it.
Sorry.
This thing was.
She's
This thing
attracted
was.
to you, I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
Oh,
this thing was-
definitely. I know what you're talking about.
Show you why, Jimsy.
Let me find this. Because I literally saw that question. It was answered. I've got to write it down. Let me go back to it. What was your other question? Attraction. Yes.
But she has
It's a good thing she's
huge
wearing a
mass.
mask. It's a good thing she's wearing a mask, right? She might get us sick.
Right?
Real
Might
quick,
get
what's your
syphilis. Sorry.
no. What's your
mass
confidence level on the do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Okay.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your
Ball-
confidence level that you live on a spinning ball?
Balls made of lead doesn't attract under magnetic field but repels. Huh. Interesting.
Which
That's
is
what I'm
happened.
reading.
Interesting. What did you say?
Wow, look at
That's
that.
what-
Yeah,
that's-
they repel. Yeah, that's amazing.
It repels, it doesn't attract. Lead balls.
Yeah, that's not static electricity then. Yeah, so still no claim for gravity.
Well, you're saying something about like magnetic, something about like something being attracted. And here I'm reading that it repels, it doesn't attract. Which is
Static electricity doesn't attract.
no, I'm talking about lead balls.
Lead balls.
Hey,
So you're
did-
saying lead? What are you talking about? Yeah, the lead
doesn't
balls
attract-
they hold a charge. Yeah, they hold a charge. Skin follicles attract to screens via static electricity.
Let me straighten this guy out, please, guys.
Please, yes, please, let's end it. Thank you.
Yeah, this is
Real
painful.
quick, Juju, did you hear my question about your confidence level, a scale of 1 to 10, that your confidence that you live on a spinning ball?
I never said spinning ball. Who said that?
Okay, so at the at the end of this, you'll
Oh,
believe
welcome
in
to Flat
gravity
Earth.
and a flat Earth. Yep.
Yeah, I never
Yeah,
said
I just wondered,
something
as a,
wrong.
He
you
won't
live
make a
on
claim.
a globe, right?
He won't make a
Well, if I can see a good argument against this, and I'm still like studying, like I'm still an open mind. But
I'm
if
just
I
trying
can
to get
find a good,
engaged because at the end of this conversation, it might be different. Just on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that it's not flat?
well, after this experiment, I'm very, very, very confident. But I'm open to hearing
confident
arguments.
What is it? Wait, what is this? Wait,
Confident that you
hold
live
on.
on
We
a
have a
swimming
big
ball?
hold on. We have a big problem. What does this have to do with the shape of the floor you're standing on?
Well, because if mass attracts mass, then it means, like, then
Yes, you don't
that
know,
would
right? So that's the point, right? You don't know the shape of the thing you're standing on. So what does it prove?
well, it would just prove it's not flat because, like, you can't have gravity
No,
in a
that's
flat Earth.
insanity.
Like,
No, that's just pure. That just shows you're
How does
absolute
it prove
psychotic
that?
retard. That's
How does it prove
absolutely
that?
psychotic. No, that
because
just means you're a psychotic retard.
you can't have your
You don't
cake
know the
and eat it
mass of
too.
it. You have to stop. You don't know the mass of it. That's your claim. These are your terms. You don't know the size of it or mass of it. This has nothing to do with the shape of anything. So it's just it's a lie. You're just lying.
I'm saying if it's true that mass attracts mass, you
It's
can't
nothing to
have.
do with the shape. Yes, this has nothing to do with the shape of the floor you're standing on. You can't. You don't have a claim.
Yeah. Plus, there's some people that claim, even on the flat Earth side, that there might be some kind of attraction due to magnetic forces or static forces. So that could be confused with what you're talking about as well. But it's all explained with relative density. There's an experiment I'll post something for you that by a guy named Anthony Riley who did just a change in the salt content of water, and it changed the position of the egg that was floating in it. So, and it has the independent variable and the dependent variable. All he did was change the medium, and then the egg moved. So gravity wasn't even a factor there.
Well, unfortunately, he doesn't care about any of that. He thinks the Cavendish experiment or non-experiment proves that he's on a ball, which has nothing to do with the shape of anything he's standing on.
But even so, if there was some sort of attraction that could be found, then some people might say it's magnetism, but or some kind of static.
Right,
force,
right. That's the point. Is that it has nothing to do with the shape of the floor.
Yeah,
again, there's even right. So flat earthers believe in gravity. We can say that. That's fine. That doesn't change the shape of the floor. Great.
Yeah, well, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have gravity in the flat Earth. They're
No,
that's a lie. No,
did you hear what I just explained?
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. There's no rules to gravity. You can't. You just lied again. There's no such thing where gravity says that it only works with balls. That's what gravity does not state that. I'm sorry.
But regardless, yeah. So there could be a force still of some sort, but we're not even claiming that there's a force or believing in gravity or any of that. Not that I speak for everyone, but some people in here will say that there's a static force that accounts for some kind of acceleration. Maybe not the force that actually attracts things to the Earth, but if there was an acceleration that could be determined, it might be something to do with the dielectric plane and a static force, magnetism, that kind of thing. So gravity doesn't have to be the spinning ball. It's not like one goes hand in hand with the spinning ball.
Last time I checked, I don't know if there's any flat earthers saying that there's no depth to the flat Earth. So every flat earther that I know thinks that the Earth has depth to it. So there's no argument here.
Is there a center to it? I guess.
How would we know that? That's the whole point.
It's irrelevant, right? It's irrelevant.
All right, so
you don't know
the only thing a flat earther will claim is that they observe their environment, and by default, you observe your environment. In fact, if you didn't know any better, you would think that you're on a stationary plane. That's all you can
but there's
observe.
a problem here. Right, but the big problem here is that this guy is trying to make a non-claim.
I know,
based on this idea that there has to be a certain shape, like gravity only works with certain shapes. Right. Last time I checked, not everything's a ball. So this is just some sort of psychosis that he's stuck in.
Well,
I didn't say ball. I never said ball.
When they're new to this subject,
you just said it can't be flat. You just said it can't be flat.
But that doesn't mean ball.
That's
correct. That means you're stupid because you can't say it can't be anything.
No, that means
you can't say
you're being dumb.
You're lying. No, you're lying.
Hold on, wait a minute.
You're lying as usual.
Maybe he's just trying to figure
lying
out
again as usual. You're lying through your teeth because it works.
I never. Yes, you're lying through your tongue. I never said
that it works on all masses, not just balls. So you're just lying through your teeth like you always do.
I never said ball.
I don't know. Is this guy new or not new?
I never said ball.
No, he's not new. He's an old troll. He's just doing it as usual. No big deal.
Okay.
Dude. You need to stop being a false
No,
witness,
you're
dude. You're a freaking
lying. You
Christian,
said it
dude.
can't be
I'm
flat.
not
That's a
lying.
lie. There's no such thing as something
I
can't
never
be
said
flat. If it's
balls.
already
I
dependent on a
never
flat
said,
surface. You lied.
dude.
I'm
So
sorry.
do you have selective hearing?
What he believes in is a spheroid, is what he's trying to
Yeah,
say.
he's
No,
lying.
I
He's
know.
lying through his teeth. No,
I never
he'll hide
said.
from his own claim. He'll never make
I
his
never.
own
s-
claim. Master Chief.
When
He'll
did
hide
I
from it.
say that it's like a spheroid or it's a ball? When did I utter
Okay,
those
so
words?
what do you think it
It's
is? If you
irrelevant.
don't
You're
think it's a
hiding from your
ball?
own claim now. That's the
I
point.
never
You're
said
hiding from
it's
the
a ball
claim
or
where you
anything.
said it
All I
can't be
said is
flat. That's a
What do you
lie
think it is
saying it
then?
can't be flat when you have no claim for anything that it
I
can
never
be in the
claimed
first
it
place.
can't be a
You can't
rhombus,
say
can't be a
it can't be something.
trapezoid. I
Hold
didn't
on,
say
hold on,
anything.
You're
You're
not
hold
just
on,
saying
lying
what
through
hold
you're
your
on.
not
teeth
saying.
on
Hey,
this
Juju, what are
spiraling
you
edge.
saying then,
Hold on.
Juju?
Hold on. I'm gonna witness righteously. Juju believes in a globe Earth. I've heard him
Yeah, he's lying.
debating
Sorry.
other servers, and Exo and
Okay.
me have seen him argue. Now he might pretend that he's not a glober, but that's just to give himself a shield.
Okay.
No,
Correct.
no, because like right
Exactly
now,
right.
look, I've never
Exactly
said
right.
it is
Correct.
the globe, it
Am
is
I
a
kill
ball,
this
it is a
now?
sphere.
Am
You did.
I
Not
kill it?
here at least, but you did.
Nope,
Many
I've never
times.
said that.
I want
Never
to kill
once.
it. Can I kill
There are
it?
two people
Juju,
testifying
Juju,
that.
are they lying, bro? Or are you lying?
Absolutely, they're freaking trolls from
No,
this
no,
other server,
no.
dude.
He's
Trolls.
I
What you
never
hey what
claimed it is a
no.
What,
ball.
Juju's
what,
lying
what,
give me
on
one
my
what,
life.
chance.
listen,
Give me
bro.
I
one
can
more
put
chance.
my hand
Wait,
on the Bible.
if you're not saying it's a globe, what
I'm
are you
not
saying it is?
lying.
Yes, you are lying. I don't know
We
why
No
you.
witnessed
wait,
him.
Juju,
Oh,
We
Juju,
witnessed
what are
this
you
person
saying
for
it
several
is?
months troll this subject.
Look,
I'm
Don't say
sorry.
look.
what you wait. Don't say what you're not saying it is. Say what it is. What is it? What is it you
I
think it is?
don't know what the thing is. All I said is if
yes.
this thing is true,
He said it
That's
then
can't
it'll
be
fine.
flat.
mean
Anything but flat, like a true religious zealot. Yep.
no.
I'm
Like
sorry,
look,
bro, but
because like look, what
Juju,
I'm
you
gonna
did
do.
say, Juju, listen, bro. You did say what you thought it was earlier in the beginning when you
I
first
said
started.
not flat.
What does that have to
I
do
did.
with mass attracting mass?
Psychotic.
If it's
Okay,
not
so
Uh,
flat,
if
it's
it's
not a ball.
if
What is
it's
it?
true where it's not where it's not due to like electromagnetism or like whatever that is, or things like that. If it's none of those things, and if it's literally like mass attracting mass, like this force, then it will mean that like it's not that this Earth is not flat, and that's all I'm
But
saying.
but
And
if
I'm,
you've been in
by
this
the way,
conversation, you already know. Wait, you already know mass attracting mass is already old news. They don't even claim that
all
anymore.
right,
100%.
yeah. So what I'm gonna do
They
is I'm
say it's
going to
the
read.
bending of space
So,
time, right? You know,
don't
Einstein
yeah,
knows.
leave until I kill your false belief, bro.
yeah. So what I'm
Yeah,
They've
gonna
let
been
do is
me
I'm
helping you
kill.
gonna
Let
obfuscate.
me talk. I'm sorry.
They've been helping you obfuscate, and I really want to get down to the principle of the matter. Don't you want to see how this turns out?
yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rewatch it, take those notes, come back, and then tell y'all about it. And
You don't want to
and
see
I'm sure
because
you.
I got some professors. I've cited some sources here. You want to hear what the professors say, right?
No, he doesn't. He's not interested.
Yeah, sure. Like,
Okay,
but
cool.
something I will
So
do is I will rewatch at some point, come back, say it to y'all, and then hear what
yeah,
y'all
you're
gotta
welcome
say,
to come back.
and then I'm gonna. No, I mean you can tell me whatever, but later on I'm going to like rewatch it, take some notes, come back,
All right, just
say,
follow my directions. At 24
okay,
minutes
sure.
past the hour, if you'll click on that, right? This is the subject matter that you brought up: gravitational force, an attractive force that exists between all objects with mass. An object with mass attracts other objects with mass. So that's Newtonian's law of gravity, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then if you scroll down after that, so we have the double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire the bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits, point A. We close that slit and open another slit and bevy of electrons. We get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fire the same bevy of electrons a slit, we must get 18 hits. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does this mean? This is the end of Newtonian physics, professor of Yale. All right, so what is the next one? First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. Professor of Yale. Today, we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up just to destroy them, shoot them down. Professor of Yale. So what is the professor of Yale trying to tell you in those three things? What does the nail in the coffin mean? Is he promoting Newtonian mechanics?
No, it means that you're putting up a case against it. It's the thing that destroys it or shows there's no good.
So what
You're
does
not
he mean when
rational for holding that.
he's going to build somebody up just to destroy them, shoot them down? shot down. What does that mean? Is that a good
I mean,
thing?
it's self-explanatory. You know,
Right.
Eh.
And what does the end of Newtonian physics mean? According to
that too
Professor
is
Shankar.
self-explanatory as well.
Right. So you can go back to your video if you want to. Just know that the professor at Yale, Professor Shankar, he's the chair professor of physics. So he's like
So,
the head guy
so
of the
notice you
physics
brought up the
department at
double
Yale.
slit experiment. Can you please reiterate what you were
Sure.
saying? I'm trying to understand. How does that
Happened.
connect
You
to
shot
whatever?
Newtonian particles, and they expected them to do a certain thing, right? But they didn't, which completely debunked Newtonian physics with an experiment, by the way.
Yeah, but that
It's
was
the
the part of
interesting
being
part.
like a wave, acting as a wave or as a particle. That's what the double slit experiment
Okay, no, here it
was
is.
for.
Here's the double slit experiment. It's as simple as can be. The knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function.
Uh-huh.
That's the results. If there's a knower, a camera, trying to figure out what slit it's going through, the wave function collapses. But all you need to know is that's the end of Newtonian mechanics, according to the professor who's much smarter than me. I have no idea how smart the guy is, probably 10 times smarter than me.
Okay.
But you can go back to YouTube if you like and learn all about the
I still don't
Cavendish.
see how that connects to gravity or anything like that, because
Well, you
that
would have to ask
experiment,
the professor. Yeah.
yeah, because that experiment was about it seeing
He's
if it actually.
completely blind. He cannot comprehend the slightest thing, even when his own slave masters tell him what they believe. So
Sorry,
it's not
dude,
about
you're
evidence.
going on mute, so
It's
I'm
not about
jumping on
evidence.
mute
He's
now.
just
All right,
scared to
you're on
death of
mute.
everything.
If
He's
I'm
already lied
interrupting
so
someone,
many
please tell me
times.
because I can't hear him.
Hey, actually,
Uh-oh.
we're not going to
Uh-oh.
mute people in here,
No.
man. Everybody's going to stay unmuted in here. So you got to keep him unmuted. Sorry.
All right, well, I'm going to bring his volume to like an absolute near zero.
No,
Anyways,
because here's what happens. No, here's what happens. Then everybody is going to talk over you or him or both. It's going to get really messy and nasty. So here's what we should do instead. Let's try to all focus our intention on the conversation and not our egos. Does that make sense? Thank you.
okay, yeah, then if it's just that, then yeah, sure. I just don't waste time with people talking, incorporate a bunch of fat into a conversation
You've already
instead of just
lied
talking
so
about the
many
meat,
times, though. You've
the
lied
topic
so
at
many
hand.
times as it is.
Anyways, I'm really trying to understand because like that test about the wave particle. Like, do you have like a video where the dude talks about how that makes a case against gravity or something? Because if
Yeah,
you do, I'll
if you
definitely
click
watch
on
it.
those links, I'm pretty sure some of those are videos.
Where are the links?
Oh, and the live
Picture
stream
books.
voice text. Yeah, you didn't follow me there. A cited
I can
sources
send a
and
picture
everything.
book to your house. I'm sorry.
Let me see. Hold on. Live stream voice text.
Oh, it does appear they're transcripts, so there are videos somewhere. So
Like, did you just upload or has it just been there for a while? I guess.
it's 24 minutes past the hour. Hank Hill
Okay.
posted.
Could
The
I see
first thing I posted is the link about your Newtonian mechanics, right? It's just verifying that mass attracting mass is in fact Newtonian mechanics that week. Let's squirm into that. And then everything after that is tearing it down 3 times in a row.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to look for this right now. You said it's in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, that's the room right above the room that we're in. Hashtag live stream
Okay.
dash voice text.
Okay. All right. I see it.
All right, 24 minutes past the hour. Hank Hill posted something.
Wait. Is it a link? Okay, I see it. So it's not a video. It's
There's
a
a
link.
few links. Yeah, there's a few links there.
Okay.
I posted several things.
Okay. All right, just tag my name in this and I'll just check it out. See. All right, I appreciate that. I'll definitely check that out. And by the way, for anyone else listening, if you try to have a conversation with somebody and you want them to see things from perspective, you only talk about the topic at hand, and you don't resort to unnecessary and empty.
My friend, hang. I gotta stop you there, dude. You're please don't come into someone else's server and tell them how to speak. Please
I
don't do
don't
that.
care.
In
I'm
the
saying it
future.
anyway. I don't care. I
no.
don't care.
Is he kicked? Did he get kicked?
I don't know.
Hopefully
I
not
think
before he got all three of those links in it.
I'm sure he'll be
I
back.
think he did.
Troll some more. He loves to troll the topic. Yep.
I was just trying to educate the guy.
He doesn't want that, Hank.
Correct.
He's
I
like
mean-
106 years behind on his gravity there.
But
He's
if
not
a
anywhere.
patholog-
Dude, he's just lost. He doesn't know where to go, what to trust, because it's all fake. So imagine everything that you have to choose from to merely believe instead of know about is fake, and you know it. But to fit in with the crowd, you got to pick one of the fucking things. Dude, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
But the
I was
problem
thi-
with
I
him
was-
is, like, and many other Globers, is like he comes in with a very strong belief before he even did his own research on his own model. Like, that's very irrational. Why would you believe in something that you haven't, read upon that much?
He's a habitual liar, Shin. He's a habitual liar. He's been caught many times. He's been doing this for months now.
Yeah, like just to like give you an idea what kind of person he is, like he lies just to get an advantage in a debate or anywhere else really. He's a pathological liar. He lies without reason or for the slightest things.
Correct. I've seen
And
it.
I was
I've known
just
him
trying
for
to be
months.
kind on listening to this guy, man, but he was really wasting a lot of our time with what he was trying to give us because we've listened to these people always talk about it, and he was going over the same things. But when we were trying to, it was like he was trying to just refuse the information on what we were giving him. That's what
Right,
it
it's
seemed
worse
like.
than that. Right, Master Chief. He's worse than that because he's one of these people that won't make a claim because he's scared to make a claim about his own belief system. So his claim is that, well, it just can't be flat. That's the claim. You see, it's a psychosis.
Right.
But deep
And
in
by the
his
way, I did not
Glober
take
right
that
away,
picture of the lady in Walmart.
but he's deep within
Bro,
like his
that
Glober.
had me cracking up, bro. I was over here laughing, dude. I was like, he saw that lady sitting on that bag of meat and was like, this woman snapped.
What
took
are
a
we
picture.
talking about?
I thought Hank had taken a picture of somebody sitting on meat, and she was wearing a mat. Like, yeah. She was sitting on top of meat, bro, and it was just nah. On top of food, bro. You know,
Yeah.
sit anywhere else, just not on top of the food. Like, bruh.
Yeah, but like in short,
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead. In short.
yeah, just as my last explanation on what kind of person he was or is, like I'm just bearing a righteous witness right now. Like I'm not lying. I'm just saying what I've seen from him. When he explained stuff, he would usually go on a whole long tangent without making any claims or any points, and he does that often in a debate, like to try to like set you off, and he interrupts people a lot. I mean, he hasn't done it now, but he will when he gets comfortable in a certain place.
Right, but all I was hearing him was just stating a claim that he couldn't back up.
Yeah.
No, the Earth isn't flat. No, the Earth isn't
Anything
round.
but-
I'm like,
remember,
the
Master
fact that
Chief.
he even said that. I'm sorry. But
Right,
the fact that
remember,
he even
Master
said
Chief,
that.
his claim is it can't be flat. That's his claim.
Right. It can't be flat, nor he also said that it can't be a sphere too. He wasn't claiming that it was a sphere, but I'm pretty
He
sure
said he
was
won't
one of
claim
the-
a sphere. Right. He's claiming he won't claim a sphere. That way he can protect
Right.
his own religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught that too as well. Exo and And Master Chief, I caught that as well. So yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that people would come in here. To be honest, I want to blow it again.
I mean, he has to believe in. I mean,
Oh,
he
he's
has
a Glober.
to.
He's a
No,
Glober.
you
The
don't
coward.
have to believe
Coward.
in anything. You don't have to believe in anything. Yeah, when it comes
That's what I didn't mean to
when
say
it
it like
comes to
that.
this
What I was
topic,
trying to say, what I was trying to say was that he was claiming the Earth neither flat nor a sphere. So therefore, like he was just playing with our minds after that,
well, it's
because
just like
the whole argument or the whole debate or the whole conversation in the first place is whether we are figuring out whether this is a sphere or whether it's not a sphere, because we know that there are other globers or flat earthers, or there's other earthers that believe whether the earth is what it is. That, you know, there's earthers that believe that there's an earth below us. Really? There's a world below us?
well, hold on. Earth itself has always been Earth. It's the way that Earth presents itself. Now, if you try to attribute a shape to Earth, then that's where the claim begins. You know, and then if you have a claim about a shape of Earth, then that's where the argument begins, right? Because all of us experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. I don't care if you're a fucking astronaut or airplane pilot or whatever. When you're, especially if you're a pilot, I guess, right? Airplane. Why do they call it an airplane? But anyway, so where does this come from? Where's this idea of the globe come from? It definitely doesn't come from anywhere like natural. It really comes from some nefarious source, because nobody on Earth actually experiences the globe. So it's just kind of
Let
a
me
weird
point out a
idea.
housekeeping thing real quick, Helioskeptic. Let me point out this housekeeping thing real quick, which is a really good thing that Glat Flobe did, which is to, as soon as somebody gets that triggered and says that they're going to mute somebody, Glat Flobe did the right thing, which he announced that no, you're not going to mute anybody in here. So even if somebody doesn't agree with me, for him to do that, and the point is that not all of us agree with each other, but when we know we're on the same team when it comes to this topic, you do want to always unconditionally back your fellow person backing your claim unconditionally, just so you know.
And I'll tell you what, that's a rule in the server. If you individually mute someone and we're talking amongst each other and you can't hear us talk, that's an automatic ban.
I think that's flat out disrespectful, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if that happens, I mean, if we notice that someone is individually muted someone, not you know, I mean, if one of the admins or mods mute someone, that's something different. But if you individually mute someone, you know, locally mute someone, then that's automatic ban. You can't do that.
And last thing I'll say on that is, if we're all adults, then we won't have to do any of that stuff, right? If we can just talk like adults.
And since I run the YouTube channel too, if you do that on the YouTube channel, that's the same thing. Same thing goes for the YouTube channel too.
It's a good practice in life, man. Just be an adult to your fellow adult.
You mute the YouTube channel, you're gonna get banned. Sorry.
If you can't see what people are saying on YouTube, and you're just gonna think you're gonna talk shit, and the people you don't like, you're just gonna block them, individually. Same thing.
Sorry to interrupt, but muting the YouTube channel? What exactly do you mean? Like, I'm not watching the channel right now. Like,
No, I was making a joke.
This live stream is going 24 hours a day on YouTube. So, but you, as you know, if you have a YouTube account and you're in the live YouTube chat, and if you block someone on YouTube so that they can't see you chatting, and because you got pissed off at them, but everybody else can see your chat, but they can't see yours. That just kind of means you're a
that's fair.
punk. You're a punk. No, it's not fair.
No, hold on. It's fair that that's a rule. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
I was about to say. I was like, no.
You
It's
went
like
on
if you
like,
block
that's
somebody, if you block somebody on the YouTube chat, and then you can keep talking shit about them, and they can't see your chat, or just because you don't like what they say, you block them individually. Nah. I mean, it's just like it's an open platform. Well,
It's an
on the
open
YouTube
discussion.
chat, it's an open platform, and here it's an open
discussion,
platform.
and the fact that you're gonna sit there and mute an individual just because either one, you don't like their voice, or two, they're disagreeing with you every step of the way of you trying to explain yourself. That is
Here,
But-
let me say something about this.
All
It's
right,
like this. Let
by
me
the
make
way,
it visual.
YouTube
Hold on,
chat,
Helio. Please,
YouTube's
Helio.
been going good. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, good. That's good. Okay, so let me visualize this with everybody. Imagine going to a party, and imagine entering a room where there's a group of somebody's 5, 10, whatever people having a conversation about a specific topic. You come in, and initially you wait your turn, and you speak when spoken to, like an adult. After a while, though, it becomes more and more frustrating and anxiety inducing to speak about this topic because, man, you want to say something, right? You want to get yours in. You want to have your slice of pie and make sure that it's important in this conversation. I need to be relevant. Well, that's a problem. So at that point, there's a crossroads. You can either act like an adult and hang back, right? Like a wise man once said, nothing kind of deal. Or you can start going up to people and literally putting your hand on their mouths while they're speaking. Because that's what you do when you mute somebody in a server, right? You don't just walk into the room and start putting your hand up to people's faces. Does that make sense? So That's how I see it. Just be respectful, be an adult like you would in person. Thank you.
I'll tell you what I do. I ask them pertinent questions so that I can help them expose themselves. In the YouTube chat or in this chat, I'll ask them, hey.
Oh man, those YouTube kids, they expose themselves by just being there and saying anything.
Well, sure, and a lot of people that have been there a long time know not to just block them because they're tired of hearing their shit. But the purpose of the channel and the Discord is to introduce new people to the topic, and so
Right.
everyone that's a veteran here, just be patient. It's all good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But
The
I
zero
always
flaw.
hate, though, man, when people. I always hate when people block here, individually block people in Discord and on the YouTube chat. I just don't like that shit. It's like everybody else is talking. I mean, you only want to hear from the people, from your friend.
Well, right, they show up to dominate the conversation.
If I find out that you block someone on the YouTube chat, I'm gonna block you. I mean, it's just
Right.
you're just scared at that point. You're scared of someone's opinion.
right.
They come to dominate instead of demonstrate.
I get pissed off when people individually block people. That shit doesn't
That's what it is.
sit right with me.
They come to dominate instead of demonstrate because they can't. They can't. All they can do is fabricate. I'm rhyming up here. Where's Battlemon?
He must be busy because I haven't heard from
Yeah,
him.
like Van Wilder. Wrote that down.
Nice. Yeah, when it's late at night and I've had a little bit of medicine. No, really, it's like if in my medicine, I get high like if I just stay up late enough now. You know, I'm starting to get old. I'm basically 40, so it's like my body's like, all right, buddy. It's a lot of shit you cannot do it for fun anymore, man. Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. You're done. It's done. Forget about it. I helped my friend move today, and that's what I'm talking about. I've had to take so many over-the-counter painkillers like turmeric and Advil and shit, but I tell you guys, don't get old. That's all I'm saying. It's for suckers. It's for the birds.
I have a question.
Yeah, what do you got?
Like we've like shape aside, like can we talk about like the animals that have lived on Earth? Like
Wait,
mm,
animals that are left. Is that what you said? Animals
lived on
that are left.
that have lived
Oh, have
on Earth.
left Earth.
Lived. I'm sorry,
Oh,
English isn't
lived.
my
Lived.
primary
No, you're
language.
fine. So you're saying
So,
animals that have lived on Earth. Okay, cool. What's your
uh,
question about them?
do you guys believe in giants and like that giants have existed and such
Mhm.
alike?
I believe there were men that were much larger in the past, but
But not
that's
just
just
like
my
larger,
opinion.
but like actual
I mean,
giants.
like 12 to 20 feet tall. Yes, there were men, in my opinion. But I mean, don't buy into any of my stuff. I have some other, but we don't talk about that often. But why are you asking this?
Perhaps trying to like get a new conversation going because
I'll
like
get you
Yeah,
found
from the
but
map.
something.
this
I'll get you something. I'll pull something up for you.
Like I found something like a piece of like the leaked emails of Hillary Clinton. One of them included that she asked I don't know who um, about the Nephilim bones. Like she asked them to like take the Nephilim bones to the resurrection room, and that she also found Gilgamesh, like Gilgamesh's corpse,
All right. Do
and
you see
so
what I
on.
just posted? 51 minutes
Yes.
after the hour. You're welcome.
What's this about exactly? Is it like giant
Chronicling
related?
America. Yeah, this is giant related. Yeah, Chronicling
Giant.
America is Library of Congress. See, it says loc.gov. It's our old newspapers from the past, and I've set the parameters between 1800 and 1920. And you
Hmm.
can see that there was quite a bit of building going on during the Industrial Revolution, and quite a few foundations were being built, and they uncovered quite a few giant bones. Now, the interesting term that I chose specifically because giant bones will equally pull up dinosaur bones as it will pull up human bones. The interesting thing about this is the number of hits that you get from giant bones.
Hey, Hank,
Yep.
in this, when they studied this, what was the timeline? Was it like, I would say recent, like 1800s or 1700s, or was
Well,
it
I set the parameters
much,
between.
much prior?
I set the parameter at the top. If you scroll to the top and right next to it where it says giant bones, I put all states and from 1800 to 1920. So you can set the parameters however you want.
That's what I was thinking. So yeah, it's like
But the
like
newspapers
I
were
was
taken
talking about
over.
earlier. The timeline's off. Anyway,
All right.
yeah, it's like history of America. Okay.
But then it begs a question, like, why are they hiding, like, giant? Why isn't it public knowledge? Like, why are they
Hey,
trying to hide it as much as they
hey,
are?
You went into a museum
bro,
and you saw like a 12-foot badass like Amazon woman with a 12-foot battle axe. You might like consider looking at that Bible again, right?
Yeah.
And the Bible tells you that you're a free man made in the image of God, and that the state has no authority over you except for what you delegate to the state. But if you're in the museum and you see dinosaur bones and the monkey men evolution, right, you might think that there is no God and the state is your God and you bow down to the state, make you a good citizen.
Hey, and you know what else? Between 1900 and 2000, right? If they could create a whole culture through manipulation and propaganda. Now, not to say that blood wasn't spilt, in World War I, World War II, and even in the even prior to that, in the the war between the states and all that kind of shit.
All right.
I mean, it's a hard struggle to force the propaganda forward, but this right here to hide the truth about Earth, I guess. I mean, or at least as far as America's concerned, but it also involves Northern Europe. All of it involves Northern Europe through the past couple hundred years, right? All of it. Yeah, we shouldn't bring that shit up here, Hank. My bad.
Well, I didn't bring it up.
Is it for the
Somebody else did, right?
I mean, I did. I'm
Giants.
sorry. Yeah, like
Yeah, there's some crazy
I
shit
live in
going
Texas,
on.
right? You can search the words Rockwall giant skull, and you'll see that there was giant skulls found in Rockwall, Texas, or a giant skull that was roughly this. His eye sockets were the size of a bushel of apples. Now, a bushel is a basket. So think about people back in the 1800s picking apples or picking crops. They would have had like a basket that you could carry up and down a tree, right? And that's how big the eye sockets were. But yeah, this is known.
it.
Yeah, and
And also,
yeah,
like,
this.
dinosaurs never existed. Like, they're basically dragons. Like, if you look, dinosaur basically means scary lizard, like horrific, terrific lizard, which would basically mean dragon. Like, it comes down to the same thing.
That's possible, yeah. Well, it's just like so there's so much shit that I could say, but I'm not going to say it because we're live streaming. So
Well, I mean, don't say it. Just look what I just did.
Yeah.
Click on that link. I mean, you can't really deny.
well, I'm
the
talking
world.
about the wars and stuff, and now
Yeah,
there's so much.
YouTube is very sensitive on that.
Yeah. And it's not because people didn't go there and die and all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying the reasons are.
Well, there's a website I just found for you, forbiddenhistory.info. You might like that, Helio.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Damn, I clicked that link and wound up on Facebook. It says,
It happened. Hey Hank, I have a archive.org channel where you can watch some stuff. And I mean it's just
yeah, post it.
it's just information. It's not I don't believe everything of that. Just like I don't believe everything that of the fucking US propaganda.
Also,
but if
like,
I put this shit up on YouTube, they'll take it right down.
I've heard that there are a lot of flat Earth pilots, like who, yeah, steer airplanes. Are there any in this server by any chance?
Yeah, we've had several pilots come through here that that they're not flying over a globe. Yeah, I mean, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like I was curious if he had any of them.
I mean, yeah, we've had several, but they're not frequent here, I guess. But do you think in your mind, you're not a pilot, right?
No, I'm not.
All right, but do you know how pilots fly? They use an airplane and they use a gyroscope to navigate across Earth.
I haven't heard of that part before.
Okay, well, just look up gyroscopes, man. Study that before you ask questions that.
Oh no, I was just curious about whether we had
Oh
pilots.
yeah, yeah.
who could-
There's several flat Earth pilots, so I don't. I a lot of flat Earth pilots. I don't.
Because I would like assume that there would be a lot because they would be flying so high up and they would, yeah, see no curvature at all.
Wait. It doesn't matter what altitude you're at. If you're flying across a globe, you're flying across a globe. Doesn't matter what altitude you're flying at.
Oh
Do you
no,
think
no.
that if you're
What I
flying
mean,
lower and the speed would make a difference? I
No,
mean,
what I- no,
where do
that's
you
not what I
think
mean.
that? Okay, what do you mean then?
I mean, like the arguments that Globers make is like you're so low below, right? Like you're on ground level, so you quote unquote wouldn't be able to see the curvature, but pilots are already so high up. But the fact that pilots can't see the curvature would already make a statement.
So if you're flying 10,000 feet, it might as well be flat. But if you're flying 35,000 feet, it also might as well be flat because gravity knows what to do because you're on an airplane and you're maintaining altitude. That's
No, what I mean is like there's no curvature to be seen anywhere, as no matter how high you go up.
all right. All right. So no matter, I mean, what about 50,000, 80,000 feet? No curvature, right? I mean, what?
Yeah, correct. No curvature.
All right. So, all right. Absent all planes, what altitude would you expect to see curvature?
I mean, I would expect to see none if I would answer honestly.
Okay, so if you're flying a plane, you're confusing me. I mean, are you really just bullshitting me for the sake of bullshit, or
No, I think we're just talking past each other. Like,
maybe so? Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see curvature from any altitude either. If I'm flying an airplane, there's a reason it's called an airplane because it's moving across a plane, maintaining altitude. I wouldn't expect a plane to ever think that it's flying over the curvature of the Earth. Doesn't
So
matter what altitude it's
I posted a
traveling.
few articles, of giant skulls being found.
thank
Those
you.
were just a few that are going to be in the Library of Congress. You'll be able to find them. There's a bunch. There's a whole bunch. Some of them are like actual dinosaur giant bones. But I think that there was two guys who were competing in like the 1800s to find these giant bones, and I think that it got so out of hand that they were kind of forging some of the finds. Like there's some dinosaurs where they found a tooth, and they created like a whole artist rendition out of what they think this dinosaur looked like, and there's been lots of frauds like Piltdown Man and stuff like that, pushing evolution that toured America and probably the rest of the world for like 50 years, and then later on they found out that it was a what was an ape jawbone that was filed down to fit a human skull, and like it went around the world for 50 years pushing evolution before someone called it out as a fake.
Hey Hank, I just sent you a message. Take some time to watch that when you get a chance. I'm not gonna.
Ooh, goody!
Thank
you.
I decided I'm not gonna post that whole archive thing here because there's a lot of controversial videos on there, right? That I have. But anyway, that one right there. If you haven't seen it, it's totally tripped out. It's from the guy that made the No Force on Flat Earth video, but it's something else he made.
But Helio, just to make sure there are no misunderstandings here. Like what I was trying to say, right? Let's say someone is a Glober at some point, right? And then they become a pilot and they go so high up and they still see no curvature. So I would assume they would put aside that belief if they're an honest man and look more into why there's no curvature. And there's also like,
yeah, but hold on. I mean, the majority of pilots on Earth, they're trained to travel from one airport to another, right? I mean, would you ever? I mean, you only do an emergency landing if there's not an airport you're going to land at, right? So there's a flight path before you leave. You leave from one airport, and then you maintain level altitude until you land at another airport. Doesn't matter what type of plane it is. It's the same pattern, right? I mean, if you're a free pilot, if you're a pilot and you only go about 10,000 feet, you kind of cruise around a little bit, play around, but you always let the airport know that you're going to be landing, whatever. But if you're a commercial pilot, you always let them know. I mean, you always have a flight plan, right? So you're going to fly from one airport to another. Nothing to do with the globe Earth at all. There are no commercial flights that just randomly go anywhere. That's
but
insane.
that's not what I see. Like it's like you looking at the horizon, right? Right now, there's no curvature, and if there's
why are you distracting from? This isn't the horizon. This is one aircraft traveling from an airport to another airport. Nothing to do with the horizon.
No, but I think you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say with this from the
Well,
beginning.
you better make it succinct because I'm about to bust it out.
Like what I mean with curvature is basically the horizon, right? If you see no curvature on the horizon, there's no reason to believe in the globe Earth. Correct?
Hold on. You say the curvature is the horizon? Did you just say that?
Wait.
Helio, are you deliberately trying to misunderstand him? Because I'm following along exactly what he said, and nothing he said needs a contradiction. He just said that when you're flying, you never see any curvature, which you agreed. You said, yes, the plane flies at an altitude till the next airport and lands. So you guys are in agreement, but you're almost thinking he's trying to argue something against you. But I think he's just thinking out loud, processing his thoughts of why not more pilots.
Hey, cool. Hey, man, I'm on the defensive a little bit, but that's cool. Yeah, I get you. So is that what do you agree with him on that?
Yes, 100%.
Cool.
I'm just trying to convey my thoughts. On if I would be thinking there should be way more flat earth pilots than we would expect. Because
I think they're all flat earth. I mean, all pilots just travel from one port to another. They're just going from one airport to another. They're not flying over the globe Earth. I mean, think about how many hundreds of airplanes fly over Earth every day. Thousands, right? And they're not like all of the airplanes are not just going, I'm going from New York to London, or I'm going from New York to Memphis or Dallas to, whatever. And anyway, it was like, I'm going to fly over the earth, north, south, east, west. They're traveling in all different types of directions, but none of them are considering the curvature of the earth ever. None of them.
Correct.
But this is where I think, it's when you discover that the earth is flat is when you realize that there should be curvature on the horizontal horizon line.
Yes.
As a baller, they believe because things vanish into the distance, that's the curvature. So at any time, at any altitude, when you see something vanishing into the distance, the baller assumes that is the curvature. The flat earther says, all right, if there's curvature on that Z axis, why isn't there curvature on the Y axis? But it's like ballers never think about the Y.
That's not even to mention the spin too. That's not even to mention the freaking curve. I mean, the spinning of the earth too. I mean, that's just the curvature.
But like the vanishing point is always there. So the glober always says there's curvature, because they don't understand the vanishing point is just a point at which things vanish. In their simple minds, they think the vanishing point is behind the curvature. And therefore, if you ever can see a vanishing point, it means it's curvature.
Mm.
Yeah, and I also sent an image in Livestream voice text. Like, that's what I mean. Like, if you see no, like at the horizon, nothing, like no curvature. It would be mental gymnastics to say that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's mental gymnastics. I mean, especially, it's really cool that you brought up the airplanes, right? Because they're as far as you being able to travel across Earth at in the fastest way. An airplane is the fastest way we can travel across Earth, right? So when you travel from one airport to another, if you think you're moving in an arc from one airport to another, you're delusional. That's not the way an airplane moves.
Is the shortest distance an arc?
Yeah.
They always used to say it was an arc, and it's like, no, it's a straight line.
I think I know where the misunderstanding comes now from. From where I didn't mean the flight path of, how do you say it, the airplane. I purely meant the horizon, like the curvature
No,
you see.
I get that, and yes, we often argue the horizon, but when we're talking about airplanes, if you travel from one airport to another, it doesn't matter whether it's 100 miles or 2,000 miles. Where is this arc? You're going in a straight line. This is the way that the plane is designed, the map and everything is designed. You're traveling in a straight line. There is no arc involved. Now, some people will try to tell you that they're using an arc map and all this kind of stuff. They're lying to you. They don't do this. They go from one straight line port to another port. They launched from one port, they landed in another port. Straight line.
And the flights, how do you say it? The flights also make way more sense on a flat Earth map than it does on a globe. Like,
Sure.
I also sent like an image, since it would show like a direct flight path from one to the other.
Well, it's like even if you want to take a path from South America to Australia, you're going to have to go north because who in their right mind would go across the South Pacific? There's nothing there. You're probably going to die. You probably run out of fuel. You're going to have to go north before you go south. Anyway.
You know, they always claim that where you're going to land thing. But if you look at how many emergency landings actually take place, it's like one every 5 years or so. You would plan out the full route. You would take sufficient fuel. It actually doesn't matter whether it's over land or water. It's just a convenient excuse for them to not fly directly the shortest route. Because if it was a ball and those continents were at the bottom of the ball with a tiny little latitude line, it would make obvious sense that you would just cut across and use 1/3 of the fuel required to go north and hug the shoreline and then come all the way back down south again. But they make it like, you know, if there was a problem or something, what would we do? But then you look on the Atlantic side, when they cross from, say, China to the US, the only way is over water. And why is that considered acceptable? But the tiny little stretch between Australia and South America is unacceptable over water because of risk. But yet everywhere else we fly over
God,
water.
I mean, would you fly over the South Pacific with nowhere to land? I mean, that's the most dangerous route you could ever take. I mean,
So when I fly,
you would spend like freaking over 24 hours, I think, going across the South Pacific with nowhere to land if there was any problems. That would be the most ridiculous route to take.
But remember, the South Pacific, we're talking south now, should be a smaller latitude line than the equator, which means it's not 24 hours of flying. It's 24 hours of flying because it's a flat Earth, and those continents are literally tens of thousands of miles apart. But if it was on a sphere and those continents were wrapping down towards the South Pole and getting closer and closer together, as you get closer towards the bottom of the ball, it would
should be able to
obviously
just fly over Antarctica and go.
Yeah, and like, you know, when I fly from Europe to the US, you have to cross the ocean to get there. And you spend 6 to 7 hours just seeing water. Now, if we were that scared that anytime we flew over water, that water was a major concern, we would never fly over water. We would always have land routes.
No, but no, it happens over the Atlantic all the time. You know, so that's not the problem.
So what does being 30,000 feet above the Atlantic differ with being 30,000 feet above a Pacific?
Well, it's because, you know, in the northern quote unquote hemisphere, there's more help. You know, it's where the most traffic is. So it's like, I mean, for anyone to try to book a flight from, say, Sao Paulo in Brazil or Santiago, Chile to Perth, Australia, across the South Atlantic, nobody's over there. Nobody's there to help. You know, so you wouldn't necessarily travel that way. Not to say that, you know, that has anything to do with shape or anything. There's nothing there. Nobody. If you had a plane that had big enough balls to fly that far and enough fuel, then you know, God bless you. You know, whether or not you think that the flat Earth, the A projection it's fairly accurate or whatever, you want to travel from those two different places. I would rather do a couple layovers, like fly from Sao Paulo to fucking, somewhere in Brazil, and then go to Dallas, and then go to New York, and then freaking fly to freaking Dubai, and then go over to fucking, Australia. I don't want to fly over South Atlantic. That would be ridiculous.
So
You'd have
I'm
to be
looking
out
at,
of your mind to try to jump on an airplane that would be flying over the South Pacific.
but that's a pre-programmed response, because I'm looking at my globe now, and if I look at the distance between, say, China and Los Angeles,
Show me your globe.
okay, so listen to the point. The distance between China and Los Angeles is almost the identical distance between Australia and Chile. They
Well, show
both
me your globe.
require covering a massive surface.
Well, show me your globe, Flutter Solar.
Yeah, just trying to set it up so that I can explain what I'm showing.
I want to see your globe. I sure as shit wouldn't want to be in an airplane over the South Pacific. I promise you that much. East or west. Holy shit. It's a long freaking path. Nothing in the way. Nothing in the way. Oh, me and Jen are supposed to work on that song. Damn. Come up this Saturday night. Nothing way. Ooh, nothing's in the way. Yeah. Shit, it's 2:00. I gotta go to bed. I gotta work tomorrow. It's good talking to you guys tonight.
Yeah, likewise.
Peace, guys. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Just woke up.
Good morning.
Hi. I mean, it's morning. I guess it's morning. Yeah, it's 3:30. That's morning to me.
Yeah.
I'm still on my old schedule. I used to deliver newspapers, so I'd have to be there at like 2 in the morning. And if I go to bed before like 10 o'clock, I get up at like 2 or 3. It's like a habit now. You guys talking about giants and stuff? I think I saw.
Yeah, for a part.
Little bit. Yeah, that's a pretty cool picture. I hadn't seen that. I think I came into a dead conversation.
No, like Flat Earth Solar was looking for, a representation of his argument.
Oh, okay.
Helio, why do you share this with everybody, bro? This is like really interesting.
Hideo is gone.
That you. Yeah.
Yo, God of One.
Hey, Stingy. What's going on?
Just chilling. What's up?
No, I just sitting in there, seeing you in there.
At work still?
Yeah, unfortunately. But
Right.
yeah, yeah.
So, what do you think? What is the Earth?
Uh, well, I observe flat. I have yet to observe any type of curvature. Uh, yeah, so I'll just tell you my world experience is flat, and I don't see any type of curve.
All right, and Genesis 1, remember?
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
And the Bible clearly talks about a non-spinning flat Earth.
Yeah, firmament.
Yeah, but Genesis 1 isn't the only chapter.
You still there?
Like, Hideo had to
No.
go to sleep. He has work tomorrow. Uh, that's not the only Bible verse talking about the shape of the Earth.
Can you see the pictures I posted there?
The pictures, yes.
So if you look at the very, very top one, you'll see China to USA, basically the entire surface of that ball. And if you look Australia to South America, it's also basically across the entire surface of that ball.
Mm-hmm.
So it's when you look at it on like a Mercator projection that all the northern hemispheres things are squeezed together that it makes it look significantly shorter route. But like I say, once you're at cruising altitude 30,000 feet above,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter if you're flying over the Pacific or the Atlantic or land, you're flying. And aeroplanes are always checked regularly to ensure that they won't have accidents. And the accidents are very few and far between. But the idea that they give us that we would never cross those southern oceans due to the risk of being stranded without assistance, well, then they should say that to every single flight anywhere, that there's a risk of being stranded without assistance. I hope you guys are aware of this, sort of make the client, customer aware of it. But it's generally just to fit a narrative that, you know, that southern hemisphere is just so dangerous.
Yeah, but that to me sounds still like an excuse because, like, if so, we should ban like cars altogether in highways because the accidents that happen on like highways, you're more likely to get hit by a car at any point than going through like a accident in a airplane.
Exactly. The risk to what they say, the potential to have an accident per trip, or the number of trips required before you have an accident, is exponentially higher with vehicles. And if anyone ever wondered, like, you know, does these rules that are placed there to protect us and look after us and really make sure that we thrive, if they wanted everyone to live a healthy, happy life, they would supply insulin for free.
Yeah, like you're
Diabetic
exactly
who can
right.
die from not having insulin, they have to buy their insulin. But yet they always use this excuse like they're doing this for your protection. We don't fly over the South for your protection. We wouldn't want you to be stranded, you know, your safety. As long as you
Sounds like
kept.
a convenient excuse to me. Like, yeah, like we know for a fact that if the globe was true, they wouldn't care. They would care about profits because that's what businesses are. They would take the shortest route, and then they would like use the whole argument that yeah, the same argument we're using right now. Like, if it's the shortest path, why not take it? So yeah, like these companies are just. It feels like they know the truth, but they're just hiding behind it, like behind this whole globe model.
Yeah, it's so easy to hide behind that lie because,
Yeah.
you know, if we built an aeroplane and we saw that when we flew at this speed, it caused a lot of heating to the aircraft, and then we just put up our hands and gave up because, you know, there's this heating effect, we can't get around it. But yet, when we have that problem, we go find materials that don't heat up as much. We find valves and gaskets that don't melt at those temperatures. And we advance the entire aircraft so that it can now handle that strain and more. But yet, they say we couldn't fly in the south because it's too cold. Now, in Alaska or Russia, where it is cold, they've developed hot water heating mechanisms. So they circulate warm water through an engine, and then it thaws the engine enough to start the engine at pretty much any temperature. So the point that if we can overcome the heating aspect, we could overcome the cooling or freezing aspect just as easily. But they use what you'll see, I'm sure you've seen already, that the Globers use two different excuses for two different things. They only treat the one thing by itself. So they don't like to look at both things and see that they're actually being hypocrites. Like when gravity needs to pull to the center, then that's great. But if gravity needs to hold in orbits, also great. Then it doesn't pull to center, then it just holds objects in orbits around it. But it just depends on which example they're using. Then they'll use either orbits or pulling to the center. It's the same with this, that they'll say, no, it's too cold in the south to fly, so we can't do that. But you're already flying at an altitude where it's almost sub-zero. It's minus 30, minus 40 at that altitude. And if those were temperatures we were encountering, we would develop technologies to negate or prevent those effects from negatively affecting the aircraft. So it's ludicrous.
Exactly. You're making really good points. And you also like opened up my mind to some other thing I've been speculating on earlier. Like I've been thinking, right? Like with this whole globe model, like if a moon is orbiting around the Earth, right? In this whole heliocentric model, why doesn't it crash into Earth? Like think about it. What's keeping it from like going in a perfect orbit around Earth? Like it only needs to get like 10 meters closer per year for it to crash into Earth at some point. Like what do they say? They say that the universe has existed for how long? 13 billion years, and the Earth has existed for like 4.6 million billion.
Yeah,
So
that moon.
it only needed to get like 1 meter per year closer to Earth, or even 1 centimeter, to already hit the Earth to begin with.
Now let me make it even more illogical. The story of the moon is that another body, another planet, hit the Earth. It broke off a giant chunk of rock, and since the start of the moon's been getting further away from the Earth by so many feet per 1,000 years. So exactly like you said, we would only need 1 centimeter attraction every year, and the moon would have crashed into the Earth long ago. But their narrative, their actual story is the moon's getting further away. So tell me, how does gravity cause repulsion?
It's ludicrous.
How does gravity cause a moon to get further away from the Earth every year when gravity is supposed to attract to a center? And the only way that you could have something in a stable orbit is if you had sufficient attraction and repulsion so that you're keeping it locked in this, they call it like a quantum locking. You need so much attraction, but also not too much attraction that it actually gets the magnets to stick together. There has to also be some repulsion built into the magnet so that they never really touch. So the only way, if this is an attractive force, to prevent it touching would be a repulsive force. So what is that repulsive force that's keeping the moon at its orbit, firstly, but then secondly, making the moon go so many feet per 100 years away from the object that's attracting it? And then if you think about it in alignment with the sun, if it was sun, earth, and then moon, it would be the gravity of the sun pulling it in that direction and the gravity of the earth pulling it in that direction. The moon would move towards the earth a little bit. And then when it's on the other side, so it goes sun, moon, and then earth, then the sun would be pulling on the moon first and pulling the moon a little bit away from the earth. So this stable orbit that we're told is just nonsensical, because why isn't the gravity of the sun ever added to this?
Yeah, exactly. Like I would imagine it this way, like you said, like the Earth would pull into the moon, but then the sun at the same time would also pull onto Earth. Like at some point we would have been absorbed by the sun.
Maybe that's why they abandoned Newtonian physics.
I mean,
I
even
don't
with
know,
the
Yeah,
new, even with the
that's a
new
good point.
gravity system, it would still hold up the arguments. Like,
Well,
wasn't
I'm
even
trying to think of how they would explain it with general relativity, other than it's generally relative.
I mean, isn't a more recent one with a particle, like with a boson particle called the gravitron?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know about it. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, they said they were searching for the graviton. I don't think it's been observed yet, but they think that there's a particle responsible for the gravitational effect. Like, can you say I'm a moron? Like, if you think that there's a particle responsible for a field, that's like saying I put two magnets next to each other, they create a coherent magnetic field. There must be magnetic particles sitting between the two magnets causing that field to occur.
That's
What
just
you
stupid. Yeah.
what you actually realize is that, like, if you imagine a wind tunnel and how the wind would move around certain objects, when you place two magnets near to one another, they're creating an interference pattern like that wind. And instead of there being two streams of wind across either magnet, at a certain point, when the magnets get close enough, the stream becomes one stream around the two of them, and then they push together
Yeah,
or
like
get apparently attracted.
the small particles, the small magnetic particles that would be causing the interference would just be flipped on their poles and sucked into the magnet, right?
They would, yeah.
How do they
But
stay geospatial?
But to think that it's a particle causing that, it's like to say that the waves that we see on the ocean, that there's actually a particle responsible for causing that crest shape. And it's not just simply the energy being transferred through the water that causes that cresting shape as the wave curls at the top, like a surfer likes that nice tunnel. As that wave curls over, then saying, no, that wave pattern is determined by a particle. So then we must search the entire ocean to try and find these particles that form these wave patterns. And it's
The Fibonacci particle.
It's just yeah. Like, let's search for a graviton particle because gravity's been disproven and we've now called it a bending of space-time. So yes, let's find a particle and make it responsible for all of the pseudoscience bullshit. And then we can at least just claim victory because we found the particle. And when you go and look at those large hadron colliders, everything is digitized. So they turn the machine on. There's a a charge, then there's a discharge, and then the monitor screen tells them what they should be seeing. And they think that that's like absolute empirical proof.
It's like a never-ending, it's like a prototype, basically. Like it's just giving them a sample of what they should expect.
So with any video game, there's a programmed input and a programmed output.
Right.
And it's like you're getting a programmed output, but you're expecting that the programmed output is like a real phenomenon that you've captured. So when Sonic jumps, it's not
the
that
question.
you press space bar. It's, it's like I lost the analogy.
Well, like this is kind of off topic, but I was wondering too, like, what stopped the Earth from forming into a pear? Like, they say that as it was forming, there was some centrifugal force acting on it, causing it to get wider below the equator. But why did it stop getting wider? Like, how does centrifugal force just stop acting on the water and land?
And logically, why would it be below the equator?
Yeah, exactly.
There's no gravitational attraction downward. So like if you spun pizza dough, you can imagine that it starts to go over your hand because the weight of the dough is pulling down. So yes, that makes sense. But if you're in a weightless environment and you spin pizza dough, that shit's widening at the equator. That shit's not widening below the equator or above the equator. Logically, it would be on the equator, the outermost point where that centrifugal force will be the greatest. That is where it would be stretching. And like you say, if there was this rotational motion, it would flatten out over time. So the idea of it holding itself to a perfect sphere is there has to be this inward central attractive force that supersedes all the centrifugal motions that could distort that or overcome that inward vector that holds all this mass together. And then you discover that there's giant cave systems where there's huge hollow areas of the earth. Now, if mass attracts to a center and creates this layering, like a gobstopper type effect, how can you have hollow pockets? Because that layer of sand above the cave would have been attracted down to the layer below the cave, and it would have sealed off that cave if mass was attracting mass. It's like, to make like a dense cheese, if you apply pressure on the outside of it, it squeezes all the gas or the air pockets out. And then when it forms, it's a really dense, solid cheese. And then if you leave no pressure on the cheese and you let those bubbles pop naturally, you get those like cavernous areas in the cheese. So we're told gravity is like this downward squeezing pressure. So then this thing should be solidly dense from core to surface because there was this consistent pressure inward. You following that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just everything has holes. The more you look into, is gravity meant to pull to the center or create orbits? Does it create a repulsive force? How do you do elliptical orbits due to a constant gravitational attraction? Like there's just holes everywhere.
I mean, that's why they rely a lot on like psyops to begin with, like to make up for the holes. And a lot of the Globers who come in, basically, if you look at them, like they believe before they, yeah, know, if that makes sense. It's more like for example, they come in um, like 9 out of 10 of them is like, you ask them why do you believe in like they say the Earth is a globe, and then you respond to that with like, why do you think that? And then they say like, yeah, I trust what I've been handed, or they simply don't know why. So if I had to make an accurate statement, I would say that the globe model relies more on sociology and psychology than it does on science.
Very well put.
I can speak for myself. It forced me into a spot where I had to justify. Like, it wasn't an awakening into knowing that the Earth is spinning and we're in a solar system. I had to like justify it. You know, everything. I had a lot of questions as a kid. I remember, but eventually I was just like, okay, I guess they explained it. But with flat Earth, it was like it rang true through me, and it was like an awakening to what's actually knowable. I couldn't know anything about the globe, so it's like that sort of sticks with people. All the justifications that they made growing up, learning it, forcing their left brain to understand it. It just comes out now, and they're presented with alternative ideas.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also like the same way you said it, that's basically the Occam's razor. Like the globe doesn't pass that at all. It has too many presuppositions and too many mental gymnastics.
Yeah, and it sort of forces you into making those like mental leaps as a kid. At least for me, I can speak for me. I remember I had to kind of abandon my logic. So I was like, that doesn't make sense. But then at one point, I was like, okay, I guess they know this. And wow, these space pictures are pretty.
Yeah.
And then I became a NASA fanboy.
Might as well become like a Spider-Man fanboy or like Batman fanboy, just as fictional. But
Except your IQ gains like 15 points, I think, when you buy a NASA hat. Right?
I guess.
I would say Spider-Man is probably less fictional because at least it takes place in New York.
Yeah, true.
True. So where can I find this Spider-Man guy? I need pictures.
Yeah, we have pictures of Spider-Man, so he exists unequivocally. But my pictures of Spider-Man and my posters on my wall, he must exist.
Yeah, because there are pictures of him.
We can do the math too. That spider bite he got, the genome sequence, I guess it lost a couple bars and melded with his.
I mean,
And that would have a G in it, hey? The genome sequence.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Big G or little G.
but the thing is, like, has anyone here heard of CRISPR yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, frightening shit, man.
Yeah, like, in theory, they would be able to make superhumans if that whole CRISPR thing is true.
So this is also where people are very disillusioned. When we look at modification of genetics, there's always ripple effects. So we change the eye color gene, and then we find out that we actually made the animal sterile, or something else. There was a ripple effect outward. Maybe it was more prone to heart issues. Maybe it had multiple sclerosis because we changed, mixing fish genetics with a frog. Humans have been doing these hybrid experiments since the 70s. Then they said that it got abolished because they found it ethically wrong. But we know that ethics is not something that deters our government.
Yeah.
And they often use it as though we have to do this testing on people, so that if our enemy were to test this on our people, we would know what to do. So they make it out like there's this noble cause of we want to be ahead of the enemy, but yet they're the ones doing it to their people. They are the enemy that they're talking about.
And I don't even think that there is anything like enemies, because this might sound like a conspiracy theory statement, but I think their whole feud, I don't know how to pronounce it, between the government is all just theater, like a Shakespeare stage. And yeah, that they're in secret behind the screens, like collaborating.
And that goes back to the sociological and psychological manipulation or control of this. The government realized very soon on as well that if we just appear to be doing something, then people won't object.
I think it's a little bit of both. I know what you're saying, but I think that they have to be on their toes too at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really rule out any real international conflict. I know what you're saying though. I think most of it's a stage show.
I mean, think about it, right? Like I've studied sociology to some degree, and what if I have to give an analogy, right? Let's say you have like fish and sharks, right? Like let's say the fish would mean that you're being helping each other out and stuff, and the shark means like being like a total dick. So basically, if everyone is a fish, everyone gains 15 points. Like everyone gains. And if one of them becomes a shark, all the fish would get disadvantaged by 5, and the shark would get like plus 20. But if everyone were to be a shark, everyone would get like minus 15. Like no one would, how do you say it, benefit from it. So basically, the government is like, if everyone were to be, evil and like working against each other, like everyone would, how do you say it, suffer from it. So it's more likely that they chose the other one, like that they just work together, like because there's more profit for everyone. I hope you can still follow me so far, because like my English isn't my primary
No, you're fine.
language.
I'm following, and I agree. But I think they have some measures of practicing how to stay on their toes, whether it's against other governments or civilians. There's something they definitely do those types of testing.
Yeah, there's a saying that says, you can't have too many, or you got to have Indians and chiefs. You can't just have all chiefs, and you can't just have all Indians, meaning that the people that give the instructions to the ones who want to follow. If everyone was giving instructions to everyone and no one was following, you couldn't achieve anything. And if everyone was following and no one was giving instruction, you also couldn't achieve anything. So there has to be the right number of chiefs to Indians for that sociological, psychological thing to continue to work in the same way that you described them as sharks versus fish. It's, like I agree 100% that they as billionaires are cannibals or cannibalizing. So their wealth is created by taking from another. This is also something that I found in the crypto market, is that people think that they go in there and they just make money. You don't make money. It's the same thing with like market share is only 100% there. So if you made $1 million, someone else lost $1 million. So you're cannibalizing to generate your wealth. And with this whole capitalistic society, they've kind of promoted whoever's the best cannibal is the most successful. And then they call them philanthropists. And they make it out like they, have the best interests of human beings at heart. But you got to realize that they only got there by being cannibals and eating humans in the first place, eating other businesses, destroying other people's livelihoods, stealing patented technology from someone else and then making billions off of it. It's like they had to get there by being a shark and eating and taking points away from someone. But yet our society places them on the pedestal of success, saying that's what we should all aspire toward. And then in your work environment, you see how the psychopaths rise to the top. The boss that doesn't care to give you 8 hours extra work at night, doesn't care if you don't spend time with your family. He's the one that gets the results and gets promoted and rewarded for not giving a damn about you and your family. So the entire system constantly reinforces that psychopathy to create psychopaths, the sharks. And I think, like you said, the billionaires realized there's too many new sharks being made. And if we get past that tipping point, it will be too many sharks, so everyone's getting minus 15.
And like that also backs up like with how do you say it, sociological studies, like the jobs that are more likely to have psychopaths, like or CEOs, bankers, and I don't know, like there was one other high-end job. More.
Yeah, I remember seeing that as well.
Oh, like
And it's
basically.
the top two. It's the top 2 or 5% in those companies. So the very top positions are generally occupied by these psychopaths.
Yeah, like it's the CEO, lawyer, like media, like at a TV or radio station, salesperson, journalist, a police officer, clergy. I don't know what clergy is.
It means like religious, like your pastor or your reverend, someone of the cloth is a clergy.
Oh, all right. Yeah, these are basically the jobs.
So if you think about that, for lack of a better example, the cream rises to the top, the psychopaths rise to the top, and then everyone is puzzled when we say that psychopaths are running this place.
Yeah,
Every
because
study
like,
supports it.
the system, like the system is built for let me say it, the system is optimized to help psychopaths to the top, not the most adequate ones, like not the ones who are most fit. Like if you look at the top, the ones in top aren't exactly the smartest people. They're the ones who would rather like step on other people to get ahead of people, if that makes sense. Like it's not a meritocracy, not at all.
Yeah, I think the study was deliberately looking at empathy, or the study that I'm referencing. So they were showing that the more empathy you have for another human being, the lower level position you'll occupy. Meaning empathy is putting yourself in other people's shoes. So if you can put yourself in other people's shoes, you're generally not going to rise to the top and become a CEO, because you can't think about your staff as people. You have to think about them as tools. So it was directly got to do with the less amount you care about people and their feelings, the more successful you would be financially.
Worldly, yeah.
Because that's also not success to me. There's something called Life Book. I recommend everyone goes and looks at this concept. Life Book provides like a filing system, and every tab, say there's 10 or 15 tabs on the side, finance is just one of them. Another one would be spiritual growth. Another one would be like adventure in your life, enjoying your partner, or there's all these different tabs that make up us as a complex human being. But society is only focused on the finance tab. What size house do you have? What car do you drive? What job do you do? And all three of those exist only in that finance tab. But that's what society has told us is the metric of success, which is why you often find a lot of financially successful people who have very weak other tabs, and the other weak tabs make them feel unsatisfied, unfulfilled. They hate their life. They misuse drugs or alcohol or whatever because they're still hollow. There's still giant gaps in their person. And then the same way that you would set your career goals is how you would set each one of these goals. So have you ever sat down and planned your spiritual growth? Where do you want to be in 5 years from now? Where do you want to be in 10 years from now? What are the steps required to achieve those? No, because all of us only play in the finance tab. All right, what job do I want in 5 years? What house do I want in 5 years? What car do I want in 5 years? Cool, I'll be successful in 5 years from now. And if we apply that same focus to each tab in our life, making sure like there's a kids tab and a partner tab and an adventure tab and a spiritual growth and all these different things. If we sat down and said, all right, where do I want to be with my partner in 5 years from now? Where do I want to be in 10 years from now? What steps do I need to take to get there? What skills do I need to learn to achieve that? We would all be succeeding far greater in all aspects of our lives. Whereas we all just think about the finance tab. And that's the only measure of success in this hollow world.
That's really saddening. Like it makes me sad at least. Like because I personally, for example, I'm a Christian. Okay, that's what they would call me at least. Um like in this world, like you said, all is focused on the finance step, but you're not that. Like you're a human. You have so many things to pay attention to and like improve upon. But everything that this system forces you to improve upon and like focus your whole existence upon it is, as you say, the finance step. It doesn't tell you how to improve your relationship with your family or your friends, or how to like be caring for one another, or anything that for example the Bible would teach me. It's just, yeah, like a cold stab. It's a very cold stab.
There's a lot of fear-based ideas that
Yeah.
are used to control people. I think that's a big part of it.
And it's linking it back to your analogy, Shinji. It's kind of like you've got a shark tab and a fish tab, and everyone only knows about the shark tab, and everyone's trying to become a shark as quickly as they possibly can. And like you say, it's saddening, because if we just realized that there is a fish tab, and if we were all fish, that everyone gains plus 15 points or plus 10 or whatever your analogy was.
Like even
Like,
more than
we
you
all
would
gain.
gain from being a shark.
And the fish outnumber the shark 10 to 1. So if the fish all gained 15, it would be a gain on a proportion that outweighs any negative from the shark side.
Yeah. Like,
It's like
yeah.
I often, I've worked with a lot of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, or non-profit organizations, and they're always talking about social upliftment and making people's lives better. And when you actually look at those type of systems, if the world was focused on actually caring and helping, if you did a system like each one help one, then you'd only need to worry about 3.5 billion people on the planet, because the 3.5 would sort out the other 3.5. And if you each one helped two, you would now only need to provide resources to 1.7 billion, who will extrapolate that up to the other 5.3 or whatever. And every time you think about one person helping one or two others, that's manageable. But what we do is we all neglect that responsibility, and we leave one person to have to now look after 10,000. They have to create feeding programs, and they have to create things that are very inferior, simply because we're all not trying to just help one more person in our lives.
And that originates all pretty much from the Red Scare, because I've came to know, for example, that whatever they're trying to like label us bad, like the ones in control at least, that I should actually look more into it, because it's probably something you want you to not know about. Because right now, like everything that sounds like helping another person, that would be labeled as socialist or communist right away, while it doesn't need to be. Even it's just basic human compassion.
This is tangential, but that's how I view the whole New Age thing. A lot of people think it's, inherently evil and whatnot, but that's where that's where I spent like 5 years before Flat Earth, and Flat Earth like grounded me, but I think there's a lot of truth in a lot of the New Age teachings, if you want to call them New Age teachings, whatever. Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that, and it wouldn't behoove anybody to use that to steer people and to try and control the narrative again. This is speculation. I don't want to take it into speculation, but
no, I agree 100% what you said, and I like the way that you said to steer it, because it really is that way. That in marketing, we often look at how to use people's emotional triggers to exhibit a certain response that we know we can get. So, for example, with life insurance, you place the fear of, if you were no longer there tomorrow, what are your children going to do? Who's going to pay for your kids' education? And once you start placing sufficient fear of their own life, someone will go and buy a 1 million rand life policy, $2 million life policy, whatever.
Unless they have to pull the strings to the lineage too.
But they're using a pre-programmed response of fear and wanting to provide as a man. They're using that automated response that's built into us to profit from it. Now, it's the same where, like you were talking about the psychological operation from these people. It's like they're using our own pre-existing responses. Why is socialism, when you first hear it at face value, pretty much everyone agrees at face value that we should care for people? Why? Because it's running off of a preset instinct inside of us that we do want to help our fellow man. So it's using our empathy as the response to gain support, but then steering that support towards this fascist, communistic, where only the government profits and all people in the country starve and die eventually. Like, it's using a preset response in humans to gain the required consent or the manufactured consent to then steer it wherever their sinister intention was in the first place. In the same way that sex sells, they use that lustful, instant gratification aspect to us. And if they wrap sex up into that sexy car, you suddenly have that same lustful desire. I need that car. I need it now. Okay, let me go get my finance approved. And you go and buy that car because you had this lustful desire. And it's using that inherent instinct in us for financial gain.
And it's so, like, to tie into this, like, there's been a quote by Marilyn Manson that's saying, like, I'm quoting right now, you're watching television, you're watching the news, you're being pumped full of fear. There's floods, there's AIDS, there's murder, got to commercial, bite the Acra, bite the Colgate. If you have a bad breath, they're not going to talk to you. If you have pimples, the girl's not going to be with you. And it's just this whole campaign of fear and consumption. Like, it really is hand to hand, like consumption and fear. Like, fear is the best selling thing. Like, it sells the most. If you manage to get fear in people's minds, you can sell them anything.
And also get them not to consider it critically. It's like when your body's got these pre-programmed responses, right? So if something that shouldn't be in your body gets into your throat, your body coughs to try and expel that thing out of your throat. So when you get an infection or something, a bronchial infection, and you go to your doctor, he says, all right, stop coughing. Here's some medicine to help you to stop coughing. But your body has something inside it that it's trying to get out, which is why it is coughing in the first place. And the doctor says, here's something that just puts a Band-Aid over the cough. It's going to, stop or numb the throat so that those pre-designed responses don't occur anymore. And then it looks like they've done something successful. But all they've done is made your body now struggle because there's this designed way to get it out. You cough it out. Now the body has to figure out, okay, what's another way to get this out? Do I put it in the stool? Do I urinate it out? Does it sweat out through the skin? How do I get rid of this toxin that would have been easily just coughed out? But I took medicine to stop the coughing, so now I've got to figure out a whole new way to get rid of this toxin. And with each of these things that occur in our lives, they're always just treating the symptom and never looking at the true cause. So like you say, those skin conditions where now children are buying all these creams and stuff to, once again, suppress the cough. It's to suppress the pimple from forming. Now, why is the pimple forming? Is because you have toxins in your body that the body's trying to get out. It can't get them out in any other way. So it's sending them to the surface of the body to be expelled in the form of a pimple. Because it's the lymphatic system, so there's specific chemicals and toxins that can be expelled that way. Now you put something on your skin that prevents that pimple forming. Now, how does your body get rid of that toxin? Now it has to re-ingest the toxin, send it back to the liver or the kidneys so that it can be bypassed into the urine so it can get out. So that toxin now affects many more things throughout the body because they sold you a product which apparently makes less pimples on your skin. But what was the underlying cause? Was dietary. Are you eating too much sugar? Are you eating foods that don't complement your genetic type? Are you overeating? Are you eating too many oils? Are you eating too many preservatives with estrogen-based products that are causing your body to try and flush that out through the skin? There's 1,000 reasons why it could be occurring. All they try and do is suppress the pimple from forming or the cough from happening, which is the body's pre-designed way to expel that toxin. And it's you stay sicker for longer because you just simply couldn't do what your body needed. And sorry?
No, go on.
Yeah, so it's so counterintuitive that, and then you go and pay your doctor ongoingly over the course of a year, trying to get rid of this cough that won't go away, or trying to get rid of something which, if you just looked at why it's occurring in the first place, the cause of the effect, and addressed the cause, symptoms gone.
Yeah.
For life. But
Yeah, I
it's
was
the
just gonna
psychological thing. Yeah.
It just renders the Hippocratic Oath useless. That the doctors are supposed to be fulfilling the Hippocratic Oath, but they don't.
But it's also it's written in such a negative way of we should try first to do no harm.
Right. Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
why shouldn't you try to do good? Why shouldn't you try to always use the best available thing at your disposal to treat the underlying cause? No, we just try to not do harm.
Because it's more lucrative to treat people than cure people, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Like I think there's been like a cure for like a type of cancer not so long ago, like a few years back. But big pharma like inflated the price by a lot. Like I'm telling you a lot. Like the production, like the actual price would have been like around what you would spend on a chocolate bar, as a way of saying. But they've added a few zeros behind it in a way that not everyone could afford it, because it would like cure the whole thing right away. So chemotherapy is like treating people. It's basically dropping a nuke on your whole body, hoping that the disease vanishes away while damaging your body. So
Yeah. Like trying to kill a mosquito by a mosquito sitting on you by using a shotgun.
yeah,
And if you go look into the origin of chemotherapy, there was Agent Orange and the mustard gas that was left over from the Second World War. And they tasked a couple of doctors with finding something to use this waste product for. So the origin of chemotherapy comes from biological weapons that were redundant after the Second World War. They started giving them to mice in various doses. And then when they got onto the tumored mice, they saw that pretty much anyone who got administered the chemotherapy did die. But they had longer life expectancy than whatever pre-existing condition. So the tumor in the mouse should have killed the mouse in 6 weeks. If we did chemotherapy, it killed the mouse in 9 weeks. So therefore, chemo is definitely the positive thing. It killed every test subject, always. And it's a biological weapon that they said, figure out what we can do with all the stockpile. So even from that aspect, it's horrendous. That's why you have to sign a disclaimer and a waiver that renders your physician not liable for you dying from the chemo that he's about to give to you. And then probably the worst side effect is that it just strips your immune system. Once your immune system's down, it's kind of like what this new injectable is doing. It's manipulating our pre-existing antibody response. And if you manipulate the antibody response like chemo, when it weakens your antibody response, you then become susceptible to dying from pneumonia or one of these other illnesses that your body normally would have fought off, even with a mediocre immune system.
Yeah.
But the cancer thing, you must go to a website called thetruthaboutcancer.com. Right from the 60s, they already knew what the cure was. Cancer, or the malformation of cells in your body, can only occur when you're acidic. If your body is not acidic or more acidic than it should be in that zone of the body, cancer cannot form because your body's in a state of balance. When you dig deeper, every single cell, when it divides, which happens millions of times a day, every time your cells are dividing, you form cancerous, mutated cells. And your body's natural immune system kills those off daily. So if you took a human being, pretty much any human being, and you did enough testing, you could find cancerous cells in every single human that may not be there tomorrow because their body has dealt with them. When the environment is too acidic, then that mutation or the amount of mutating cells increases and then starts to become tumorous or some sort of a growth. Okay, look, this doesn't describe all cancers. I'm not talking about hemoglobin-based, like blood-based cancers, but generally tumor-based cancers grow in acidic environments. And if you alkalize the patient, it was demonstrated from the 60s and 70s by using something like bicarbonate of soda, which costs you $1, if that. By using bicarb of soda every day, you can prevent getting 96% of cancers, or 94%. It's a high 90th percentile. So
Keep
it's
that
all
in mind,
linked.
because
It's
that's
all
actually
just the final point is that it's like your swimming pool. If a swimming pool gets acidic, it starts to grow mold, the algae, that green stuff on the surface. And then if you add certain things to get it back to the right balance point, all of those die, fall to the floor, and your pool's back to crystal blue water. You're made of 70% water. What's the pH of your water? No one checks the pH of their water. So your saliva should be about 6.5, just slightly acidic from neutral.
I mean, I've read on the pH level of water and what would be the most beneficial a few years back in a YouTube video. It turns out that most waters out there aren't actually the most optimal pH water. Like most waters, sell you in bottles.
Correct. They're normally acidic as well. But this whole drinking alkaline water, the science is also starting to show that it neutralizes the acids in your stomach because that's where the water is being received first. And if you neutralize or weaken the acids in your stomach, it can create a lot of digestive issues where you can't actually break down the food adequately, which can then cause other serious side effects. So it's not as simple as just saying only drink pH 8 water and you're going to be fine. There's a lot to this, and you're a dynamic system. But it's when you think about yourself as a body of water, like you're a walking swimming pool. When was the last time you checked your waters? And pretty much every human being I've asked this question to says never. Have you ever pissed on a pH strip to see what your urine is coming out at? Have you ever tested your saliva? Have you ever tested your blood?
No.
Like with a swimming pool, you test, you see where you're deficient. I need to add chlorine, and then I add chlorine and the pool goes blue. Has your doctor ever said to you, piss on the strip? Okay, look, your strip turned purple, means you need more magnesium, zinc, blah, blah, blah. Take this, boom, your water's back to perfect. No, because they're not trying to treat that. They just want to make you not cough or give you something to put on your skin that prevents the pimple forming.
Mm-hmm. And it's crazy to me. Like the solution, as you say, is often the cheapest and the most, yeah, self self-explanatory. Like in a like hypothetically, if you would have a perfect, like to the very last bit, perfect diet, cancer should be impossible to get.
Well, that I agree 100%, because if you think about how would a person who didn't have a supermarket, how would he get access to 26 different spices every day to make his turmeric smoothie shake, to be able to get half of the micronutrients that we need on a daily basis, or supposedly what we need? There's a process in the body where your body converts something into something else.
Yeah.
And it almost, there's a word for it. I think it's agenesis or abiogenesis or something like that, where you make, your body is an amazing factory, and you can take carbohydrates and your body will turn that into whatever it is that the body needs at that time, even if our science says that that carbohydrate can't turn into that. So the human body kind of manufactures what it needs. And the process of eating is actually almost like a secondary function. It's just putting some fuel into the tank. But the body is deciding what it needs in what quantities, which hormones are being produced, which proteins are being produced. And you don't get a shopping list from your body saying, please buy X, Y, Z so that I can manufacture these proteins. So your body just proceeds. And that's almost, it falls into the realm of what they call alchemical or alchemy, where they wanted to convert steel to gold, or they wanted to take one mineral and turn it into something else. And it was this holy grail that they're going to make themselves rich. Your body actually performs that alchemy every single day, converting things that shouldn't be able to be turned into what your body does turn it into.
this really opens the mind. Like,
And that's considered the placebo effect, and it's well documented. So I can give you a sugar tablet, and your body will turn that sugar into phosphoric acid because your body needs phosphoric acid today. And then tomorrow I can give you the sugar, and your body will turn that sugar into magnesium because your body needs magnesium today.
I think also like the connotation that the placebo has is like way wrong, because people
But your sugar,
just
but your sugar pills won't affect somebody that has Tourette syndrome, though. Just saying.
So I was saying like where was I?
You
Oh
were
yeah, the
talking about the placebo effect about sugar pills helping somebody because if your magnesium isn't having enough magnesium, then the sugar pill is gonna give you magnesium. But if yeah. So,
And
but
that
with
wasn't
having Tourette
my
syndrome,
explanation. But anyway, I was saying like the placebo effect is actually something we describe to things we quote unquote don't fully understand yet. Because like I have a friend, right? And this certain friend, call it crazy, call it whatever you want, but he can control his white blood cells on will. Like, yeah, like
is he wearing an elevation mask?
elevation mask. What the hell is
Yeah,
that?
like when does he go to the mountains? Does he go to the
No,
mountains that have a higher elevation?
no, none of
Because
that.
I know that if you go to a higher elevation,
Oh no,
your
no,
white
no.
blood cells would have to
That's
process a lot
hemoglobin.
more than your red blood cells.
Isn't that hemoglobin? That's not the white blood cells. Like if you go up in a mountain, the oxygen would be less. So your body would make up for it by producing extra hemoglobin to
Well, uh,
Red blood cells,
have you
yes, that's correct.
worn an elevation mask before? Have you worn an elevation mask before, Shinji?
elevation mask. Wait, let me look
Yeah.
it up what it exactly is. Like,
An elevation mask is something that's supposed to help, like if I was to go to the mountains, then I would be wearing the elevation mask that would reach in that elevation. Does that make sense?
I
yeah.
don't, you're not using the right word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I'm
Um,
talking about the white blood cells. Like he would
Yeah.
not the red one.
yeah, that's what I'm
But like
saying.
you were saying,
When
Shinji, that
when you
the
wear
placebo effect has this negative connotation that people think that it's like a fallacious thing, that it's a spooky magic show. But
oh,
the
okay.
white blood cells respond to thought. They do.
Yeah,
And
they do,
Okay.
100%. Like he would think that, like for
Okay.
example, he told me like at days he didn't want to, like how to say it, go to school. He would like really believe that he's super sick, and then or like believe he's the opposite, super healthy. Like he would increase or decrease his white blood cells on well. That way, like when they tested his like temperature, right, or something like that, it would always match up.
It would match up to the fever that he was having or thinking that he was having. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. Like his white blood cells would like he could also like cure faster from like catching the cold than usual by just this whole
Right. So
process. And this
right.
person I'm
So
talking about, right? He's someone who's very skeptical about everything. Like perhaps you won't believe him, but I know this person. Like he's like a close friend of mine. He's like super skeptic about such matter, but he still claims
yeah, I
this.
just wanted to point out because wearing an elevation mask would make it so that you produce more white blood cells than red cells. That's what I was trying to point out. So that's why I was asking if he was wearing an elevation mask to produce more white blood cells than he was red cells. That's why I asked.
Oh no,
But
like
but you've got that backwards, as Shinji explained. The oxygenation, or using an elevation mask, as you're calling it, is oxygen dependent, and the red blood cell carries the oxygen. So if you're needing more oxygen, it's for your red blood cells. The white blood cells or your antibodies, your T cells, are generated in response to some invader, something non-organic or something not you. Then your body produces in addition or excess amount of T cells or white blood cells. And that's when people who take chemotherapy have an impaired immune system. They have a lower T cell count, and it's got nothing to
Okay,
do with how
so
much
it had
oxygen.
nothing. So what he was
Also,
saying had nothing to do with the elevation mask.
yeah, none at all.
Okay,
Oxygenation
okay.
is red blood cell. White blood cell is only as a response to a stimulation.
Yeah, no, I understand, but that's what I was trying to say. Like wearing a elevation mask, when I was reading it, when I read the information about it, it actually produces more white blood cells than red cells when wearing an elevation mask. You're cutting oxygen to yourself.
But red blood cells is the ones that carry oxygen, not the white ones.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
I'm cutting oxygen to my body, which it produces more white blood cells than red cells. Do you see what I'm saying?
White blood cells have nothing to do with oxygenation. Are you understanding?
Exactly. Which is what I'm trying to point out.
You're pointing out the
I
exact
am breathing
opposite.
less
No, hold on.
oxygen. Never mind, dude.
No, hold on. It needs like a balance, right? I think you're not imagining it right, because in fact that whole statement, I know, you're trying to say in absolute terms there will be more white blood cells than red blood cells, correct?
Because I'm breathing less oxygen.
But that's actually not true, because if you breathe less oxygen, you would need more red blood cells to make the most out of the oxygen you're breathing in.
And
Are you
this
with me
mask
so
that
far?
and the mask that you're talking about would be pumping high pressure oxygen into your face to allow you to breathe at that altitude. So you would actually be getting a higher quality of oxygen with a mask. Take the mask off, maybe you have a point that now you're in the lower oxygen environment.
Okay. I'm
No,
sorry.
but even
I apologize. I don't mean. I'm not trying to. I'm sorry for my attitude. I was just trying to understand that whether I was breathing in more red blood cells than I am white blood cells, or whether I was producing more red blood cells or white blood cells, is what I was trying to say.
yeah, I get you like
So,
in
so what you're
absolute terms, but
specifying is that I am producing more red blood cells than I am white blood cells, is what you're saying.
yeah, like
The
basically,
white blood
the
cells can only come as a response to an invader. So
you're
if you
producing.
swallowed your mask, yes, your body will start producing more white cells.
If I took off the elevation mask, is what you're saying.
If you swallowed the mask, then you would start making more white blood cells. Because you would have an invader inside you that your body would now need to launch a response attack against.
And also, like right now, you would produce
So
less red blood cells.
So my
Hold on,
question is to you that
but
if I was to continue wearing to continue wearing the elevation mask, then are you saying that I would produce more white blood cells?
No.
Is that what
the
you're saying?
production
No?
of white blood cells has nothing to do. Like it stays the same down here as it does up there. Like it has nothing to do with oxygen. Zero. Like zero.
The fact that they call them white
I'm
blood
just saying
cells
because
is
you're talking
misleading
about
you.
the change. You're talking about the change
Yeah, but
in the
even it.
breathing.
But the
So
thing is,
So,
hold
listen,
on, Flat Earth
the
Solar.
fact,
Can I
well, he
take this?
said if I
So hold
swallowed
on,
if
Master
I
Chief,
was to
Master Chief.
swallow.
Yeah, but Master Chief. Even in absolute terms, right? When you're down here, you produce less red blood cells than if you would when you would be on a mountain. That's why athletes often go hiking on mountains to
Yes,
get
that's
their
what I do.
red blood
You're
cells
absolutely you're
increased.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what I do.
So yeah, you would be producing more red blood cells, more than you would produce it here.
Okay,
The
all
white
right.
blood cells
So I
has
want to
nothing
get
to
that
do.
clarified. I was producing more red blood cells than I was white cells. All right. I just wanted to get that clarified. My bad. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the point I wanted to make was that calling them a white blood cell is almost misleading because they're only in the blood to be transported to where they need to be effective.
Right. That's where I was
Whereas
confused. That's where
whereas
I was
a red
confused.
whereas a red blood cell has a purpose, and that's to carry oxygen. So it stays in the blood vessel and transports the oxygen and the carbon dioxide to and from the lungs. The white blood cells are simply white cells in between the red cells that are on their way to somewhere else in the body that they need to form an immune response toward. And the immune response can only come in response to a stimulus of either something that's foreign or something that's causing illness, like bacteria or viral or something. So
Right. Okay. So,
calling it
my
a blood
question.
cell is
So my
irrelevant.
question. My question. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, bro. I don't mean to interrupt you. My question to you about breathing. Right. So,
Does that have to
are
do with
you
air?
saying? Huh?
Does breathing have to do with air?
No, it has to do with the red and white blood cells. I was trying to ask you.
Okay. You're going to ask me if
So
white blood cells carry oxygen.
no, you just said that red blood cells carry oxygen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the fact that I've been wearing red, that I've been wearing an elevation mask for say I was wearing an elevation mask for 3 years. Okay. You have said that I was producing more red blood cells than white cells. For 3 years, I've been producing more red cells than white blood cells. So that means that I've been. What do the red blood cells do again? They help you give oxygen. They don't do anything to fight against your immune system, or is that the white blood cells?
The red ones are the ones that carry the oxygen.
Okay.
But I just
So,
want some clarification. When you say elevation mask, is
yeah.
that connected to an oxygen chamber that's providing you supplemented oxygen?
No, the elevation. Hold on,
It's an elevation.
I'm gonna send you an image of an elevation mask.
Yeah, please send him one. I'm not talking about a mask that gives you oxygen. No,
This
an
this is
elevation.
basically it in Livestream voice text.
That's exactly what it is because that's exactly what I wear.
Okay, so it's a
And
restriction. So it's restricting the amount of oxygen you're receiving.
yes, you are absolutely correct. So when I go into the mountains, I breathe in a less elevation than I am down mountains.
I
So
don't
when
see
I
how that.
take Now, I do this every single day. I wear this elevation mask every single day to go for my run, to go and exercise, to go and do things. I am a professional I consider myself as an athlete, and if I wanted I know I could go
Can I
pro in
interrupt you
boxing.
1 second?
I know I can go pro in boxing. So that's why I was trying to ask you about these red and
But
white blood
can I
cells because
interrupt
I
you for a
was
second?
curious.
Hold
Okay,
on.
yeah, go
Like,
ahead.
do you wear this when you go into mountains? For what reason?
No, because that would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I know. Like, oh yeah, like to simulate a mountain, right?
This is the reason why I only wear it is to simulate being into a mountain. Yes,
Oh
but
yes, yes. I
when I go
misunderstood.
to the
My bad.
mountains, when I go and run in the mountains, when I go and run and hike in the mountains, no, I do not wear the mask. No,
All right. Makes sense.
that's counterproductive.
I know. I misunderstood.
No, it's okay. It's all good. It's understandable.
So,
Yeah.
So what I know about the body is that the higher level of oxygenation that you have in your cells, the better.
Wait,
I
hold on.
can,
I'm sorry.
I
Repeat
could,
that. I'm sorry. That totally slipped my mind. I don't know why, but can you please repeat that?
so in general terms, the more oxygen that your body has access to, the
Mm-hmm.
better, the better.
Right.
The
Right.
less
So,
oxygen you have access to will have knock-on side effects. And if you're, say, doing a training for an event that's coming, I would say, sure, train for 2 or 3 months with this mask in
so
preparation
I
for the
do.
event to
I do this
increase.
like as if it's my lifestyle. I don't do this as if it's training. I do this as it's my lifestyle.
So, as Shenji pointed out rightfully, that when you're at altitude and you have
Right.
less oxygen that is entering your bloodstream, the body compensates for that by increasing hemoglobin production, more red blood cells, to try and pick up more oxygen that is available to be able to use it within the body more effectively. Having that increased red blood cell production in the blood effectively is the power in the motor. So you're increasing the amount of oxygen you can deliver to muscles at any one time. So
Uh-huh.
when you've now got the increased hemoglobin production and then you go train at sea level, you're like supercharging your muscles because now you're delivering maybe 1.5 times the amount of oxygen that you would have if you hadn't done a period of restriction training. But long term, anything that restricts your oxygenation levels or increases your carbon dioxide retention, I would say is going to be damaging.
But flat Earth
Wait.
solar.
Hold on.
Multi-what
That last part.
causes.
Can you repeat that last part? Hold on, Sinji. Can you repeat that last part for me, please? You said it would have a major effect in my what?
It would have a detrimental effect to your long-term health if you're not flushing carbon dioxide adequately and that you've got a reduced amount of oxygen in your system.
Okay.
That will create like toxic blood or acidic blood because carbon dioxide is more acidic, and more
Right.
acidic blood will lead
totally
to
understand.
blood cancers. Or so having a higher level of acidity is what we want to try and avoid. Breathing alkalizes you. So there's a guy
Right.
called Wim Hof, and the Wim Hof method shows that in a minute or two you can completely alkalize your blood just by doing like a hyperventilation exercise where you're flushing all the carbon dioxide out your lungs and breathing all the oxygen into every cell in the body. Not
Okay, so
trying
Solar,
to
let
just
me tell you,
air.
let me tell you what I do as an individual, as a trainer, as an individual, as a as a boxing instructor. I breathe in this elevation mask 24/7 daily when I go out for my runs. I do it on my exercise because I know once I take this mask off, I'm reluctant. I can do things nonstop. I can do things that like and I do it when I'm and I keep going and I'm not tired. That's the reason why I use the elevation mask, and I know this, and I know it works for me like this. And I know for other individuals, they may not see it in that kind of way, but when I specifically think about a certain thing, my mind, it's like something that ups. Let me just say, okay, when I'm in the ring, I think about that person calling me a pedophile because that's the most disturbing thing that pisses me off and makes me upset. Because when they call me that, that's something I don't like that because I am not, and it's the exact opposite of what I am, and that's and it makes me want to hurt them and kill them, and my mind, it, bro, it's like it's. I know if I was in the ring, that's the only thing that I need to think of, and my mind is gone. Like, I am not the person that I think I am. You won't think I'm the same person when I think that. And then after the whole fight, after the incident, I know I'm out of that like I'm out of the I snap out when the I've done this a couple times, bro, and it scares me. I scare myself sometimes actually, and I don't like thinking the way that I do because I know when somebody else was to call me something or think of me as something, like I know I need to take myself away from them and say they don't know me, they don't understand me, and I don't want to hurt them. And me as a professional boxer, like this is like cuz the reason why I'm getting right down like is I know it's getting very deep now, but the reason why I bring it up is because I know for a fact when someone pisses me off, I won't stop until they cannot breathe. And I know what it's like to not be able to breathe. And that's why I bring up the whole elevation mask because when I work out with the elevation mask, it gets to a point where I cannot breathe and I have to take the elevation mask off. But even though when I get to that point and I feel like that, I keep the mask on and I force myself to breathe that elevation. So I just want to know
Can I interrupt,
what
man?
you guys think. Yeah.
I mean, I know you guys were talking and I wasn't really involved.
It's all
But I heard
good.
what you
I
said.
just want to hear what your guys' 2 cents about what I'm saying. That's all.
Right. So the whole atmosphere, manipulating and red blood cells, I'm with you on that. But the whole anger thing. So there's this thing called fight IQ. I'm pretty sure you know what it is. And when you get angry, every circumstance I can think of in my life when I was angry, I lost like 50 IQ points. Right? You start saying things that you don't mean and doing things you wouldn't normally do. You have a
You're
huge
absolutely
adrenaline.
right, Hank. You're
You have a
absolutely right,
huge
bro.
you have a huge adrenaline dump. I want you to think about how successful Rose Namajunas is as a fighter. Like she's not really big for her weight class. She's
Are you talking about
incredible.
Ronda Rousey?
No. Rose Namajunas.
Oh, yeah, Rose? Oh
Yeah.
my
Like
God.
Rose.
Bro,
All
I
right, but
have an
think.
orgasm every single time I watch her fucking fight.
Oh my
All
god.
Dude,
right, bro.
she's one of
All
my most favorite fucking fighters.
right,
I
calm
don't.
down.
I'm sorry.
Your
Go ahead.
lady wood's poking out. All right. so
I'm
so
sorry. You said her
it's
name and
okay.
gave me an orgasm. My bad.
It's all
Oh
right.
I mean,
It's
shit.
all right.
sorry to interrupt, but how did this get from like white blood cells to like boxing? Like,
Elevation mask and
yeah, I
fighters.
know, but it's
Let me just finish. I wasn't
Yeah,
really.
let Hank finish, please.
yeah, sure,
Yeah.
go on.
Yeah. So I think that you should learn the way of the Stoic because as a fighter, not only are you fighting your opponent, you're also fighting yourself, right? Because you
You're
don't want to sweat.
absolute dude,
You
you are absolutely right, Hank. I fucking agree with you with
let me
everything that
finish.
you're saying, bro. I
Write it
know
down.
what you're talking about.
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to maintain your composure at all costs, right? You don't want to lose your shit in the ring. That's why the Diaz brothers are always slapping people, bitch slapping them with open palms, right? Because they're trying to get their fighter angry so they'll mess up because they're strikers, right? And once you
Right,
mess
but
up as an angry fighter, that's where you get countered, right? So let me finish, bro. So Rose
yeah.
Namajunas, she says her little affirmation, right? She might say that, she one was the Lord's Prayer. Another affirmation that she did was something like she was the champion. And, whatever she's doing, she just goes up in there. And instead of looking like she's about to get in a fight, she looks like she's about to take a bus. Her and Gunnar Nelson, another amazing fighter, a little
Yeah.
bit
I know who
underrated in
you're
my
talking about.
opinion. They don't look like they're about to fight. They're not pacing back and forth. They're not mean mugging. They're not, doing any of that weird stuff. They're just kind
Nah,
of like
they're
standing
relaxed
there.
and ready to
Yeah,
go.
they're chill, right?
Yeah.
And these chill fighters that aren't having all these dumps, sweat dump, adrenaline dump, all these endorphins, all this fear, they're just like in their head, like it's the most comfortable place to be, which is like,
Cause you don't need it. That's why.
right,
Like
you don't need it. So I think as a fighter, you should avoid all that anger stuff and you should be like completely zen and confident on
bro,
your training.
I totally know exactly what you're talking about because it's fucking in Bruce Lee's fucking quotes every single fucking time, bro.
Yeah, I was
And,
I was
and
influenced by Bruce Lee. I read some of his books.
yeah, dude. And so am I. That's why it's so familiar to me. And I was like, dude, man, you're fucking quoting Bruce Lee. Shut up. No, I'm kidding. No, I was just like, I seen it. I recognize it. Be water, my friend. You know, so I was like, ugh. I gotta listen to what Hank's saying because what he's saying is he's quoting your inspiration. So it's like, you know, I'm taking what you're saying with a grain of salt, bro. I'm not at all like you're absolute. I think you're absolutely right. You know what I mean? Like with the whole anger thing, and I think every other fighter would agree with you because when you're in the ring, man, it's all about being that subconscious mind. You know, it's you against your it's you against yourself. You don't know it, but that person on the other side of that corner is fighting the same way that you're fighting. They're fighting the same way that you learned. It's just whoever wants it more. And whether your heart is in the right place or not is going to determine your victory. Now, when I say that, I'm not going to say that your heart is in the right place of where, oh man, I'm going to beat this ass because they deserve to get their ass beaten because that's, who they are. No. What I mean by that, by your heart is in the right place, is that the fact that your heart is not distracted by any distractions. You're not distracted by the social media. You're not distracted by the people that are talking shit about you. No, what I mean is that your heart is into what you are doing, into your skills, and you believe that what you have learned is going to defeat your opponent. Everybody is their worst critic, and for every fighter, when they critique themselves, they should make sure that they critique themselves like how they would judge another person. The way that you look at one person, make sure that you judge yourself the same way, because only then I feel like you will be able to accomplish on overcoming yourself. Even though that person that you're fighting is not you, I am positive that person is fighting just like you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Sorry. Did I say is what I said too deep?
No, bro, you're good.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Oh man, that was Rose? Wow.
Yeah, she's a very special fighter.
Yeah.
I love watching her because, like, she is so elusive, like Leota Machida back in the early days. Like, she is
Huh?
so hard to hit, but she is just in your face, out of range. In your face, out of range.
And
And
that's
then
the way it's
she,
supposed to be. That's how Muhammad Ali fought, bro. Not
yeah,
only just the person that you just described, but that's how Muhammad Ali fought. It was in and out. It was in your face. I smacked you, and then I got out of your face. You know what I mean? I slapped you, and then I'm out. That's it. Plain and simple. Get away.
yeah. If you
All right.
watch her fight against Van Zant, Rose Namajunas versus Van Zant, it's just like, man,
I don't
Put the
think I've seen
soap.
that fight.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's
I
bloody.
I
Ain't gonna lie.
I want to go ahead and watch that fight now. I'm okay. Honestly, I'm not a big UFC watcher fanner. The only people that I've seen watch in the UFC was in the 1980s, I believe, when fucking the Tank and who's that dude that came up with the guillotine?
Hank Abbott and
No,
Hoist
Tank.
Gracie.
Well, yeah, Tank. Tank. What's his name? Avlik. Tank.
Tank Abbott and Hoist Gracie.
Not Voice Gracie. No, not Gracie. No. Different fighter. He was an American, not the Brazilian fighter. The American dude that was using the guillotine.
I don't know, bro.
Ah, fuck. What's his name? Um, he came up with the guillotine. How do we not know his name? Who did the guillotine? Who created the guillotine?
Do you guys want a couple trolls to play with?
Yes.
I
Just
don't, but they can go ahead and practice.
How do you spell guillotine?
Guill.
Liar, you asshole. Geatieien.
No,
no.
guillotine.
He was telling you right.
Guillotine.
Really? No way.
Guill.
Okay,
That's why you mispronounce it.
Gill.
Otine.
Otine.
Guillotine.
Oh shit, that is how you spell it. What
Yeah,
the
in Spanish,
fuck?
the two L's they make the Y sound, so it's not tortilla, it's tortilla.
Right.
Right.
Oh my goodness, this is so hilarious. Fuck
So it would
words,
have to
bro.
be. It would need to be a consensus, though, if you guys want a troll. I have one no and one yes.
Yes,
Oh,
please.
yeah, send them in.
All right.
I'll be quiet.
Sure, why not?
Ralphie Lander Lupton
It'll
is
be
the one
better
that
It'll be better than
created the
spelling
guillotine.
tests.
Yeah, it's a French word. It's supposed to be silent. The L is silent.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm looking for the American wrestler that is he is
Is it
he
French
he
a cousin language to Spanish?
no he was on the American Gladiator. Who knows the American Gladiator guy with the guillotine?
He didn't make up the guillotine, but I remember who you're talking about.
Because he fought in the UFC and he used the guillotine. Not Hulk Hogan. What the hell?
Matt Morgan?
Oh no, that's so nah, that's pretty close. American Gladiators featured.
This guy looks like Matt Morgan looks like he just like, as well as working out a lot every day, he drank a lot of beer every day while he was working out. I'm just messing around. Beer's good workout energy. It's good boxing energy. Where are those trolls at?
Ken Shamrock. Oh my goodness. Why can I
Yeah.
not think of Shamrock's name, dude? Fuck.
I don't know. I remember now, yeah.
Yeah. It was Ken Shamrock that highlighted the guillotine chokehold. And that's the reason why Ken Shamrock was known was because of the guillotine in the UFC. And I was like, whoa, that was like one of my most favorite moves. And you know what? My friend recently, not too long ago, just tried to take me out on with the guillotine. I kid you not.
Well, you still got your head, don't you?
Well, that's because I'm a pro fighter. If I wasn't, then he would have fucking killed me. You know what I mean?
I think in that picture, there's a man and a woman in that picture.
Nah, Rose is fucking hot to me, bro.
No, Rose is a girl. Listen, Rose is a girl,
okay.
I think. But the other one is not a girl.
Dude, that fighter, I believe she broke her on that fight, she made her head swole.
Dude, look, it doesn't matter. You got cheekbones, you got eyebrow ridge, and that's bones. We're looking at bones.
And cornrows.
And fucking cornrows. What's that about? Fuck, dude.
Straight back. Oh! Oh my goodness. I was watching.
And fucking cornrows. What's that about? Fuck.
I'm sorry. I was playing the YouTube. And it was playing our
Yeah, no, I don't like to hear my voice, but I like to talk. Does that make sense?
Dude, I'm sorry. That's exactly what happened just now.
I don't care. It's fine.
I don't even like listening to my own voice, man. Toby Dog, man. Good night, bro. You have a good night, man.
Night, Toby. Geomancer.
How you doing, Geomancer?
Hello, Geomancer. Hi.
Yo, what's going on?
What are
we
you
doing?
up to, dude? What are you doing?
And Mike was on.
Hey, I got a question for you, Geomancer. Do you like playing do you like playing fuck, man, what is it called? It's a new computer.
Magic the Gathering.
Not the new. No, it's Magic the Gathering. That's one of them because I saw the wizard. I saw the little wizard thing, but I wanted to say, for some reason, Ooh, she got nice butt cheeks. Anyway.
Damn it. Who posted
I know. Stop trying to fucking sidetrack me, new perspective. Okay, damn it, man. I knew I was trying to get to a point. Man.
I don't think you're going to get there now.
No, I'm not. You know what?
You know what? They both have really long arms.
Yes, they do. I like the tan on the left side, but the white booty cheeks. Look at her booty cheeks. Look.
Stop. Stop talking about it. We can't. It's live. We can't talk about it live. Okay. Hey, Geomancer, what's up, brother? Are you? What's the shape of the Earth, Mr. Geomancer?
It's flat. It's flat.
Right on.
You might want to post more video pictures.
And how did you figure that out, Geomancer?
We could see too far. Water is always level. All the ancient cultures knew the Earth was flat. And pressure systems have to be contained. So I don't believe in space. I think space is bullshit. I think there's a container, a firmament.
How long have you been a flat earther?
Probably like since 2015.
Cool. That's great.
Is this your first time in the server?
Yeah, it's first few days. I just got in here.
2 days? The first 2 days?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Can I ask some questions, Flo? Can I ask some questions?
Yeah, dude. Get it.
Okay. Nothing against you, Geomancer, so I apologize if it feels like I'm attacking you, but I'm not. So,
all good, man. Go ahead.
all right, cool. My question to you, I got 3 questions for you, bro. Do you mind? Can I ask you the? I mean, not more. No. I have more than 3 questions. I apologize. I am a little under the influence, so please, be patient with me. But understand that I do know what's happening around me right now. So my first question to you, sir, when you measure a surface in any direction and there is no curve, what do you call it?
Flat.
That is, you are correct. Okay, so second question. If the earth was flat, would you want to know?
Hell yeah, of course I'd want to know. I mean, I kind of
Sweet.
already know. It's something you already know if
Dude.
you're doing enough
Oh
research.
man, that's amazing because I love your honestly, I love your answers right now. Number 3, if you have any proof of when, where, and who measured the Earth's curve, could you provide any evidence?
If I
Again,
could, yeah, I would.
right. Just again, these are just questions. I just want to.
Yeah, absolutely. I would actually ask for it if there's such a thing. But
Right.
I don't know anybody that has. So
Right. You're that I'm glad that you're on the same page as us. So, this is going to have to lead me to another 3 questions for you, sir. So, what is the radius of the Earth's curvature? Do you know? Yes or no?
the radius of the Earth?
Yeah. Do you
I
know?
think,
Yes or no? Or do you,
yeah.
if you
Yeah.
can, if you know, then
3959 miles, I think it is.
Hey, yeah. Okay. All right. Now my number 2 question is, could you provide a citation of gas pressure without a container?
No, I can't. I don't think there is any.
Right? So my third question is, could you provide proof that the Earth is spinning?
Absolutely not.
All right. So what I want to say to you is,
Actually,
welcome
there's
to the
proof
flat
it's
Earth.
not spinning. There's
So I
proof
want to
it's not
say to
spinning.
you, sir, because of you answering my questions honestly, openly, and effectively, I want to welcome you to the flat Earth community.
Thank you so much.
Flat earthers do not believe the earth is flat. We just
We know it.
know and observe that the world is to be flat. The earth is not a globe, it is stationary. Flat
It feels
earthers
stationary,
use
but it
science to
is.
debunk the globe. Know that science is. Understand there are 4 branches of science. The earth falls under natural science, which is cosmology, geology, and astrology. Gravity does not exist. And that's all I have to say.
Right on, man. Awesome.
So, welcome to the Flat Earth. I thank you very much for listening. Hello, everybody.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, flat earthers are like the best community, right? We're like always like open-minded and we're chill and shit, and we understand.
Not at all, bro.
Maybe not everybody, but there's a bunch of us that are like that.
Some of us are, you can quote yourself. That's so.
All right. Yeah, I can speak for myself at least.
Yeah, precisely. Sorry, I'm gonna put myself on mute because I'm gonna tickle. I'm ticking. I'm sorry.
Geomancer. What's up, dude?
Yo. There's like 20 people in the chat, but like 2 people talk.
Well, yeah, I hear you. So we got King Boy. He's a flat earther. I'm just checking. I'm just looking through the list here. See if I can pick on anybody, but nobody is. So you're the new. Are you new here tonight?
Yeah, I've been here for like a couple days now.
Just a couple days, okay. But you say you've been a flat earther since 2015?
Yeah. I haven't gotten into the Discord thing. Just kind of new for me.
Sure.
But it's pretty cool.
Gotcha.
I like it.
That's cool, man.
There you
I'm
go.
actually glad that you're here, bro. I mean, I think all of us are actually glad that you're here, bro. But again, that's me speaking for myself. So don't mind me.
Always glad to have anybody in here, man. Shit.
Hey, you can
So-
speak for yourself, love. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
How'd you find the server, Geomancer?
How did I find it? I think I saw a YouTube comment and I just searched it and I went.
You say you saw a YouTube comment?
Yeah, I saw a YouTube comment, somebody talking about 24-hour, 24/7.
You got your hand over the mic, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like you got your mic covered up.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, I saw a YouTube comment talking about it, and I just searched for it and I joined it.
Cool.
Seen it
And
somewhere.
do you use Discord for anything else? Like gaming or anything?
Yeah, I'm in a gaming Discord, Heroes of the Storm.
Cool.
Blizzard game. I don't know if you guys play.
Right on, man. So,
That's about it.
cool. How'd you first hear about the flat earth?
YouTube. I think it was Mark Sargent's clues that really got me into it.
The flat earth clues, yeah, cool.
Yeah, and then Eric Dubay, and then ODD TV, and I don't know, 6 months into it, I'm like, shit, I'm a flat earther.
Right.
You know,
Well, that's cool.
It's you out of nowhere.
Yeah, it sneaks up on you. It can sneak up on you for sure.
Yeah, it's a crazy realization, man. It's like, fuck, man, we've been
Yeah.
lied to our whole life. It's
Yeah.
nuts.
The whole thing, the whole life filled with lies.
Crazy. It's just the tip of the iceberg, too. I mean, if they lied about the shape of the earth, they fucking lie about everything. Everything.
Right. It's a big paradigm shift for sure. Hey, Master Chief, did you get to ask the questions? Did you want to ask somebody some questions?
Who, me? No, I'm chilling for now. Just hearing people's conversation.
Oh, okay, super. No, I was talking about Master Chief, but he's roboting in a really weird way.
Yeah, he's probably taking a piss.
Well, we don't have any Globers in here right now. There's no fresh meat to pick on.
Yeah.
What time
But
is it
it's
where you
fun.
are?
When a Glober comes in here, you just want to pounce on him and shit. Like, why do you believe it's round? You know, what proof do you have?
So if you were to talk to somebody who thinks it's a globe right now, what would be the first thing you bring up with them?
Hello, can you guys hear
where's
me?
proof? Where's proof of curvature? Like, show me proof of curvature. You know, anything.
Yep.
Anything.
Any curve. Yep. No matter how high we go, no matter where we go, man. Been looking for that curvature thing for quite some
Horizon
time.
always remains at eye level, no matter how high up you go. Horizon.
And that's
is flat.
unexplainable. That one. That's to me. That's weird. How the horizon just stays right. It doesn't move. Like
It just
that's
stays where you
how's
are,
that even
right by eye
happening?
level.
Yeah.
No matter how
It's just
high
funny.
up you go.
No, sorry. Mic check 1 2.
What's up?
All right, great. You guys can hear me now?
Yeah, you were roboting pretty nasty earlier.
Yeah, dang. He said he had a question for me. I know he said he had a question. What was it?
No, I don't. Gio, you didn't have a question for anybody, right?
No, not really. No.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No worries. No worries.
Where are these trolls we were promised?
Bro, this pina colada tastes so nasty.
So don't drink it.
I'm sorry. No, I have to finish this Modelo. I got this Modelo Chelada, and it's the
Ugh.
flavor is called pina colada, dude.
It's
It's so
disgusting, dude.
gross. Yeah, don't drink it. Nah. I
You
got the
better off
lime
going with
one,
the Clamato.
dude. I got that one, the original, and I got the lemon lime one, which is good. The mango,
If you
no,
get some Tabasco and salt in that Clamato, it's not too bad.
bruh, tell me about it. The mango tastes so good with that shit, dude.
No, not the
Sorry.
mango, the Clamato. Put some Tabasco and salt. Mm.
Yeah, the chilada, right? The chilada one. I'm talking about putting mango in it. Hank, come on,
Nah.
man. Yeah, dude, it would taste so good with mango. No, you haven't tried that.
Do it, man. Whatever Helio sent me, man. I'm over here like tripping out.
You know what, bro? I think you haven't been to a gay bar where they actually serve micheladas. You gotta go
That's
to a gay
correct.
bar.
I haven't been to a gay bar that serves those.
Go to a gay bar, order a chelada, a michelada to be exact, because it's a mango with chelada, and it's good, bro. If they put chamoy with it, it's delicious as fuck. I know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get into details, but it's so delicious. Stop doing that.
Hank, what did Helios send you? Was it that like extra blue pill or extra red pill?
Yeah, the Matrix thing. The
Matrix
blue
pill.
pill.
Or something.
Yeah,
I
dude,
watched
I'm
a
tripping
quarter
out.
or so of that. It's very syncretic, like parallels everywhere. I like that
And
mode of thought.
I can listen to y'all too because it's not in English.
What's the name of it again?
Stop it.
Give me a second. Let me look.
Why are you acting that way?
Matrix Explained, Knowledge from the Abyss.
Knowledge from the what?
Matrix Explained, Knowledge from the Abyss.
Abyss, okay.
I'm an hour 20 into it right now. Oh, dude, this... Okay, never mind.
This is the one that has the little blue pill in the corner, right? Where it's like you can take this at any time.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I should watch this. But
Yes,
yeah, I know
you
the
should.
feeling there. I had a bag of. I just finished an ounce of weed that I didn't want to smoke, but I paid for it.
Bro, you should have sent it here if you didn't want to smoke it.
I didn't want anybody else to smoke it either. Fucking shit was
What do you
not
mean
flush.
you don't
It
want
wasn't flush.
anybody else to smoke? Look,
Whoever
bro.
fucking sold that shit in it, they should have pitched it in the trash can. It wasn't flush.
Oh, was it that bad?
Well, the ash was dense and black. Like you could dump the ash out in your hand and like toss it around and it wouldn't even break apart.
No, you're talking about after you smoke it. I'm talking about during when you smoke it. What happens during when you smoke it?
It's too
not
harsh. It tastes like common. It tastes bad. Too harsh.
Like shit. Fuck,
it didn't
dude.
taste exactly like shit, but it tasted like I don't know how to explain it.
I mean, I know what
Water
shit
detergent or
tastes like,
something.
but you know,
it tasted
that's
like dryer sheets or some shit. It didn't taste right. Had a chemical type of taste.
Fuck.
But you know, I made it through it. Got some good herb now. Harvest season. Yeah. But I know the feeling. You needed to power through something because you bought it.
Right. I know that feeling. Cause you bought it, you have to smoke it. might as well finish whatever you have, right? Or is that just me? No,
That
it's
was
just
me.
me.
Maybe it's,
Nah, dude, you're not by
other people
yourself.
would
I
have
totally
sold it.
agree with you. Or they would have smoked it themselves, and just dealt with it
That's what I
and
did.
be
But
like, it's not what I wanted to smoke, but it's okay. I just smoke it anyway. And
it's not like a third world or a first world problem, really. It's still pretty good weed. It just
I'm just saying, man. Shit, I still have to go pick up my medication, man. And that's why I'm like having problems, difficulties facing myself right now. I don't drink. I don't like drinking. I hate drinking to be honest. But it's the only thing that I feel like it can numb me. If I can't smoke, I have to drink. I don't know why. But I feel this and I don't like it. I don't like this feeling.
yeah. I tried to drink recently. I don't drink much either because I have Crohn's and it tears my gut up, But I don't like the feeling either. It's just I don't think it's fun. It makes me
Nah, I
sad.
don't.
Like I'm a sad drunk. I don't get happy. I get sad.
See, for me, I'm the happy drunk, but the thing is, I had experience with my ex when he was drunk, and being with him made it very depressing. So it was like, shit. I had to separate myself from him. I am not like he is when it comes to drinking, because I knows when I drink, I'm a happy person. The fact that he wants to be jealous about the way he is and insecure about himself is not my fault. And I have to remind myself that he is a destruction to himself and is not to me. So, therefore, I should be a happy drunk, because even though he is a sad drunk, it has no reflection on me, because I know I'm a good person. I know I don't want to hurt no one. I know I don't want to hurt myself. But I also do know that there are people that want me to hurt me. So this is why, like, people like myself that are very sensitive to energy, very sensitive to spirits, very sensitive to spiritual realms. Shit, man, my language is going off.
You're good.
So when I sorry, when you go, when it come, okay, see, a lot of us like to speak about religion. I'm not going to. What I want to speak about is about spiritual beliefs. Now, spiritual beliefs has nothing to do with religion. What I'm saying is about your spirit that intertwines with your thoughts of who you are. Now, this is spiritual, has nothing to do with the religion. This is why religion is canceled out of it, because it has nothing to do with you and your Christianity, Catholicism, Lutheranism, Mormonism, or whatever you believe in, or Satanism. Because this is all spiritual. Okay.
Should be objective.
So, with the earth being what it is, because we all know about the creator. And I don't want to get into any argument. What I want to say in conclusion, that life was created to being one. And we all came to one conclusion. Which brings us now to the earth being flat. And this is why we are all brothers and sisters and the same. And we should not hate one another. And we should try to expand each other's brains to this experience, because we are going to help one another. Sorry, I have my music going. I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn it off. I just feel that everyone should just acknowledge their knowledge about one another. And that's it. Just acknowledgement. If you acknowledge, that's it. That's good enough. Just don't ignore. Because when you ignore, it's disrespectful. If me as an adult, if I was going to confront someone that is a child, I would not want to be disrespected and ignored. So when it comes to another individual, I do not want to say that, yeah, they are a child, and I say they are a child. I just want to express that they could learn more. That's all. Did anything that I said make sense or no? Out of curiosity.
It made sense. I was wondering what you were like. I thought you had something you were going to say after, like a point. Not to be like, I'm not being rude, but I thought you had prefaced something, and then we're going on to say something about that, about what we should do with that knowledge.
Right, as a certain individual. No, as I know exactly what you're stating. No, as me as as an individual. Sorry. So I have my own saying about this, and it's I call it. We all call it pride, right? I mean, so for me, meaning pride, it stands for personal responsibility in developing everyone. That's how I see how pride is. And I hold a lot of pride. And that's all I want to do. And I just hope that what I said had explained and expressed everything that you guys can understand about me.
Yo, man, that sounds like some bullshit you learned while you was locked up, man. I'm just gonna be real with you. No,
It's
I'm
okay.
playing.
I understand what you're saying. I
I'm
understand.
playing. I'm just joking. I like to joke around sometimes.
No worries, saying I just like to be straight up and real with people.
Oh, I was just joking. Yeah, I try to make people laugh. It's good medicine.
That was a good joke. Yeah, who's that guy that was in here from before? He has like an accent. He was talking to Master Chief from. We were talking to him from before. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the one with the Russian accent.
Is it a Russian accent? Yeah.
Yeah, his name is Get. He left.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
No,
Yeah,
I
that guy
think you
always
were
has
talking
something good
about.
to say.
I think you were talking about someone else.
Was it Sasha or Get? Because I know he was talking to one of them.
Shinji?
Yeah,
Sasha,
Shinji. It was Shinji.
No, not him. Is it?
No.
He has like a, I don't know what kind of accent is it. It's like English accent or something.
The one who sounds like this. the one that corrected me on it being French, not Spanish?
I think so. I don't know. He has like he has something smart to say. I just thought he would be in the room. I was not. I was talking about something interesting. Yeah, there's a few cool people in that I like listening.
Right. Was it Helio or Exo?
I don't even know.
Because I know Helio and Exo, they both left.
It could have been Sasha. I think it's Sasha.
I thought so. Yeah, he's the Russian accent guy. Sasha's the Russian, and I think Get Beget is the he's Italian, I think.
Oh, is it Italian? That might have.
Yeah, well, Get Beget is Italian. I know Sasha's Russian. He was speaking Russian. I know Sasha and Get Beget are both they're different.
Get
I
Beget
know.
is the Romanian.
Yeah. Oh my bad.
is that who it
He's Romanian, but he speaks Italiano, right?
Yeah,
That's,
because
the
Romania
language
is
is
right near
Italian,
Italy.
right?
Yeah, it's right near
It's
Italy.
Estonia.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to butcher what but I'm just saying. I thought it was Italian. I know one of them was speaking Italian. I know it wasn't Sasha, but Get Beget does definitely speak Italian. Yo, I just want to let everyone know I love you guys because you guys are awesome, and I believe that this server has helped me expand and grow, and I just want to thank everyone. So thank you guys.
Back at you, bro.
I just want you guys to know. Uh, I would sacrifice my life for every single one of you guys because
That won't be
uh,
necessary, bro. It's not necessary.
Yeah, no
I
one needs
know.
to do
I
that.
just
You
want
don't
to
have
say.
to.
I know. I just want to say that you guys. It's worth it though. Hey, you guys are amazing. And I just feel like you guys should know that. That's all.
I wouldn't. Just saying. Fuck. I don't think anyone should. We're here for a reason. I don't know.
Yeah, we need you to forget about the sheep and awaken the lions, bro. Don't you turn off the lights just yet. Your mission ain't over.
I know. And I'm
Respect
gonna
that,
keep
though.
on.
I respect that.
Thank you.
No one else has to do that. Man, they stole a lot of technology from us. They stole so much.
Did you know the earth is in a globe? Did you know the earth is in a globe? They want to spread news about the earth, false fallacies. Why fall for the false fallacies? Think you know that they would share the truth, but they did not tell us the truth about the globe or the radius of the earth. No. Did you really think it was what they claim to be? 3,958.8 degrees of miles is what they're talking about. And you know they're lying out their mouth. How can you see the earth's point of view when you look towards the sky and you wonder why they lie? After losing all those lives, wouldn't you think you would lie? Why would you? Judge them for what they do, whether you believe that they are alive or not. Are you sure what they tell you on the news? Are you sure what they share all over the news? with a point of view. Then lie to you. How they see the earth's point of view. They can't even persuade you about the earth's view. 'Cause it's not what they claim. It's not what they claim. You can't prove a gas pressure without a container. Whether you think it's solid or plastic, it doesn't even matter. We are all still in a container. How you see water above us and below. Can I persuade you to see another different point of view? That the earth is viewed stationary, and it's not moving. So explain to me, spin that you claim, how these fallacies they add up to nothing. That's why we provide you information to share with you, not just a point of view, but they are facts. Now, how about that? The earth is measured flat. Now, explain to me about that. All right. My bad, guys. My bad, guys.
Anyone here or nah?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Hank?
Just watching this video.
Yeah, I have a question about something. If something's going further away from you, it would diminish in size, right? It wouldn't maintain the same size. That's a true
Right,
statement,
but
right?
you're not in a vacuum, right? Are you in a vacuum?
No, I'm not talking about vacuum. I'm saying like
I know, but
if
there's variables. There's always variables. So,
yeah.
yes, if something in a vacuum is getting further and further away from you, it would diminish in size. But
No, not
since you're not in a vacuum, the atmosphere acts like a lens. And it's cross canceling. It's getting bigger at the same time as it's getting smaller as it moves away from you, depending on the atmosphere. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know anything
Okay,
about. I've
so
never heard that.
do you live in flatland where you can see like miles away? Or do you live in like, mountains? Well, in flatland, you can look, a mile or two down the interstate and you can see the trees over there like a light colored green, right? But when you look at the trees next to you, they're dark green. But when you drive down the road and you get to those trees that were light green, now they're dark green. Why does that happen?
Yeah, well, probably because of lighter atmosphere or whatever, and it's a different color, but it's also a different size. Like it is smaller.
No,
It's a different color, but it is smaller though.
it's because the atmosphere is acting like a lens and stretching out the image, making the colors not as dark as they were. So think about it like this. You're in Michigan. You're looking west, you see Chicago. And you got to think, 60 miles away, those are really small buildings. How am I seeing them from this far away, right? Well, the buildings is not what you're looking at. You're looking at the light bouncing off the buildings. Is that right?
Okay.
You with me so far?
Yeah, you talking about some buildings looking at it.
Come on, bro.
Mhm.
Don't waste my time. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You're looking at the light reflecting off the building.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So as the light is traveling over 60 miles through atmosphere, it's going to be interacting with the molecules of the atmosphere and spreading out in all directions. Think about it like you're underwater. And across the pool, and it's nighttime, you're swimming at night. Across the pool, you can see the light and it looks huge. But when they drain the pool and you change the bulb, the light is actually very small. It's a very small filament. But it looks huge underwater, right?
Yeah. You put a
Because
light under. Okay.
because when you look at the light through that many molecules, it causes the light to diverge and spread out in all directions. Any light that you look at, whether it's square or spherical, any kind of different bulb, at a distance, it's going to look like a sphere, right?
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
light radiates outward, right? And
Okay.
think about it like the sun. If you look at the sun, it's kind of small in the sky, but if you put a filter up, it's even smaller, right? A filter that
Yeah.
blocks out all the glare. So as the light from the buildings bounces off the buildings, goes through 60 miles of atmosphere, it's going to magnify those buildings, right? Because it's spreading out in all directions, right? Because you don't live in a vacuum, right?
Yeah. But what do you mean? It's going to magnify the building?
The light is passing through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is acting like a lens. So yes, objects do appear to get smaller as they get further away, but at the same time, the more atmosphere you put in between you and that object, the more magnification there is. Do you know what cross canceling is?
No, I definitely gotta check that out later.
So cross
Um,
canceling is like this, okay? Say that you have 12 eggs, right? And wait, let me think. Let me think how it goes. I can't think of how to explain it in words. I know what it
yeah,
looks like on paper, but I'm
all right,
tired.
then Then
Yeah, look it up. Look up what cross canceling is.
I'll just take a
Okay.
note of that.
So because it's appearing to get larger as it goes away at the same time it appears to get smaller, they cancel each other out. Because both are happening at the same time. And if both are happening at the same time and they're the opposite of each other, then this effect is diminished.
I'm just taking a note of your words so I can investigate
Okay.
it. Okay. And just another question again, like I'll hear something and then I'll come here and see what people think and then do further research. I hear some people say that's density that caused something to fall. But like let's say like if you're holding like a ball in your hand and you let go and people say like it's less dense than air, it falls down, but you have air above it, beneath it, and on the right and on the left. And if that's true, what's causing it to go down versus left, right? Yeah, because there's air all around it, but it doesn't move to left, right, or top. It goes down.
Why would you assume something would fall sideways?
No, what do you mean sideways? I'm saying when I hear that, like it's less dense in the air and it falls. That's what I hear some people say who believe like a flat Earth. But my question is like, why is
You
it
think only
going?
flat Earth people believe that? Why don't you Google the term specific gravity? You think this is something flat Earth has made up?
No, I'm not saying made up, but I'm saying I hear that. But if you see it's less dense in air, and it's air literally all around it. Why is it going down versus less dense than air, so it's going left, or it's going up, or it's going down?
You want to know
How is
why
that
things
point?
sink and rise?
Because
You want,
what do you believe it's weight or?
do you want to know
I
why
mean,
things sink and rise?
sure.
Okay. Do you first understand how the scientific method works?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
You have an independent, or depending on the thing that you're testing for, but you have like a independent, without you doing anything, and then you have your experiment, and I feel like I'm missing something.
All right, I'll help you out.
Yeah.
You got to have your cause and effect, right? And your control variable. So independent, dependent, and control variable. So let's say you put an apple in a bucket and you notice that the apple sinks. Well, what causes the apple to sink? Or what causes it to float? That's what we're trying to find out, right? What causes the apple to go up or down? Is that what we're trying to find out?
Yeah.
So the cause is the water, because or the medium, when you put water in the bucket, the apple floats. When you take the water out, it sinks. When you add the water again, it floats. What was the cause of the apple sinking and rising in the bucket?
I mean, the scientific explanation is that it's buoyant.
No. What was the cause of the apple rising and sinking? What was I manipulating? What was the only thing I was changing?
We talking about with the apple and the water versus
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing you put it was a different location, a different medium.
Okay, so you manipulate the independent variable to find the cause of the observed natural phenomenon. The observed natural phenomenon is the apple falls. When it falls into water, it rises. You manipulate the independent variable to find the cause. This independent variable, in this case, is the medium that the apple was in. If you add water, you caused it to float. If you take away the water, you cause it to sink. The medium is what causes things to go up and down. Why do clouds form? How does water turn into a cloud? The sun perturbs the water, causes it to evaporate, and you wouldn't think it, but a cloud is not very dense at all, right? It's very buoyant because the particles are so far spread out. But you wouldn't think it because water is so dense. But when it's in its liquid form, it's incredibly dense. But when
Hank,
it's
my
in
God.
its gaseous form, it's very buoyant.
Hank, my God.
What? What?
You're telling me that the apple sinks if you take the water out.
Mm-hmm.
But if you let it sink or just let it sit in the water for about 2 days, it
Then
sinks again.
the gases from
Even
the apple will evaporate and
yes,
it'll
but why
become
does it sink then?
waterlogged because you change the density of the apple.
No, because of gravity.
Nah, bro, don't be foolish. If
Don't
you
be
let an
you,
apple sit in
bro.
water
Don't
for
be
2
foolish,
days,
bro.
the air, it was sitting in air for however long it grew,
Yes,
right?
but
And then
why
you put it
wouldn't
in
it
water
float?
for 2 days, it gets waterlogged like a sponge.
Yeah, but bro, why wouldn't it float then when there's no gravity?
What is gravity?
Gravity is bro. I'm sorry, but my English isn't enough for that, man. I'm sorry. I can't tell you. You can
You
Google
can't
what
tell
it
me
is.
what gravity is, but you're gonna come in here and claim it, bro.
I'm telling you that the apple, if you let it sit and the air goes out, why wouldn't why would it sink if there is no gravity?
You can't even define what you're talking about, but you're gonna ask me questions about it.
Yes, because it doesn't need to be that difficult.
Okay. I'm not gonna tell you what song I'm playing, but you tell me what the next note is.
Oh, I
Well,
played
yeah,
guitar in the
gravity.
third grade, man.
Yeah, gravity
I
is the
don't know, man.
force that attracts
What's
the
the next note?
body towards the center of Earth or towards any other physical body having mass. That's what gravity means.
Thank you, Chuchu.
So it's mass attracting mass?
Yes.
Is that your final answer?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, it's basically that mass attracting mass, or like some of large mass attracting something which has a much larger mass, a much less mass.
Has that ever been proven? Can you prove two
Okay,
masses can
so
attract
I'm
each other?
sorry, you're interrupting, bro. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I just posted something 16 minutes
Yeah.
after the hour. Can I get you guys to read that?
What did you post in live stream voice
Yeah,
text?
Livestream voice text. Can you read it out loud for me?
Which one is it? It's the one at 1616? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, read what, like the first part or what?
Read all three. It's real short.
Okay. Yeah, it says, so we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. Close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons and get 10 hits. Point A, we close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons and get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fire at the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 8 hits at point
18
A.
hits at point A.
18 hits at point A. And so what does it mean? Well, that is the end of Newtonian physics. First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem, and that's what puts the nail in the coffin of Newtonian physics. Today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanical and Maxwell's theory. Like the press, we built somebody up and destroy them. Build up the Newton, shut down. Build up the Maxwell, gonna get shut down. Okay,
Who
I
said
mean,
all
I
this?
need to.
Professor Shankar, chair professor of physics at Yale, right?
Hey,
What do you
Hank, can I
think you?
interrupt for just a second, please, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, are y'all talking to a baller right now or just flatter chit chat?
I don't know who I'm talking to. I imagine they're ballers because they can't define what gravity is correctly.
All right, so in VC check-in just now, we have a guy. If you're going to talk to him, you got to talk slow He doesn't speak English very well. He speaks French. Maybe there's someone that speaks French that can talk to him, but he's a scientist, he says, in
In
physics.
physics.
If I
Yeah.
understood it. And he'd like to have a conversation with someone. But if you're gonna talk to him, you gotta talk real slow. Because
Okay,
I think he
need the low
speaks
level
English
guys.
better
Low
than he
level guys,
understands.
because I just destroyed their claim. Messed up and trick mess.
Unless someone knows French, and then when he has issues or trouble finding the English word to convey, that maybe they could help him or something. I don't know. But yeah,
And
as
he
long as you
seems
can talk,
sincere.
yeah, as long as you can talk slow. I can't slow my speech down enough. I don't think so. But
What was his name, Truth?
his name is Said. It looks like Saidama, but he said his name was Said.
Saitama. Okay.
Saitama. Yeah.
Yes.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oui.
Saitama.
Hello, everyone. I'm new on Discord, and sorry, my English is not good enough. I will try my best to be clear as much as I can. And I don't came on this Discord to prove something, or I'm just curious because I don't know all the yeah the way of think of people who think the Earth is flat, and I'm I, I'm not a kind of person who want to impose, who want to change the way of think of someone. Or I think every people have the free. Uh, Everyone is free to think like he wants,
How
but
very French of you. How very French of you to stand upon individual liberty. It's a compliment.
Juju, you have background noise.
How French of you to believe in liberty.
How what?
He's complimenting you. He's complimenting you on standing for liberty.
Thank you very much. Sorry, yeah, it's very difficult. Yeah, it's very hard for me. Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah. As I said, I'm just curious, and if and yeah, it's good to people to think differently, because it's the reason why we have to we can yeah, share each other ideas, yeah, everything. And if everyone think the same, is yeah, we never have the chance yeah,
Evolve.
to share. Sorry, I will try to speak slower and to
You
be
can
more
speak as fast as you like. I can understand you perfectly.
okay. Yeah, I talk with a woman firstly in another vocal, and she asked me a question about a law and about gas, but sorry, I didn't understand. Uh, is it truth?
Yeah, that was me. I was trying to start on and touch on the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure needing a container, because he said the field that he was in was physics. But I just figured it might be easier if he came down here and talked to people who could talk slower, because I think my speech is too fast.
Sorry, to be clear, I'm not a teacher of science. Yeah, I study science. I study physics, chemie, and biology. Sorry, I don't know in English. And uh, uh, I have, yeah, I think like all scientists, and yeah, sorry, I try to find my words. Um, yeah.
Take your time.
Uh,
No, it's no rush. Take your whatever. Take your time.
I have some questions because my m- my kind of think about all the rules of the universe is in my mind, and when I want to think about a flat Earth, there is some walls because I can't pass the walls because of my ideas of the rule of the universe, and sometimes I have some questions, and maybe if I share with you everyone, if I share with you our ideas, it will be clearer for me, and it will be yeah very enrichissant. Sorry, enrichissant. Uh, yeah, it's yeah. Sorry, it would be very good because I will yeah, I will know more, and I will learn, and we can everyone can learn, and because learning is not only what we learn about something special, or something, or anything. Learning is talking with people and know how they think, because it's good to know each other, to know. Yes, sorry, I will stop talking. I think now you know what my kind of thing, and yeah, if you were talking, I will just listen and let you continue. And
No, it's
yeah,
okay.
I don't,
We're going to
I
start
don't
over
know.
with you. We're going to start fresh. You said that you were here to learn, not to convince anybody, but you wanted to think differently in order to think outside of the box that the schools have put you in. You need to listen to people who think differently. And you said that you believe in liberty. So I agree with everything you said so far. Is my cadence, my speech pattern slow enough?
Okay, hang
Yes,
on, Mato. If you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll grab you up there. Go ahead,
sorry,
son.
I don't understand you.
No, I know that I was talking to someone else. Go ahead. I was
Okay.
interrupting for a second. You can go ahead and answer, Hank.
Did you understand my speech pattern or is it too fast?
No, it's perfect.
Perfect. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, just before I came to the Discord, I have 1,000 of questions, and now you ask me, and no question is coming directly. But if I think a little bit, I would. Yeah, for example, I will not enter specifically on the yeah, how the gravity is yeah, the rule of the Newton or Einstein, or yeah, all that thing. I'm not. I'm not interested now. Yeah, I'm interested, of course, but now uh, I would ask you just simple, very simple question, like to start, for example, like a children can ask himself, can he question himself on the world he look around him. Do you understand me?
Very clearly.
Thank you. For example, if I was yeah, when I was children, but now if I was children, I would think yeah, my first question come is uh, uh, yeah, the sun. Why why the sun? Is it yeah, like flame flamme
Fire.
du feu, sorry,
Fire?
fire. Yeah. What all this fire? For example, if I'm in a beach in the sea, if I was in the beach and on the summer, in less than an hour, for example, without protection, my 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 yeah, my skin will be burned. Do you understand me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, and my question, for example, is uh, the earth, the sun can burn me, and it must be very far from us. Not just in close to us like the moon, for example, because in the night the moon, yeah, it's very big and in front of us, and it's not burn me. My skin not burn with the moon, and uh, yeah, the sun looks the same, but it cannot be close for me. Yeah, it's just an imagination.
Are you looking in the voice text for the live stream?
No, sorry.
Yeah, kind of click on that, and then you can see things that people post.
Live stream voice text is the room directly above this one. It
From
starts out with hashtag live stream voice text.
Yeah, VC check in voice text.
It's just above the room you're in.
You truth prevails. You just write user and mito.
You want me to tag you in it?
I believe that's what he's asking you to do.
Sorry, now.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it about hotspot? Is it that?
Well, yeah, that's one picture, but anything that anyone posts relative to the conversation you're having, which people are going to start sharing information with you, that's where it's going to be shared at. So it's important to follow along with it. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, yeah. When I talk now on the voice, I need to check on the text to not pass anything. But is it a video? The hotspot that either 9,000 sent. Is it a video?
No, it's a picture.
It's only a picture. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a picture.
I wanted to push
a video. I will post a video for you though, but I'll let Hank continue with you. I was just wanting to make sure that you were following along with the. But I will post a video for you though.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. No problem. But just to finish my question, because I talk a lot to only a simple question. Do you think, for example, that the moon and the sun can't be at the same distance of the Earth, because one on the day can burn us and one of the night cannot burn us? Do you have an idea
They're
about
different.
that?
Well, they give different lights.
Can't understand you. You talk too fast. Let Hank do it.
I tried. I was like, okay, well, Hank can. But
so the
Yeah,
problem
sorry,
is,
truth prevails. Sorry, truth prevails. I'm very sorry, because when you talk, I have it's very difficult to me
I
to
know.
understand you. I'm very
I
sorry.
know. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, you can not. You can no. Sorry, because it's me. I have to increase my English.
so do you understand the British accent very well? You talk to Brits?
The British you talk about from England,
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
yeah, people from England, from London. It's very difficult to understand them, and
Okay.
from Scotland, it's very difficult for me. And Ireland, and the US, it's easier for me.
Okay, so I will try to do a regular American accent, and I will try to use 1 or 2 syllable words. Fair enough?
1 or 2 what?
You know, like no big words.
Yeah, thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
really need simple words.
You are welcome. Okay, so the problem with your question is that you are thinking of the light coming from the moon as the same coming from the sun, and the light is different because the sun is not the moon. The moon is very different from the sun, and they cannot be the exact same distance, or maybe they would crash into each other. But they look, with our eyes, look like the same size during the eclipse when the moon passes in front of the sun. When this happens, we can see that they are almost the same size to our eyes. This, when we say the same size to our eyes, is apparent. But apparent is not always real.
But during the
Sometimes. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can continue. It's perfect. I understand.
during the eclipse, I'm just going to ask Hank something. But during the eclipse, I mean, do we actually see the moon passing from it? We don't actually see
No.
that. We don't even know. We don't know that the moon is okay.
But we assume. Okay,
Well,
so
not really. Well, they do, but we don't. I don't think it's the moon.
the problem that you're going to have here is we like to separate what we call science or knowledge from belief, and we like to separate the scientific method from philosophy. So you have first-hand knowledge of how many toes are on your feet or how many fingers are on your hands. No one else knows how many toes are on your feet or fingers on your hands except you. You are the only one that can verify the number with your eyes. So you have
What is a
first-hand
toes?
experience. On your feet? The
Yeah,
toes?
what is it? Yeah, what is it?
The bones that stick out in the front with the toenails. The part, phalanges, yeah. The part that you hit on your bed and you break. The part that breaks in the front.
Talon. Yeah.
Talon,
Okay.
see. Yeah,
Talon.
oui,
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So you have 10, right? 10 toes? For
10?
me, yeah, you have 10 toes.
No. Sorry. Okay. No, it's not talon. Yeah. C'est les doigts. Yeah, in French, c'est les doigts. Okay. I
Okay,
have
les
10 in
doigts.
feet and 10 in hands. Yeah.
Right. So for me, it is a belief that you have 10 toes. For you, it is knowledge. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, perfect. Because you are not in front of me to see.
Correct.
Is it?
I cannot observe with 2 or more of my senses. I need 1, eyes, and I need 2, my hands, to touch your toes and see if they are real.
Yeah, in science we don't think like that, but I understand you very good. Yeah, because in science we can observe something without our eyes. We can observe something with the without see it, but with the
Instruments
impact,
to
not
perceive.
instrument, with the impact this object have around him. For example,
Right, you're just describing somebody that's blind. I know what you're saying. You're describing someone that's blind. who can't see physically?
Not necessary. There is a lot of possibilities to prove something without see it. Not only if you blind, or if you
Like a camera or a
you can.
technology device.
Yeah, you for example, if you are at night on your bedroom, and you on in front of your house on the street, someone scream, you don't need to see him to know that there is someone in the street in front of
Correct.
you.
Right,
You know,
screaming. Screaming.
yeah,
Yeah, that's one of your senses. You have
Yeah.
eyes, ears, smell,
Hearing. Yeah.
eat.
You can make the
Cold.
inference. You can logically deduce it.
All right,
Because
If a high truth prevails, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What's up, Enoch?
Listen to what I'm saying. The scientific method, a method of procedure that characterized natural science in the 17th century, consisting in systematic observation, measurement, and experiment, and formulating, testing, and modification of a hypothesis. So the first word was observation. So that's why I said you have to be able to see it, right, to have knowledge. You can also hear it to have knowledge. You can also feel it, or you can take a picture, a photograph, or some form of technology. But if you cannot see or perceive with technology, it is not knowledge, it is a faith, like a belief in God or a belief in liberty. It is a concept. If you cannot have first-hand knowledge with your senses, then it is a belief. So when you talk about the sky and what is above us, some of it is measurable, like, for example, the heat from the sun and the cool of the night. But a lot of it is outside of the scientific method because you cannot manipulate the variables. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, I perfectly understand you, and I'm totally agree with you. And all scientists are agree with you. But just one thing different about what did you say now? Yeah, all scientists say that all knowledge we have and all the law and all the information we learn. I sorry, I used the word learn, but
You're
yeah.
good, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, all we learn about the law, about how the rules of the universe is not truth, but we for example, yeah, no, I will finish now. All scientists say it's not the truth, but with all the information we had with the work with the all scientists work in the all centuries ago, all the information uh, uh, all this information say that sorry,
It sounds
I'm
like
trying.
you're saying that it concludes to something, right? It concludes to what?
It not conclude, but it take our direction with a way of think.
Okay.
You understand, but it's not it's not. Yeah, all scientists say it's impossible to say something. It's the truth because we can make an experience 100 times, thousand of times, and if it all time it give us the same result. It if we do it 1 million times, 10 million times, 100 million times, we have to do it an infinite time of experience to be sure that there is no one time give us a different result.
Right.
And
The infinite is a concept. It is not real.
yeah, all science is concept. Yeah, not all. Yeah, about our discussion about the Earth and the gravity and etc. All this information is. Except one or two things, maybe we can talk about it. But all this is only a way of think, but this way of think is based on a very powerful work and experience and from many years, and all this the information give us the yeah, conclude. I will use the term, the word conclude to say that this kind of thing is the best compared to the others.
Right. To be open-minded, to never accept that science is settled, and this experiment should never be done again. We should always be able to reproduce, experiment, and ask the same old questions, and science is never afraid to be proven wrong, not like religion.
Sorry, can you repeat, please? Because
Science is not afraid of asking old questions. It is not afraid of being proven wrong. There is no ego in science. Correct?
I'm sorry. I
To be
understand
honest,
the
I would
beginning.
say I would agree with you.
The
Hank,
science is never
Yeah, this.
it's never over. It's continually changing. New
continuously experimenting the same things and coming up with results that are obviously the same or different.
I know. Yes,
And it's always come to the
I'm
same
agree.
conclusion.
Yeah, I'm agree. The life of a scientist, it's to work to have to yeah a scientist is very happy when he find that a result is different that we had think a lot of years. Or do you understand? For example, a revolution is when Einstein came with relativity and proved that Newton was wrong. Not so wrong, but for so many years, for so many years, we were thinking that Newton is have the truth. But when Einstein arrived, he said no. He was totally wrong. And it's the reason why Einstein was it became so popular because he proved that another scientist was wrong. And all work of scientists is that it's to make experience, to work, to have results, and yes, a lot of time it's the same result as we have, but sometimes we prove that something is different, and it's the reason why a scientist have to be very broad-minded, and a person who said someone is a someone who think that bad thing about another person because he think different, he cannot be a scientist. Scientists have his work is to be very broad-minded and take in his mind all possibilities. Do you understand me?
Emma. Okay, so perfect what you said precisely. So the thing is, I can destroy Einstein. Are you ready? His
Oh yeah,
relativity?
yeah. I hope you will. I hope because it would be very interesting. Thank you. I understand you. I listen you. Sorry.
You understand the scientific method, dependent variable, independent variable, cause and effect?
Sorry.
Cause and effect.
Cause if yes, action like action reaction, or just
yes, cause and effect.
yeah. I listen you.
Cause and effect. Okay. So you have an apple, right? You put it in a bucket. It's at the bottom of the bucket. Okay, so this is the experiment. You manipulate the medium.
What is a bucket?
It holds water, like a cup, like a glass.
Ah, okay, yeah, okay.
Container.
Okay, so you add water, and the apple rises to the top. And you take away the water, the apple sinks to the bottom. And you add the water, and it rises to the top. What was the cause of the apple sinking and rising?
So
did you hear my question?
Okay, it was a question. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, what was the cause of the apple sinking and rising, up and down?
Yeah, it's
vulnerable.
if I understand you, you talk about why an apple fall without water and why with the water he say he stay in outside of the water up. Is it that?
Yes. What was the cause?
Yeah, it is action reaction. Like you said, yeah. Sorry. Oh, not la. Oh, sorry. Because I was
No, you're
thinking.
good, bro.
And
Just take your time, man. Cause you're
oh,
you're you're
thank you very much. Because yeah, I see that there is a lot of people, and on the live stream, and I don't want to monopolize all the conversation.
Nah, dude, you're actually you're good, and don't worry about that. To be honest, bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is very minimum. This is
Wow,
minimum, man.
wow,
Yeah.
wow.
So like we to be honest, we've dealt with a lot of people. We've dealt with like 44, like we dealt with 50 up to 90 people in here, bro. So I'm gonna tell you right now, don't be shy, speak your mind, and just relax and take your time, because I can see, not see, I can hear in your voice that you
I'm
want to
stressed.
speak. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm just letting you know, man.
Everyone else here is a flat earther anyway. You're the reason we're here.
Yeah, man. We're here to help you see what you're seeing, man. That's what we're here for, bro.
So let
And
me finish. I'm about to go to sleep. It is late. So
sorry, Hank, my
6
bad.
a.m. No
so
problem.
yeah, about your question, yeah, you talk about Archimede. You know Archimede? I don't know in English. The scientist Archimede. The law of Archimede.
Cause and effect.
Yeah, it's cause and effect. Yeah, the water. Yeah, the
Buoyancy.
yeah, the apple have make a force. Make pressure. I will say pressure on the
Yes,
water,
perfect.
and the water give. The reaction of the water give the same pressure to, and the apple is stay outside of the water. Is it that you were
Yes,
talking about that?
yes. Okay, so in English, there are 4 different types of gravity. Newtonian is number 1. It is wrong. There is also Einsteinian gravity. It's number 2. It is wrong. The third type is dark gravity. It is for the galaxy in outer space. It is wrong. The fourth type of gravity is called relative density or specific gravity. Now, I sent you a message in your DMs, and I also posted it at 52 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text. Do you see the Wikipedia article?
Uh, just now, yeah, relative density.
Yes. So with Einstein, there is the warping and bending of space-time. We cannot remove the warping and bending of space-time. It is a concept, a mathematical concept. We cannot remove to see if the apple rises and falls, but we can remove the medium that that the apple is in, and when we manipulate the medium, we see the cause and effect, and we have used the scientific method to show the reason that the apple goes down and the reason that the apple goes up is the manipulation of the medium. Do you agree?
Sorry, because I did just the word medium. What is medium? You talk about someone who make uh, work on your brain. Is it that medium?
No. Medium would be like the atmosphere is a medium that makes helium balloons float or hot air balloons. The water is the medium that fish live in the oceans. So the medium is the thing that fills the space. I will put it in French. 1 second.
Thank you.
Dolor moyenne. Douleur moyenne. Douleur moyenne. Hold on. See this word. Yep. Right here. See it?
Douleur moyenne.
Yeah.
Douleur in English is pain. The pain you when you injured and if you feel the pain. The
Okay.
pain is douleur.
Okay. Like Dolores, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Dolores, yeah, my
Yeah.
sister is named Dolores.
That's funny. That's funny. Okay. All right. Hold on. Medium. Um,
Can you write it in English? Because maybe if I read, uh, I I will maybe understand. Medium is half. Like in
no.
McDonald's, there is a little
No.
Coke,
Let
medium,
me
and
use a different word. So the cause of the apple rising and falling is the water. The water is the cause. If you manipulate or remove the water, it goes down because
yes,
the air or oxygen is not dense enough to hold it up. So
yeah,
the
perfect.
water is the cause, and we use the word medium because sometimes it is water, sometimes it is air, sometimes it is a
Ah,
different thing.
le milieu. Yeah, okay, perfect. is le milieu, the medium. Okay, now I understand the word. Yeah, we say in French le milieu. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Now everything is clear. You can continue.
So I believe that my little experiment with the apple, even though it is simple, it is far superior than Einstein and his concept of space-time, because we cannot manipulate the space-time and see the cause and effect. But I can manipulate the medium, the water, and see the cause and effect of things falling and rising. So my scientific experiment is superior to Einstein, and Einstein is incorrect.
Ah, okay. Is it your conclusion now?
Yes, the conclusion
Okay.
is that the medium
Yeah, perfect. I
dictates.
understand.
Okay.
Yes. Do, do you want me to ask you other question uh, about that, or do you want to change? Do you want me to give you another question?
It's up to you. I'm about to go to sleep. I just wanted to
Ah,
show
okay.
you
Yeah,
how
yeah, yeah.
easy it is to describe without concepts, because you're French. You said liberty, right? You have the Statue of Liberty. We have the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah,
So you
perfect. Yeah.
understand. Yeah, freedom. See, I'm from Texas.
Ah, okay. Nice to meet you. I'm from Belgium.
From Belgium. Okay, I
I'm
thought you
from
were.
Cali.
So in
Cali.
Texas, we like the liberty. In fact, today is the first day that we are able to carry pistols, the gun, without a license or permission from the government. We can carry pistols, and we like liberty, but you cannot bend my idea of liberty because it is not physical. It's only a
Yes.
mental construct, just like
Yeah.
space-time. It is
Yes.
only a concept. Thank you for
Yeah.
listening.
Thank you too. Just can I say ask you something?
Yes, one thing.
Yeah, next time, I hope we can continue the conversation about about that, because I understand your argument, but it's not. I'm not. Uh, Convaincu,
Satisfied?
convaincu,
Convinced?
yeah, convinced. I'm not convinced because on your on about what you said, I have some problems about the experiment,
Okay.
and but we can talk about this next time, I hope, and
Oh, sure.
have a good sleep, good night. Sorry, yeah, here in Belgium is midday.
Thank you. And how do you pronounce your name?
Said, Said. Yeah, I'm half Belgian from Belgium and half from Morocco, and it's an Arabic name. And yeah, if you want to pronounce it like Arabic is Said, but we say just said. You can say just said like past, yeah, like saying past simple.
Okay, Said. Thank you
Said,
very much for the conversation,
you you're welcome. Thank you too.
and peace to
Thank.
you. Yes.
Let's go do some Second Amendment audits, man.
Bro, those are dangerous. Those are a little too dangerous. I'm going to stick to the First
True.
Amendment audits, because if I get beat up with a camera, no jury's going to be like, yeah, that cop should have been scared. That guy had a camera.
In
Yeah,
big
I'm going to.
groups, man.
In big groups. That makes it even worse. Look,
No, we just walk down the
I ain't
sidewalk.
trying to scare the scaredy cats, bro. The scaredy cats will be like, I was afraid for my life. He had a toothpick. I'm just gonna bring a camera because, cameras are not very sharp.
But you can still shoot with them.
That's
All right,
true.
peace. Have a
But
good night.
Appreciate the invite. Have a good night. I'm gonna go rub the wife's feet or something like that.
Goodbye. See you.
You will run into a bunch of different characters on this server, sir. Anybody know what language Roger speaks? Because they sort of have the same accent.
You heard me?
Saeed,
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah,
you
sorry.
speak Arabic?
Yes, I speak Arabic.
بتتكلم عربي؟
Hey, do you,
نتكلم العربية بصح دارجة. اللغة العربية ما نتكلمهاش مليح. نهضر الدارجة نتاع المغرب.
المغربي it's a little different. مغربي I don't understand مغربي. أنا سوري.
well, yeah, I speak مغربي. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different than
Yeah,
Arabic.
it is different. اللغة العربية ما I don't understand good.
Okay. I was just wondering. Okay.
hey, Saitam, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Dutroll trials?
About what?
The Dutroll trials. What do you think about it?
Sorry, I heard duality.
No,
You talk.
I said Dutroll.
Du trou. You
Dutroll.
talk about the trial, the psychopath, the man who killed the children.
Yeah, that.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's a very large. Can you? Your question is very large. Can you? Yeah. Can you
Narrow.
ask me? Yeah. Can you a narrow question about that?
More Pacific.
Yeah. Please.
Then, all right. So to be more specific, then, how do you feel about? If I have my information correctly, because it has been a few years since I've looked into this, about like the royal, like a bunch of families, like rich families in Belgium being involved in it, in one way or another. Have you heard about that?
Sorry, you speak too fast for me, and there is some sound behind you, and I didn't.
Someone's hot micing. Very bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's me. That's me. I'm working. I'm sorry.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to say slower, right? Since I know English isn't your first language, right? So, how do you feel about rich families in Belgium being involved in the Dutroux trials?
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand. Yeah. I understand you when you say rich families, but it's not an exact the exact word we have to use. I would say, and say me if you agree with me. I would say very family who have a lot of influence in Belgium. Is it? Yeah, in Belgium, in the world. Is it? Are you agree with me?
Yeah. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. I'm I'm very interested about trials in general, and specifically criminal trials, and specifically trials who arrived close to me, and more when it's in my country, and more when it's make a lot of polemic. You know polemic?
Follow me.
Polemic. Yeah,
No, I don't.
when these trials make a lot of sound in the world, you know.
Yeah, yeah, I'm
Uh,
aware how big it was.
yeah,
So.
yeah. And yeah, your question is not only Dutroux trial, you know, because yeah, unfortunately, we have in Europe, not only in Belgium, but in Belgium there is a big problem about that question. But it's you if you yeah the you know the dossier, the document Zandvoort. Did you heard about the Zandvoort document, le dossier Zandvoort? Zandvoort, ZANVOORT, Zandvoort. Did you
Is it
heard about?
is it a documentary or just like a document?
Is yeah. You can check it on YouTube. You should see that documentary on YouTube. But they talk about the dossier. Sorry, in English dossier. Sorry, I will check on Google dossier on translation. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the documentary on YouTube. I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, and it's not only Dutroux and Zandvoort. There is so many yeah, so many yeah, affaires judiciaires. Yeah, there is not only Dutroux and Zandvoort. There is so many different affaires criminelles. Criminal affair. Non, c'est pas. Sorry, I will check on translation. Do you hear me? Allô?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot of criminal cases about children killed, children abused, and a lot of criminal cases include in each cases not only one psychopath or two psychopaths. It includes a lot of people who organize this kind of thing. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Yeah, and yeah, you know, there is so many. We I can Yeah, we cannot prove it because they 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 don't let the police the justice, they don't let the justice make their work to to yeah to remplir. Oh là là.
Investigate.
Yeah, to investigate. Thank you. Yeah, they don't let the justice investigate, and we will never. Yeah, I don't know in the future, but we don't have the truth. But there is so many. There is so many preuves. Preuves. element. There is so many elements that push people to 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 know that they have a big organization or a lot of different organization about children traffic. And it's not something very. So a lot of people here in Europe say that people who talk like that is people who, not a lot, but some people say that it's people who think like that is a complotist.
Conspiracy
You know?
theories. Oh,
Sorry?
accomplices?
Yeah. A lot of people say that, but I think those people didn't check all the element we have about that. Sorry.
I think he means conspiracy theories.
Yeah. So a lot of people think it's conspiracy, but it's impossible. We have so many elements, and people, I don't know who, but yeah, so many
much
evidence,
evidence.
but they don't let people, the police, the justice make their work. For me personally, I'm sure that there is something, a big organization or a lot of different organization. It's logical. There is organization about drug. There is organization about organ traffic. Kidney, heart. There is organization about prostitution. Human traffic, and for children abuse. There is no organization. It's completely stupid to think like that. And but in my country, in Belgium, I'm sure that it's like a big place of children abuse. I'm sure, and the true case happened close to my home when they had been kidnapped, and the Julie et Melissa, the two little girls, Julie and Melissa, and I was little when it happened, and yeah, all children in my age at this time were afraid to go out, to stay alone in the outside, and yeah, it had an impact in our life. For me, it had an impact. For the other, I don't know, but I'm sure it had an impact for all children. Where I live. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I'm following you. And speaking of that, right? Have you heard of have you heard about the Chateau Amoureuse in Belgium?
Can you repeat, please?
Have you heard about the Chateau Amoureuse in Belgium?
The what?
There's a castle in Belgium named Chateau Amoureuse. Have you heard about that?
Can you write on the text I understand castle, but the name of the castle I don't understand.
Here, I'll put it in the chat. There you go. It's in the chat. I'll even tag you so you can find it easier. There you go.
Thank you, because I was I was looking for the text. Chateau Amérois. I don't understand about this this chateau. Are you here?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yeah. Okay, so you don't know about the castle, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so apparently there's this castle. It's in Belgium, right? It's connected to the Dutroux trials, right? And it's owned by a major family called the Solveys. Are you familiar with the Solvay family?
Sorry, sorry. I was I wasn't heard you, and I get out of the stream, and I said I just came. Sorry, can you repeat, please, from the beginning?
Yeah. No worries. So, like I was saying, right? So supposedly this castle in Belgium called Amaroi is connected to the Dutroux trials, and it's owned by a big family called the Solvay family. Have you heard of the Solvays?
Ah, yes, he's one of the he's the he's the more rich person or family in Belgium, Solvay.
Yeah, and that family owns this castle, right?
I don't know.
And supposedly, um, supposedly this family kills children in this castle like almost every day, and it was mentioned in the letter, I believe, sent to Mark or sent to Dutroux. So I was just wondering if you knew about it, but I guess not. Like I I thought this castle would be I thought a lot of people in Belgium would know about this castle, but I guess not, man.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know about this castle, but it's very interesting because you know. I never heard about this castle. I never heard about the relation between Solvay and Dutroux. I never heard about the letter between them. Um, um, and on the case, on the trial, WikiLeaks, Julie,
Sean.
yes. Okay, you understand. Yeah, with WikiLeaks some years ago, I had the chance to take the le dossier du trou, the document, the case, all the information about the trial. Do you understand me?
Yes, I'm following you.
All the folder,
You
folder.
acquired the documentation.
Yeah. And with WikiLeaks, I had the chance to download the case, and I didn't read everything because it was very very big, and there is so many page. And a lot of those page is very give you you want to sleep when you read because it's a lot of about the system, a lot of pages, but few pages about the inside of the case.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, did he cut out?
I heard everything he said. He said that. He said when he was reading the documents, there was a lot of information.
Yeah. Yes,
but only a couple of pages had details.
Yeah, and in all the information I learned about this case for all so many years because I like this kind those kind of thing is very interesting for me. I never heard about this document, the letter between Solvay and Dutroux. I don't know if it's true, but if it's true, if it is true, I will not be surprised because there is so many things give our there is so, information. There is so everything proves that there is a big thing in this case.
Hey,
Sorry,
Saitama.
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm gonna send you a video, right?
Okay.
And it talks about the connection between the Sauvays and Dutro.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's in the chat. There you go.
By Jay Meyer.
I would like to know like your thoughts on the video later on. Like I'm not gonna ask you to watch it now. Like I don't know, maybe you can come back tomorrow or another
Yeah,
day.
yeah, because it's 17 minutes, and it's yeah. Maybe we can talk about the video tomorrow when I will check it. Perfect.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Thank you. But thank you very much because you know, I, even if you learn about a subject for a lot of years, there is always information you will learn. Even if after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you will we can always find new elements, new evidence, and you know. The history between Solvay and Dutroux, I never heard about that, and thank you for that because it should be it looks interesting.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's really interesting, man. When you look into that connection.
Sorry, now I'm talking with California Nightmare.
Yes.
Okay, and where are you from?
I'm from California, in the United States.
Yeah, I know, but in Los Angeles, in Sacramento, in where?
I'm in LA, man.
Okay,
Los
sorry.
Angeles.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, I don't ask you. It's not that curiosity, just to know.
Yeah. It's fine, bro.
Thank you. Uh, yeah, I'm surprised that for after so many years and in a place so far from this case. Um, People know good about that history. The impact of this history was very big, and yeah, if you from Los Angeles, you know good about this case. It's it's yeah. We can conclude that. There is a lot of big question about this case and yeah influence people in Belgium.
Yeah. Which which of course like people outside your country would know this. You know, it's a really big case. Very big, right? Let's see.
Yeah, in Belgium and in France. Uh, there is a lot of there is a lot of cases like Dutroux. For example, Michel Fourniret. Did you heard about Michel Fourniret?
Have I heard what?
About a case about a criminal, and his name is Michel Fourniret.
Fiona?
No, Fourniret.
No.
T.
No, I haven't heard that case.
Okay, yeah, it's a crazy, yeah. But this person, yeah, the case was made very, yeah, yeah, justice and the police made very good work. Yeah, there was a lot of question. There was a lot of children we never find, and he never said where he when he put the body of children and people. But we have a lot of information in the case that it conclude that he was him and his wife, they were predator, a lone predator, you know.
They are what? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Yeah, in this
He
case,
said a lone predator.
alone.
Oh, okay.
Alone, yep, a lone predator. This kind of case, you should check this case because is more hard than Dutroux. It's not about a big organized crime, organized crime with include a lot of people, influent people. It's just about him and his wife, but it's a very, very abominable. You know, abominable.
Abominable or shocking.
Yeah, it's a very abominable, and it happened in Belgium and in France. For example, this person, Michel Fourniret, I talk you about, when he was like 20, 30, I don't know, he was in they put him in jail because he about abusing a girl or woman. I didn't remember, but when he was in the prison for like 4 years, 5 years, nothing. He was in on the they were he was with another person on the jail. His cellule.
So has this
You know cellule?
She's what?
Sorry. Prison cell. You know prison cell.
Poison what?
Prison
cell.
Prison
Oh,
cell.
okay, prison cell. Okay. Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, I continue. Yeah, this person, Michel Fourniret, was on his prison cell with another person, and this person was in jail for a bank attack. With he was him and three of his friends. They were they attacked the bank. And they took a lot of money, and they named Postiche Gang. The name of this group, of this gang, they named Postiche Gang. And when they were in the jail, all the money, I don't know if they share it or but the person in the cell, he said to Michel Fourniret, he said that he all his money, he changed it with gold, with gold, and he put it on une pierre tombale, cimetière.
Could you repeat the last thing you said?
So yeah, I'm just looking for a word on Google Translate.
Okay.
Transferred all of his money into gold, and then put it somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, the gold he put it on the tombstone, on the tomb, you know, in a cemetery.
In a tomb.
Yeah.
In a cemetery, yeah. Tombstone.
Cemetery.
In a cemetery, yeah. In a yeah, at the place of a person, he put his gold, but he said to Michel Fourniret in his prison cell where he caché. Oh, sorry.
Where he put all the gold, which cemetery it was.
Yeah, where he hide.
Where it was
Where
at.
he hide. Yeah, and he
Location.
because yeah the location and he asked him because Michel Fourniret get out of the prison before him. Um, uh, he when Michel Fourniret get out of the prison, he was have so a lot of years to before he to stay in prison before he get
To
out.
serve.
Do you understand me?
Yes.
Okay, I will try to be more faster and more easier on my when I speak, uh, and stop me if you
Can I
don't
ask you a
understand me.
question? Can I just ask a question? What is this in relation to? Is this a flat Earth thing, or is this just an interesting piece of history? Or
Someone else brought up the topic. He was asking him about like criminal cases in the area where he lived, and this
I
is
brought it
just
up.
continuation of the conversation.
okay,
Yeah,
thanks for that
I brought it
clarity.
up. Yeah, I brought it up if anyone was wondering. Or you could go back to flat Earth if you want, but this is just a really interesting
Roger?
conversation.
Sorry, I don't understand what the dialogue. I didn't understand.
Is that Roger asking?
Yeah,
No, it was
Roger.
solar. It was solar. I sound like Roger though.
Oh, okay, solar.
Ah,
Okay,
solar. Okay.
he does sound like Roger.
I was in VC check-in one time, and a woman come in asking about you, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to give you any information." I was like, "I can go try to find him if you want." She was like, "No, that's fine."
That's some shady shit.
Was she hot? Come on, man, hook a brother up.
Hell if I know. She sounded like she was stalking you though.
She sound like what?
No, I spend a lot of time going and arguing in Gamma Panda server as well. And then I get all kinds of requests for people want me on their shows and they want to debate with me and argue with me. But it's random people who don't have the intellectual honesty to even have a discussion with in the first place. So probably one of those.
And just so you know, the guy we're talking to, he doesn't speak good English. I'm sure you figured that part out. But he sounds like a genuine, like looking for information of why flat earthers believe, his words, believe or think the way we do.
Who's got the
And he's
background noise that sounds like something's photocopying?
California.
I'm sorry, I'm at work. I'll just mute myself.
Hello, flat Earth.
Thanks. So your
What's
name
up?
is Saitama.
My name is Said, but yeah, my name is Said. But you can say you can say Saitama. It's not a problem. Sorry, my English is not very good.
No, it's good, man. It's much better than my French is. Sheesh. So you think that you're living on a spinning water ball floating in the vacuum of space?
So, sorry, can you repeat? What water bottle?
So do you think that you're living on a spinning ball Earth that's
What is
made of
spinning?
water? Is rotating or turning around in a circle?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Do you,
I do. Can you
you
repeat?
think that you? So you think that you're on a spinning Earth?
Yeah. Yes.
For what evidence do you have that makes you think that the earth can be moving?
Oof. You know, in English, yeah, it would be very difficult to say to explain very precisely all my all the information that help me to think like that. But I will try. Yeah. Firstly, I learned science, and I'm sure that all I learned about the rules in the universe are true, and there is a lot of experience that prove it, and yeah, it's possible that one day it will change because other scientists with the evolution, everything is possible. But now, at this moment of the day, I think we have too much information that conclude to around Earth spinning around the sun and spinning around himself.
Okay, well answered. I would pose that there isn't any scientific evidence that it is spinning. And that is the reason why we ask this question to everyone who comes into the room, saying,
You talk a little
what?
bit slower.
Yeah, but you can continue. I will. Sorry to do that, but when I don't understand, I stop you to repeat.
Verify.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to cut you when you talk, but it's just to be to understand more.
Yeah, so the question that I was asking was, what scientific experiment do we have that proves that the earth spins?
Okay.
That means, where was an experiment done that the outcome of that experiment 100 times out of 100 proves that there's motion underneath the foot, that the ground is moving underneath you? Whereas what normally people go to is they say, because we can send satellites up in space, then we know it's spinning. But that's not an experiment to claim a satellite. What we're asking is, how would you know for certain that it is spinning, that you can do a test yourself, that you can do it at your house to show it's spinning?
For your question, I have to say that science say like you, and the first person who said what you are saying now is a person, the first scientist who talked about relativity, and his name is Giordano Bruno. People said that the first person who talked about relativity is Galileo Galilei, but the first one is Giordano Bruno, and he said exactly what you said. We have nothing, it's impossible to know if we are in movement or not. Is that relativity? Because we have to know if we are in movement or if we are fixed. We have to use a référentiel. We have to refer to something. For example,
Reference point.
Référentiel. We for example, if I say to you, I'm tall. You know, tall, c'est grand, hein, tall. I'm a high person. I'm tall. Do you understand me? Eh? Grand. Big. Sorry.
Yes, we understand what you're trying to say.
Okay. If I say to you now I'm big, it's not. It's yeah. Sorry, I find
Point. You need
looking for my
something to
word.
reference. You need
Yes. Okay.
something to reference to. A reference point.
Yes, and now, if I think like a scientist, I have to say I agree with you because relativity and science, yeah, yeah, about relativity, science say that when we want to make an experience to check if we are in movement or not. When I say we are in movement, it's about the Earth. There is nothing to prove it, and it's l'inertie, the relativity. There is not any experience to prove that we are in movement or not, and it's the first based on the first stone of the relativity. And we cannot, but we have in science we have lot of information that force us, not force. That there is a lot of information that give us the direction to think. The Earth is in rotation. It is spinning. For example, but we can trying to give a lot of argument about a subject. We can talk about that for 1,000 years. If it's possible to never be agree each other, but that's good because we can talk and share our kind of thinking. But I will give you an example about the spinning of the Earth for me. One of them is, for example, marée haute et marée basse. Marée haute et marée basse. You know, high tide and low tide. Do you hear me?
Sir, we can hear you. Solar, are you still here?
You talk with me?
No, I was asking if the guy that asked you the question was still here.
Okay. Is flat Earth solar?
Yeah,
He's MIA, guys.
Oh, he left.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I have to speak more less to be more to use less word to say something. California Nightmare, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Subset Tama.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you want to stay or if do you want to stop this yeah, do you want to talk another time or another day or because
I mean,
yeah, in Belgium it's it's just 2 o'clock afternoon, but maybe in your place it's night.
yeah, it's like 4 a.m. here.
Oh, okay.
I'm at work, so I'm gonna be here like all night.
Oh, okay. Oh. You work night shift.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So is Saitama the only guy here, or do you have any other Globers in here that want to talk to us? Come on, Globers, we won't bite. Come talk to Flat Earthers. We're here.
Maybe it's too late for today. Maybe we can talk another
No,
day. Yeah, or
no.
another time.
Hey, Sai, in a few hours there will be more people in here.
Oh, no
Yeah.
problem. Okay.
Yeah, there's always people in here. Just that it's usually like less at this time, for obvious reasons.
Ah, good. Yeah, maybe I came back in like 2 hours or like that.
Yeah, sure, if you want. We'll still be here.
Yes, so maybe I will stay here and wait for people who want to.
Yeah, put it there. No problem.
Did I get disconnected, or did everybody just stop talking?
Nobody's talking except me. Are you
Yeah,
a flat earther?
Yeah. Y'all could just, I mean, since no one's talking, y'all could start y'all's conversation that y'all were having about
The guy
crazy
left.
people. Oh, he did?
Yeah, he went to his own thing. He said he might be back in a couple hours. Hopefully that's true.
I think if people are patient with him, I think he will I think he will see the light. He seems like an open-minded dude, but who knows? Cognitive dissonance is a bitch.
You talk with me.
Who was that?
What?
You were
Maybe.
talking with me.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
he's
back.
still here.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, well,
yeah. Sorry, I was there. I thought you were talking with me. Sorry.
you're good, mate. It's gonna be kind of hard to talk to this guy without flat or solar here. You know. But hey, what can we do? Who joined? And they left. Who joined? Speak.
Well, y'all are too damn excited for me to be able to put up with. Y'all have a good day. Peace out.
Yo, what's happening, Saitama? How's it going? Saitama, hello, are you there?
Uh, someone, someone, someone speak with me.
Yes, how are you?
Sorry, breaking down. I wasn't close to the phone.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay. So, are you new to the server?
So what?
Are you new to the server?
To the what?
Have you been on the server for long?
I'm sorry. The word selfer.
No,
I don't-
server. As in, like, have you been on the Flat Earth Discord for long?
Ah,
Have you
yeah.
have you
No,
been
no.
here
I'm
for
new.
a while?
I'm new. Yeah, yeah. I'm new.
Right. Okay.
It's the reason why it's a little bit difficult for me to use the app.
That's okay. That's okay. No problem. Welcome to the server.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't remember the name of all the person I talked before. But did we talk together before, or it's the first time?
No, this is the first time I have spoke to you.
Ah, okay,
Yes.
okay. And did you hear me speaking with the other person? Maybe 1 hour ago.
No, I wasn't here. No, I've just joined in about the past half hour.
Ah, okay. Uh, yeah, to present myself because
Yes.
uh, I'm new and I don't think I think like scientist. I think the Earth is spinning and is round. No, we say square. Rond. Yeah, the Earth for me, I think the world is not, the Earth is not flat. Um but I'm very open-minded, and I like to speak with everyone about everything because it's good to to learn. Learning is a good yeah the every yeah learning is the best thing, and talking with people about our kind of thing is a is a good thing. And I'm not the kind of person who want to prove something or prove that I'm true or that someone is false. uh, I just like to exchange I like to change to share my opinion and talk about different opinions. Did
That's
you
good.
hear me?
Yes, I heard all that. Yes. So, do you have any questions? I mean, what makes you think you are on a ball?
uh, yeah, I have a lot of questions. Uh, uh, One of them is I'm thinking now is why yeah, if the world is not flat, if the world is flat, why um, why it's the reward to the people who why they don't say the truth. Because for me, I don't find any reason to explain the reason why people want to laugh and to the other people and say that the and say that the road is not flat. Do you understand me?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So what you're asking is why do they say it's a ball if it's not? You know, why are they telling this great big lie?
Yeah, what is the reason? And not only what is the reason, and why uh, so many scientists, so many physicians, so many all people working um, around space and materials to making materials and everything. Uh, why they would they what is the reason they because yeah why they lie simply. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Listen, I understand there's a bit of a language barrier. You're doing very well to obviously translate into English what you are saying. So thank you for that, and thank you for your patience. If I can answer the second part of your question first, the reason the majority of the people in the world believe that we live on the ball, I think, is answered simply through a brainwashing mechanism. We are, and I'm just going to answer that part quickly, and then I'll come on to the why. So, from when we're children, we're taught that we live on this ball from a very young age of about 4 or 5 years of age, and then it is confirmed through every TV channel, every book, every magazine, everything, documentaries, geography channels, scientific channels, all say we live on this ball. So it's very easy to fool people when you present images constantly on a TV, in books and magazines, and through an education system. Why do they do it? I'm not 100% sure of any of the why, but they obviously do not want us to leave this area, because what they present is outer space as being real. Now, none of us can go to outer space. You know, they are the authority in space. They have space agencies. All the world is hand in hand combined together. And they all say that space is real, and they all are talking about space travel. Yet, when we look into these things, we know that outer space is ridiculous, because how can you have the vacuum of space next to a pressurized gas system? Then you have a gentleman called Bill Nye, who has come out on TV and said that if there is one thing I want your younger generation to know, is you live in an enclosed system. You cannot leave the earth. Now, that's a strange statement to make when everyone is talking. All the big countries, Russia, America, China, Israel, all talking about space travel, you know?
Yeah, I listen.
And the why exactly is a difficult one. Why would all the countries be joined hand in hand to lie about where we live? What I think is that, well, there's one thing, right, that is a thorn in the side of the story as to where we live, is Antarctica. Why is it that they do not want us anywhere near Antarctica? And a lot of flat earthers believe we cannot prove but we believe and we have seen images of ice walls and stuff in Antarctica. And we hear of early explorers traveling down to Antarctica and finding gigantic ice walls. Some people think that this ice wall holds in the oceans and the seas of our world, and is surrounded by that. That is again speculation, though, because who has been to Antarctica? No one that I know of that I could consider as an honest person. So we only have again pictures and things to back this up. But there seems to be something down there they do not want us to go and see. Is there a barrier? Is there something down there that you can only go so far? I would say that is not the case. I would say that as they call space infinite, I would say that the land that we are on is infinite. So, but we are contained in a very small area. What do you think about that?
Yeah, as I understand you, for me, I'm not agree, of course, because I think differently. But personally, I think before I introduce my argument, I just want to say to you that I think that we should not believe anything. We should just collect information about any subject, not only Earth, about what do we eat, what do we everything, what do we live, what do we how we any subject, we should not be we should always when we collect information about a subject, it takes us in a way of think, but we always have to have in mind that everything is possible, and every idea can change, and an idea that we have today, it can change tomorrow, and science is the same, and everything is the same. And I think we should always, for our to be more to be more sorry, I'm trying to find
No, it's
the good
okay.
word.
It's okay. Listen, take your time. Take your time. You're doing a good job.
Thank you very much. We should always have in mind that our kind of thinking could be bad, could be wrong, and another kind of thing could appear in the future, or could or could be here, but we don't think like that. I think I'm true with my opinion, and you think you are true with your opinion. And the best thing is to firstly it's to just share a conversation is very good. And it I always think in my mind that the other person in front of me could be true, or if he's not true, he could be close to the truth, and my opinion can be close to the truth, and a simple exchange will help us to arrive in maybe in another kind of thing, another idea, or can you? I can prove. I can not prove. I can convince you to an idea. You can convince me to an idea, and I always try to be very broad, open-minded, to be sure to collect all information, and with all that information, I can take my own opinion, my final ID. And yeah, now about what you said, um, when I understand you, and I think you ask me why. No, you don't ask me why. You ask me how they uh, trying to lie to us, but I don't understand, you don't give me for me the reason why they lie. What is the reward? And is the reason why I'm not I'm not totally agree with you. And the second a second thing is about the truth. Uh, yeah, between 60 and 70, um, they went to the moon. United States went to the moon, and if it was a lie, and if all satellite, satellite, uh, uh, yeah, after so many years of uh, of yeah, yeah, when a government lie in like 30 year, 50 year, we know that. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of what you're saying as regards the moon. Do you believe they went to the moon?
uh, yeah, I believe we went to the moon, and I believe we went to the yeah, Station Spatiale Internationale, International Space Station. We have this uh, this one in around, yeah, spinning around the Earth, and uh, yeah, all there is too many people for me. There is too many people, um, including about this subject. Uh, uh, there is too much people, and there is too much work, and too many years of yeah, too many times, so many years about uh, uh, about uh, uh, this subject, that if it was a lie, now we would know, like all lie governments said before. Like for example, the war in Iraq, to let people go to the war in Iraq. They said that Saddam Hussein is preparing nuclear weapons, and it was a lie. And there is so many example like this, that in after like 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, we found that is a lie. But about the spinning of the word, and the yeah, about this subject we're talking about, uh, no one no one said one day it's a lie. I talk about scientists. No one say one day it's a lie. No physician, no no scientist, no people, yeah, astronaut, no people who went to the, well, yeah, work in NASA. No one say that it is a lie. And if it was a lie, yeah, I would say, yeah, one person would say is a lie if it was true, if it was a lie. But there is so many people. Normally, if it was a lie, maybe more than 1,000 persons together would say it's a lie. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is that over a period of 70 years, they have said they've went to the moon. All the people that are involved in space programs surely there would be one person or two people at least that would come out and say, yes, they're telling lies. Yes, why have they not come out and said this? I get what you're saying.
Sorry, can you repeat just the last words?
Yeah, what you're saying is that, like, how comes no one from NASA or the other space agencies have came out and told the public that this is all a lie, this is all a hoax in the past 70 years?
Yes, and I would add only one
So
thing.
I would disagree. I would disagree and say that there's been many whistleblowers, but this topic, no matter how you phrase it, when you say the earth is flat, everyone thinks you're crazy. So all the whistleblowers who have come forward and described that it's not as they expect it to be, generally are discredited, removed from that field, and you never hear from them again. So there's
I'm
a
sorry.
process.
Can you repeat slowly, because I understand just a little bit, and I just sorry, I'm new, and
Sure. So, for example, you know Coca-Cola is bad, right?
yeah,
Like, it's not a healthy drink to drink Coca-Cola.
I would say yes, but not completely agree. But yeah, I would say yes.
So there's been many Coke employees who've come forward over the years, people who work for Coke, that come forward and say, we're putting acid in here, we're putting in chemicals that make people become addicted, and the whole world says, I'll have a Coke, please. So when it comes to small little lies like Coca-Cola deliberately putting in things to make you more addicted and so much sugar that it is is kind of like taking heroin. It's how it affects the brain. That they can sell that, and when someone comes forward and says what's wrong with it, the whole world carries on like it never happened. Now, a topic like this, flat Earth, is it's the biggest lie ever that's been told, that the Earth is a spinning ball. It's the biggest lie. And whenever someone has come out and said it's not a spinning ball, it's flat, everyone laughs and says, ha, he's gone crazy. So
Yeah, I understand.
if the people have come forward and said this over and over, the amount of astronauts that came forward and said the astronaut program is not legitimate, meaning that in the 60s, when they said they were going to go to the moon, we still couldn't communicate within the same building. So if I had a marketing department and a sales department, they couldn't talk to each other in the same building. That's in the 60s, when we supposedly phoned the moon from the Earth. So astronauts came forward and said, this program will never get us to the moon. Guess what happened to those individuals? They died. So Gus Grissom was burnt alive in the landing module. And anyone else who raised any objection to NASA was disposed. They were murdered. One of the other guys got hit by a train on NASA's testing grounds. So they made sure that anyone who speaks up against this is either laughed at or murdered. Fortunately, now there's more than enough evidence to prove it's not a spinning ball. It's so easy to disprove now, which is why there is a growing number of people in every continent that know it is flat, as opposed to people who believe it's a spinning ball. Believe is like a religion, but to know something is definitive.
Can I answer you?
Yeah.
Sorry. I think it's not. Uh, the kind. I think it's not the best kind of. Is not the best.
Example.
Yeah, I think I think you cannot defend the a flat Earth like that because yeah, we can explain the history of two buildings separate. Some people died, but yeah, the problem is that it not yeah we it was this argument wasn't popular and it never passed in all the world and what what sorry I'm trying to find a good word
So I think you're saying that
for
it was
example
a
sorry
bad
sorry
example.
sorry I will just I find the word I would say for example if like you said some people died one or two families of these people would talk about that on the media etc we can yeah the best
And
I
they
think
did. And they did. The family did come forward saying NASA killed their loved ones.
yeah yeah you can if you can send me like I don't know video or document about this subject it could be very good if you have it of course and yeah about Coca-Cola I yeah it's not the best example because now I cannot say I'm agree with you about the beginning when you ask me if it's yeah if it's bad for health because yeah uh, if we talk if we think logically everything is drug it depends about the frequency you take it yeah of course heroin cocaine etc it's very hard drugs but we cannot compare coca-cola with cocaine or heroin because those drugs are very bad for people and they kill people but Coca-Cola, so many, yeah, billions and billions of
Coca-Cola
people.
kills Coca-Cola kills
No,
more
yeah,
than everything else combined because of
yes, but
diabetes. Because
water,
of diabetes.
yes, of course. But sugar, so many people die with sugar. So many people die with water. Yeah, we cannot compare this kind. Yeah, uh,
So
yeah.
this is normally so why I'm interrupting you is that this is normally it's a tactic used by people who don't want to think about what is actually just been said. Then what they do is they say your example is not good enough, but they don't give a better example. They just say your example's not good enough. That means they don't have to think about the example. Now, normally when it comes to this, the flat Earth, the flat
Can I?
Earth is so easy to prove. It doesn't
Yes,
need
I
defending.
understand, but
So,
just
so you
sorry.
said, wait, let me just finish the point. So,
Yes,
you say that like to defend this flat Earth, the flat Earth doesn't need defending. It is the truth, and the truth always will stand in its own strength. The truth
okay.
is the
I can
truth.
say the same.
The lies are the ones that need supporting and defending, whereas truth is truth. And
Okay, but I can say
Coca-Cola is deadly. The increase in Coca-Cola distribution is linked to the increase in diabetes, and diabetes kills millions of people per year. Cars kill a couple of tens of thousands. So you said you can't compare, but you can, because you can compare millions of deaths to tens of thousands of deaths, and you can know that millions of deaths is a bigger number than tens of thousands of deaths. So Coca-Cola, in all the countries around the world, they started to try and push sugar laws. to restrict the amount of sugar that can go to their population because it's causing death in the population. And the governments went and started to create sugar taxes, and Coca-Cola went to court to fight the sugar tax. Now, sugar in the human body is devastating, directly proportional to how devastating heroin or cocaine is. They make these analogies themselves. So they say the way that the brain gets turned on by heroin is the same way the brain gets turned on by having 12 teaspoons of sugar in a single cup of Coke.
Can I answer?
So the provable thing here that's not in question, Coca-Cola is bad for you. People from Coke have come out telling you it's bad for you. The whole world doesn't care. They keep drinking Coca-Cola. There have been people that come from NASA that say NASA's faking. There have been government officials that say the earth is flat. They then call them crazy, use a bit of government propaganda, and the whole world doesn't care. So your initial thing was, how would they lie about something like this? Or how could they keep the lie? It's actually that when they tell the truth, the world just doesn't care. They think it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Firstly, I would say people who think bad about other people who have another idea, or who think Earth is flat, or any idea, people who think bad about those people, those people are idiots, because all ideas come from people, and we are all the same. And an idea is an idea. There is not there is bad ideas, but there is not bad people. And I cannot think bad about someone because they think differently. We and yeah, as I said, people who think bad about other people who think differently, those people are idiots. All ideas are good. But about your the problem with all you said is not argument. All you said, I can say the same in negative. I can say that Coca-Cola is good for health. They prove it. So many million people drink it in all the world for so many years, and it's, everything is okay. NASA proves that Earth is spinning. I can say all the same thing as you said. I can say it in negative. So I think it's not argument. The best way to exchange argument is to find problems in our ideas. For example, if I ask you why if Earth is flat, why I don't know, why the sun and the moon stay in the sky, for example, and with that question you can explain me, and I will understand your idea, and etc etc, and I can give you my idea, and we can exchange. But the argument
Working hard or hardly working?
you defend you
Working hard.
not defend your argument like you do, because it's not argument, it's just for you it's the truth, and with the truth we cannot speak, as I understand it. But I can say the same with my idea. I can say spinning Earth is the truth. We cannot speak about the truth. Do you understand me?
Yes, I would actually love to have a conversation with you.
Thank you.
I think you're quite intelligent, and I think that it's a bit of a challenge that we've got this language barrier. But keep coming back here, because I think that you've got something to add. The thing that you just described now, I disagree with that you could just say the opposite and that it would also be equally true. In the world, we have opinions. Everyone has an opinion. Opinions are not true. And that's why we have something called the scientific method, which uses experimentation to prove true. The way that people think now is if I say the sky is red, is my opinion and I can keep it, is fine. And you say the sky is blue, is your opinion, it's fine. So it doesn't matter if I say the sky is red or you say the sky is blue, is opinion. How could we ever know which one is true? Now, there's a little thing called experiment, and you could go do an experiment which shows the sky is blue, which would make you right and me wrong. And it doesn't matter how much I say my opinion matters, it doesn't, because I'm wrong and I've been proven wrong. When it comes to this topic, obviously you don't know the information which I'm talking about. That is the scientific information that proves that we're not spinning and that there's no curvature to this earth. Earlier on, you said the spin, that it's all relative. But real motion is not relative. Real motion is real motion, and it can always be measured. Talking about an idea can be relative. But if I say the car drove into the pole, your relative idea is that the pole went and hit the car. But it's the car that hit the pole. We know that because we can see the car driving into the pole. But the relative argument is that it's just as relative that the pole hit the car as the car hit the pole. And that's not true, because we know which way the momentum was that caused the car to hit the pole. So when we go to science, we have to do experiments. Now, in most of what we believe about the ball earth model, the globe, is never had an experiment ever anywhere, is an idea like philosophy. We think it's this way, and therefore we believe this. And with the ball, you'll often see that they say, we believe, scientists believe, it's believed that this happened. We believe the Big Bang started this. We believe that water was deposited on the earth by asteroid. We believe, to them is belief, which means religion. Like, I believe in a God, I believe in a creator, is belief. Because there's no evidence for that. There's no evidence for the asteroids hitting the earth and bringing the water to the earth. It's just an idea, and then it's an opinion, which means I can have different opinion, you can have different opinion, everyone can have different opinion. But that's why we have a scientific method with experiment. And the scientific experiments, which if you're interested, I can share them with you. Those scientific experiments prove the earth is flat, non-rotating, meaning stationary. And that information is not shared with the public.
It's again the
Because
same. Sorry, sorry, I cut you. Yeah, continue. But I just would say it's the same as before.
so opinion, we can all have opinions, but facts are facts. The sky is blue. I can't say it's purple. I can't say it's red.
As is the same as before. I can use it. I can use the same argument against you. I can say, yeah, opinion is an opinion, idea is an idea, philosophy is a philosophy, and we can share different philosophy, but experiments and truth is the truth. Nothing, not, but you take the example of the sky. Okay, no problem. I say it's blue, you say it's red. I take you outside, you say the sky is blue, you agree with me. But I can use the same argument against you. I can say, yeah, we never prove that the earth is spinning, is yeah, rond, enfin, circle. We say square. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. We didn't prove it. Okay. But we didn't prove that the Earth is flat. So
We
you
have.
cannot.
We have.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Yes. But again,
but
it's the same. It's the same.
scientifically,
I can say. Sorry. So I can say the same. I can say we proved that the Earth is circle. You know.
and
You understand?
then I would ask you how, and then you would have to tell me the scientific experiment which
Oh,
proved that it's a sphere,
I
which
can
there
give you.
isn't any.
Uh, yeah, I can give you
Okay, give
thousands
me
of
one.
different.
Give me one. Just give me one.
Give you one? Only one about the Earth.
That the Earth is definitely a sphere
Okay.
that you
A
can do
simple.
yourself.
Okay, a simple. Les phares. Yeah, it's a very basic example. Les phares. What? Yeah. Les phares. Sorry, I will translate. You know the big tower with a light to help boat in
Lighthouse. Yes,
in the ocean. Yeah,
lighthouse.
yeah. Lighthouse. Um, they construct it high, and they make the light high. Why they do that? They do that because with the curve of the Earth, if more higher is, more far you see it. Because if it was little, it will take time before you see the light because of the curve. And if it
So
was if it wasn't curved, why did they make the tower very big? And if you say to
for
me,
the same reason.
yeah, but I don't finish. I didn't finish. The problem is if you take a two-dimension graphic with a Pythagore theorem, we know that in a triangle rectangle, in triangle, triangle rectangle.
Yes, a right triangle.
Do you know theorem de Pythagore? Pythagore. Uh, sorry, in mathematics.
Pythagoras.
Uh, you know, in triangle. Sorry, I need to check
Yeah,
on it.
a 90-degree triangle, a right triangle.
Yeah, angle droit, triangle, rectangle. Yeah, yeah, there is hypotenuse and there is côté opposé, côté adjacent. There is three. Yes, so I will check.
Okay, so just to answer your question about the lighthouses, lighthouses are the best flat earth proof there is. Because if you were living on a sphere with a known radius, there must be curvature from the first mile, discernible curvature from the first mile. As you go out certain distances to which we know the lighthouse can be seen. So it's recorded that you can see the light from this lighthouse at between 60 miles and 90 miles away. When you go and do the calculations for what the sphere should be, no lighthouse, okay, like you said, it's built tall, even with that height, because we factor that height into our calculation.
And
even with that height, you should
the
not
sun.
see the lighthouse before 10 miles.
And the
So
sun.
by 10 miles, no, wait, just stay on the lighthouse. So the lighthouse, you can't see a lighthouse on a sphere for 60 miles, 90 miles, 100 miles away, because the Earth curvature would have blocked that light by the 10th mile. So this light is traveling 7, 8, 9 times further. When you take anything in altitude,
Excuse me. Sorry, yeah, I have to say to you when I cut you. When you speak, I'm sorry. It's because I don't understand some words, and I have to cut you because if you continue, you continue for nothing because I lose the the understand. Do you understand me?
Yes. So which word didn't you understand?
I didn't understand when you say about 10 miles far from the lighthouse. The light don't arrive in a. We cannot see the light. But what is the reason why the light don't arrive?
So this is the exact point. The light does arrive. You do see the lighthouse from that distance. If the Earth was a sphere with the radius that they tell us that it is, we can do the mathematical calculations and determine that the bulge of water, what you think is the horizon, you think it's the edge of the ball that things go behind. So the boat sails behind the horizon or over the horizon. Is going under that bulge. That ship, when you're standing at the beach, the ship is said to disappear at 3 miles. When that ship is 3 miles away from you, it's reached your horizon point and starts to move behind.
We don't. I don't hear you. Flat Earth solar.
Mic check.
Yeah. Are you here?
Sorry, I got a phone call and it kicked me out of the chat.
Oh, okay. No problem. Yeah, you continue.
Okay, so why I said to you the evidence, the real scientific evidence supports that it always measures flat. Water always lies level, which is flat. We call it sea level because the oceans across between the continents are level. The ground underneath the ocean, we call it a plain. We call it the abyssal plain. Then when you come up on the continent, we call them the flats, either salt flats, or we call them plateaus, or we call them plains. We say Kansas is as flat as a pancake. Then you get to the next sea level and it's level again. Water always finds or seeks to find its level unless there's a fall. If the one side is lower than the other, the water will rush towards the lower side. That's how the Romans created the aqueducts, which fed water for hundreds of kilometers from the mountains to Rome and various other cities, is by understanding that making one side lower than another makes the water flow towards the lower side, always. So water, which makes up 70% of this planet, is level and flat. When we go out and measure this, do you know what the longest distance photograph ever taken is? The world's Guinness Book of Record photography? How far do you think we could take a photo?
I heard you. I'm listening.
It's 274 miles, 411 kilometers. That I can take a photo of something in the distance 400 kilometers away. When you do the mathematical calculation as to how much the sphere should bend, that object that you've just taken the photo of should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So the behind curvature means behind the idea that you're on a sphere. So do you know, like a football? Do you watch football?
Yeah.
So if your football's got the black patch and then the white patch and then another black patch and then a white patch, if I hold the ball in front of me, I can't see the black patch on the back of the ball because it's behind the curve. The back of the ball I can never see, even if I go higher. So I can put that ball on the ground and I can go all the way up to space. I'm still not going to see that black patch. But on a table, flat table, if I lift up, I can see more of the table. If I lift up further, I can still see more of the table. If I keep going up further, I can still see more and further and further and further. Whereas on an actual football, there would come one of the patches would be the last patch you can see. After that patch, it's all behind the other side of the ball. Then you can't see it. And it doesn't matter how high you go up, it's behind the other side of the ball. It's only when you're going to go up and over the ball that you can start to look backwards. Then you can see what's there. So long distance photography.
Like a ball.
So long distance photography, to take a photo of something 400 kilometers away, and it's a world record, when, like I just explained to you, the horizon should be at 3 miles. So when you stand at the ocean, after 3 miles, everything else must start to be behind the ball, or at least starting to be on that side.
Behind the ball. You, I don't know if it's me, I don't understand, or if it's you give me argument, because you are explaining to me that with the picture, with all these miles, etc. You compare it to a ball, and you explain to me that we cannot see behind a certain a distance, because it's like a ball. We don't see behind. I agree with you. Yeah, the Earth is like a ball. We don't see behind. It's round like a ball. And the distance, we cannot see it at a certain distance, because of the curve of the ball of the Earth. For me, if I understand good, you give an argument for me. The reason why the lighthouse they construct it high, it's because of the curve of the Earth. We need to have a higher light to see it more farthest. And if you take the place of the light, you see the ocean, and yeah, you are very high. You see the ocean, and you see a boat in front of you. Yeah, this line in front of you, from you to the ocean, is in a rectangle triangle, is hypotenuse. And the other line to finish the triangle is the boat, the distance between the boat and the feet of the lighthouse, the base, and the tall of the lighthouse is the third line of the triangle. And if you may calculate with Pythagoras theory, you know, in English, yeah, simply with Pythagoras theory, you can explain that the distance from the light it's high, from the light to the boat is farthest than the distance between the boat and the feet of the lighthouse. Um, the, and if it wasn't farthest, no, sorry. If the light, if the distance between the light and the boat was closest than in the feet of the lighthouse, they wouldn't they wouldn't construct it higher. Sorry, I don't know if you understand me.
Sorry, I was talking to mute. Yeah, I understand you. Like I say, you have to go and do these numbers yourself. Take the height of the lighthouse, put it into a curve calculator.
Yeah, we can calculate now. Yeah, I can easily calculate with you now.
Okay.
We can take.
So this is why I was so keen to say to you, it always proves to be flat, because I don't care which lighthouse you give me. You choose the lighthouse, you choose the height of the lighthouse, and you tell me at what distance we can see the light, and I'll take you through step by step why it can't be a globe. And like you said, building the lighthouse taller, like I said to you with the football, it doesn't matter even if I go all the way to space. Even if I built that lighthouse 10 million miles tall, I cannot shine the light on the backside of the ball. The back of the ball is the back of the ball. If I'm standing in front of the ball, looking at the ball, I can go up to infinity. I could go to Jupiter. I'm still not going to see the back of the ball, where when you take these measurements, you will see that we're always seeing the backside, but it's still looking flat. It's still on the horizon, on the level plane that we live on. But in your model, you say, is because we went a little bit up in feet. Now, most lighthouses are 20 feet, 30 feet. So let's say 30 feet, that's 10 meters. By adding 10 meters, you think that it can cast light around the back of the ball by adding 10 meters?
No, it's not that. You cannot you cannot compare the Earth with a ball, because if you compare a football ball and the Earth, you will necessarily make mistake, because the Earth is so big.
No, so the Earth is not a ball, which is why you don't want to compare it to a ball.
Okay, yeah, I would say simply that if the light wasn't of the lighthouse, if the light was constructed high to see behind the ball, and that's impossible, of course, I understand. We cannot see behind something, sometimes. But if it was, if I was agree with you, I have to say that the Earth is flat. Okay, but if it was flat, the problem is that the light can be seen in more than thousand and million kilometers far, because we can see we can see like sun and moon. We can see uh, uh, we can see a lot of things very with light very, very far. And if I have to be agree with you, with your opinion, with when you come.
No one has to agree. That's why we do the calculation, and the calculation tells us if the sky is blue or red. It's not opinion. This has got nothing to do with opinion. And what you must keep in your mind is that we're told that at the seashore, when I'm standing by the beach, I see a ship disappear because of the curvature. Then when we show you there's no curvature, you say, yeah, but the Earth's so big. And then when we say it's not so big.
What is the curvature?
The curvature of the surface of the Earth that you claim is there. Like, here's how many angles of view must be seen. Like, how many angles of a circle do you have to be able to see to be able to prove that the surface is arcing? Because it doesn't arc in one way. It arcs in all directions. You understand that, right? If it's a sphere. Do you understand that?
I'm listening, but I don't understand.
Have you ever looked at a ball? You notice that the surface of the ball is curving away from your eye in all directions at the same time.
Sorry, can you speak
now,
slower?
I'm gonna post a panoramic photograph of the ocean. It's 180 degrees of view. You should be able to see the arc within that 180. That's half of a circle.
Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
But did you hear the point that the guy was saying? Why I brought up the football is because I thought you're French, so maybe you watch your La Liga or one of the leagues, so that you would at least know that when we're talking about something that's round like a ball, that's bending away in all areas. Everywhere there must be curvature. There must be curvature to my right. There must be curvature in front. There must be curvature to the left. When we go and work out the mathematics for the curvature, that curvature starts in the first mile. So at 1.6 kilometers, you must start to see curvature at 1.6 mile, 1.6 kilometer, which means it's not this big ball and you're the tiny ant. And for the ant on the ball, it looks flat, but it's actually a ball, but it looks flat. What we're saying is it measures flat. Measure it. Like I said to you, the reason you're bringing up lighthouses is because you haven't done this calculation. Pick any lighthouse. Pick the height of the lighthouse.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it together.
Okay.
We don't have to take any light. We will take a light. We just need to have the rules of Pythagorean mathematics. It's very simple. If you know that the hypotenuse in English, you say hypotenuse.
Your claim was hypotenuse. So big.
The hypotenuse au carré.
Okay, listen. Before we go into triangles,
is always the hypotenuse is always higher than the other lines. The other
correct, yes. The hypotenuse is always longer. And to have a triangle, you need a flat base. The bottom of the triangle has to be a straight line. It can't be a curve. Otherwise, you don't end up with a triangle. You end up with a different shape.
No, you don't understand.
You can't. No, listen to this now. No, listen to this now.
Okay.
You cannot get 90 degrees unless the base is horizontal. If the bottom line, so the very bottom line of your triangle, you say we're talking about a right angle triangle with the hypotenuse. The bottom line can only be a straight line. It can never be curved. Otherwise, you couldn't get the 90 degree, which we need for Pythagoras's square right-angled triangle. The only way to get a 90 degree is if the base is flat. And then your upright is perpendicular 90 degrees to the flat base. But anyway, go back to the lighthouse. Okay. The first example is the Igero lighthouse in Norway. It's 153 feet above high water. It's visible from 21.6 statute miles, where
Sorry,
its top.
I don't understand.
Okay, right. Have you got a piece of paper and a pencil with you?
Okay, wait. And yeah, sorry, I always cut you. But sometimes I don't understand them. I know
Okay.
it's very.
So, like I said to you, the lighthouses prove our model, or not our model. It proves that your model is not true. And this is just the first one of, I can give you 20 right now if you want. So it's called Igero. It's Egero, Igero Lighthouse in Norway. It's 153 feet above high water. 153 feet. It's visible from 21.6 statute miles. At only 150 feet. Feet, remember, it's 3 feet for a meter. So that's about 50 meters high is this lighthouse. It can be seen for 21.6 statute miles. When you go and use the Earth curve calculator, is the calculator designed to calculate where that curvature, where the bending away must start.
Sorry, can you repeat your experience and explain me again, because I don't understand your experience
Okay, so this is not an experience. We're talking about a calculation, so that it's not opinion, it can be fact.
Yeah, but
okay?
we write
So,
experience.
All right, so then let me get to the punchline. This lighthouse is only 153 feet tall, and it should be 158 feet below the horizon. So it's only 153 tall. It should be 158 feet below the horizon at that 21 statute miles.
How many feet? Sorry. From tall is 150, and you talk about
the tall is 153. How far you can see it is 21.6 statute miles, which is nautical miles. It's over water, so it's the longer mile. 21.6 miles. When you work out 21.6 miles with an observer height of 153 foot, you get 158 feet. That should be below the horizon. So you shouldn't
Math
see
don't work.
any of that lighthouse. Okay. Next lighthouse, the Chennai lighthouse in India.
Sorry.
Okay.
Can you repeat, because I understand nothing? Sorry.
Basically, what he's saying is the math that is used to explain the globe Earth is not correct. Meaning, it's not a globe. So that's basically what he's saying. He's trying to break it down so you can do the math yourself. He's trying to give you the height of the observer, the distance to the object being observed, like the lighthouse.
Oh, okay, I understand. So, okay. No, it's no.
Because you can only see things so far. Light does not bend through water.
The problem is that it can't prove nothing, because to make an experience,
Math don't prove nothing, sir.
We have the toll of the lighthouse. We have some information, but the most important information, we don't have it. Where is the boat? And when
It doesn't matter where the boat is. All you need to know is the boat is X miles away from the observable object.
You've got
the
all
boat
your
is
distances.
the observer.
You've got all your distances for your hypotenuse, for your right-angled triangle. You've got the distance the boat was away, 21.6 miles. You've got the height of the lighthouse, 153 feet. Then you can work out the hypotenuse. And like I said in the beginning, you have to have a flat base on that triangle. It's called Euclidean geometry, which is
run
flat.
squared by height squared divided by 2 to come up with the hypotenuse.
Okay, so now the point that why I'm bringing this up to you is that you can choose any lighthouse in the world. They don't work on a sphere. Any lighthouse. So the next one, so just follow me for 10 seconds.
Sorry.
The Chennai lighthouse in India is 187 feet, and it should be 495 feet below the horizon. The next one is the Montauk Point Lighthouse in New York. So listen, you're going to have to go do some of your own research. I've explained it to you. I tried to talk slowly so you could write the numbers down, but you keep asking me to repeat the numbers. We're not going to make progress on this topic.
Something that might be helpful for you is every time you hear the word feet, divide the feet or multiply the feet by 3, and that'll give you roughly the meters. Very roughly. It's like off by like 3 centimeters or something like that. But
Yes.
Just multiply the number of feet by 3 to come up with the meters if it's easier for you that way.
So the lighthouse in New York is called the Montauk Lighthouse. It's 110 feet high, and the light can be seen from 21.8 statute miles. On a ball Earth, this 110-foot tall thing would be 168 feet below the horizon. So what you'll find is that with every lighthouse, it's not tall enough to be seen from where it's being seen if the Earth was a sphere.
Exactly. You wouldn't be able to see it because you have 158 feet of water in the way. A mountain 158 feet tall of water in the way from seeing the light, but yet you can still see the light.
So that's just 3, okay? Now, like I say, I've got another 20 or 30 that we can go through here. What you need to do is go do this on your own. Go pick a lighthouse, do the calculation, and then you're going to argue that there was maybe atmospheric conditions that were causing refraction on the day. Maybe you want us to measure what the temperature of the water was when so what you'll start to do then is, because this can't fit on the Earth if it's a sphere, you'll start to try and find other reasons to attack the data. This is the data. We know how far ships can see these lighthouses from. We know that it's recorded in multiple places. So that's why I say you need to go and do this on your own. Pick a destination, pick a lighthouse, do the Earth curvature mathematics, and you will see it doesn't match. It can't work on a sphere.
And then look up the definition of the word level.
The problem is that you didn't prove me that my experience was false, because when you give me your explanation, when you answer me, you don't explain me why they construct it higher, why they try to construct as high as possible. And
so I told you already. I told you this already.
Because sorry, sometimes I get you, but I hear you. Please just hear me to be more to know more my argument. If the Earth wasn't round, and if the problem with the light is the atmosphere, or I don't know, something else, is the reason why the light cannot arrive. Can you explain me why between me and the sun, or between me and the moon, there is an atmosphere in the ocean, or in the earth, or in the earth, in the ground, everywhere? I can see it, and nothing cannot hide the the sun, or the light, and it's very very far from me. And if I can see light so far, like stars and all lights in the sky, why I cannot see, if the earth was flat, why I cannot see a light very very far as the moon or the sun? And if
It's
it
the
wasn't,
inverse square law.
So here you're bringing up two different things. One is stars, the other one is lighthouses. So let me just talk about the lighthouse first. I don't know how people who believe in a sphere don't understand that gaining altitude means you can see further. If I tell you to lie down in your living room, you lie down on the floor on your living room, and you only open the eye that's right on your floor in your living room. Then you stand up. Can you see more of your living room when you're standing or when you're lying down flat?
When you're standing.
It's your
Oh, you
question
weren't asking.
is
I'm
not
sorry.
very clear. It's not very clear. You should take another. Could can you take another example to compare?
Yeah, it's not very clear. You have to have more variables in there for him to explain it with maths.
So it's very simple. It's very simple. Okay, do you have a table in front of you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, can you put your head on that table, close both your eyes, but keep only the eye that's closest to the table open?
Yeah, continue, yeah.
Okay, so now you've got, in your field of view, you'll have a lot of the table that you can see in the foreground, like you can see a bit of the table. Now lift your head off the table and tell me if you can see more of the table.
Of course, I see more of the table. Yes, of course.
Okay, of course. And the table is what shape? Is it flat or is it round?
Yeah, of course, it's flat.
Okay, so by lifting the observer on a flat surface, you can also see further.
My table is flat, and it's also a circle, so it's also round.
The problem.
Okay, don't complicate it.
No, I
No,
understand.
just so on a flat surface, when you get taller, you see further. It doesn't matter for sphere or flat. If you get higher up, you see further. Now, you asked me, why would they build lighthouses higher? So why would you lift your eye off the table is to see further, right? You said, of course.
No,
it's obvious.
I not agree with you, because your experience is totally different. That the example with the boat.
This is not opinion. This is not experience. This is common sense.
Yes,
I'm asking. I asked you. You said yes, of course. Of course.
And
of
this
course
is how the real world actually
of course,
is, by the way.
Of course means I don't have to say yeah, but of course means yes. So if answer is yes,
I understand you. The problem is that you don't listen me. I listen you. I'm trying to understand everything, but you don't want to listen me. You're trying to prove me that you are true. You will never arrive in something. You know, I believe no one in the world. I believe only myself. And I take information and I take my own opinion.
Then why are you going based off of what other people before you have said?
No, I just, if you listen to me, you will understand what I say. The problem is that, yes, of course, your experience with the desk, with the table, is good. It proves that the desk, the table is flat, but it's totally different. That
It's nothing for the flat.
Let me finish, please.
See, a lot of people think that the curvature of the Earth has been measured a long time ago.
Your eyes in a table. Your eyes is from horizontal, vertical. Comment on dit? Vertical,
Yeah.
horizontal.
Horizontal and vertical, yes.
Okay, so it's the same. Yeah. Your example is a vertical experience. I see the table, and when I go, stand up, I see more of the table, of course. But with the light of the lighthouse and the boat, horizontal. Sorry, I say French. Horizontal.
It's fine. Horizontal, yeah.
And the light, the light is the same everywhere. In the air. So yeah. So yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question, real quick? Do you know what?
I finished just that. The distance of the lighthouse, from a high position to the boat, the distance is bigger than the distance if the light was in the ground. So if it wasn't, if the earth was flat, or they didn't construct the light high, because the distance is higher.
But the Earth is flat.
Yes, but the problem.
Now, do you know anything about the height of sea waves?
The height of sea wave. You're talking
Yeah,
about.
because remember these lighthouses, they're not for stationary land. It's meant for something that's moving around, bobbing up and down on the sea, right? It's meant for ships to navigate by. So, one of the things is I've been in seas to where it was like 20-foot seas with 5-second intervals between the swells, and that was a very rough sea, and it was constantly up and down. And when you're down in the valley of these swells, you look around you and it's just nothing but water. Like you're surrounded by water, like water's all around you and above the ship by like 20 feet. And then the other time is you're above everything. Now, the reason why these lighthouses have to be elevated is so you can see these things, these lighthouses, when you're in rough seas like that. Otherwise, you'd be transitioning so fast between the high and the low of the swells that you wouldn't be able to get a pinpoint lock on the dead reckoning of the lighthouse, especially in rough seas, which is where they're most needed, because they're telling you, if you come this way, there's reefs this way, danger, rough seas. If the sea drops by 23 feet, your ship could run aground. Don't go this way. They're there for a reason. And in rough seas is when they're really needed the most, not on glass conditions, right? So what you're saying about, well, they should just be at eye level or at ground level. Yeah, ground level is fine as long as the seas are no more than about 6 feet interval, or 6 feet in height.
Yeah, great
Because
point.
6 feet in height and 6 feet in down, that's 12 feet difference, right?
And also,
so you're not going to be able to see that light.
And the angular resolution, if that wave is really close to the lighthouse and it's causing a 20-foot swell, the actual shadowed portion behind can be significantly higher because of how, like the same way, if I put my thumb over my eye, it blocks everything in my world. But it's just my small thumb being placed over my eye that suddenly I can't see anything else, but it's a small thumb. Now, when you're looking over long distances, that little wave that's only 20 foot high can end up causing much greater obstruction further on, depending where that wave occurred to the ship. So all of these are factored in. So I think that was a great answer to this thing. And Saitama,
Yes,
how long have you been looking into this?
Into what?
Into the flat earth.
I never really looking about this. I talked about this subject sometimes with some friends or some people, but
Okay.
not
So
very.
really new. Okay, so now
Yes,
I've been researching this since 2015, and I know that many of the people in this room have dedicated much of their life to researching this for multiple years. Now, I mean this with all respect. The arguments that you're bringing forth today are like preschool discussion. It's very simple to prove what you're saying is not right, because you had to start, we all started there, and then we had to go on to more advanced topics. So when I'm talking like I'm going to answer your question, is because I know what your question is, because I've answered it maybe 200 times before. And I think our language barrier is the thing that's causing most of this delay. But like I say, I mean this with all respect. It's just because you haven't got the information, which is why you're questioning when we present this information. Is like saying to someone who's in a religion, oh, I've never looked at the religion. I've only ever spoken to my friends about the religion once, but I'm going to go tell the preacher everything about his religion and tell the preacher why his religion's wrong, but you don't actually know the religion yet. So the same thing with this type of information is you said you haven't even started researching this. Now you raised lighthouses, which is a flat earth proof. It's how we normally would start the conversation to make someone start to scratch their head and think, that is an interesting thing. Why does that happen? No person who thinks they live on a sphere brings up the lighthouse as a proof of a sphere, because it doesn't prove a sphere, not in any way, shape, or form. It cannot prove a sphere, a lighthouse. The lighthouse is one of 1,000 other proofs.
Excuse
Listen,
me, it's not argument. But it's not you don't give me arguments. I want arguments because you said just what I say is the truth, and everything you said, I can say the same at negative. I can say that yeah, I'm new on this, but uh, uh, I know people who work on this subject for so many centuries, not only years, as you said, but I can say the same as you with centuries. I can, I can, I can I can talk about so many person, so many scientists who work about this subject, and it's not an argument. You said to me that everything I said is very simple to prove it that is wrong. I can say the same because everything you said it didn't prove me that I'm wrong, and everything you said it concludes to me that um, my idea are is it's true compared to your idea. You know, so globally, everything you said is not argument. You just say you have the truth. I am wrong because but it's not argument. It's always the it's just like you talk me about the universal truth.
I have a sneaking suspicion that you're not going to look into any of the evidence that's presented before you.
I think he's agreed
have
to disagree
so many
right
evidence.
before he came in.
Yeah.
So Saitama, so basically you're agreeing to disagree. And then we can just drop the conversation and I can stop having to repeat myself 10 times, because you're just going to disagree with anything that we say, because like you say, it's like opinion. I can say aborting a child is bad. You can say aborting a child is good. We don't have to look at the science. We don't have to do the evidence. We don't have to look at the mathematics. We can just
still
say,
murder.
You say abortion is good. I say abortion is bad. And we're going to just stay at stalemate because there's no way to prove if abortion is good or bad. That's not logically accurate. It's not a good way to think about things.
It's murder.
If I went, like I said, what you're asking us today, there's been answers for this for maybe 7 years already, 6 years. These questions were answered in day one. Day one of preschool. Day one of preschool. These questions were answered if you're at the Flat Earth School. Now,
hey, do you know who's measured the surface? Do you know if anyone has measured the curvature of the Earth?
Sorry, what?
Do you know anyone in history that has ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes is a very old scientist in the time of Roman Greece.
Are you talking the Egyptian Aristosthenes?
Yes.
The Hellenistic Egyptian? Well, is sticks and shadows a standard for measurement? No. Sticks and shadows is not a standard of measurement. So therefore, Aristosthenes did not measure the curvature. He just did a bunch of sundials.
In what you based your argument? In what?
Aristosthenes did not give a measurement for the curve.
Not for the curve, but for the
No, not for the curve at all. First of all, the locations of Alexandria and Cyrene were not even perpendicular on the same latitudinal line, which it should be for that experiment. But, it's neither here nor there. The second point of this thing is you can get the same result on a curved or a flat surface. The only thing that Aristosthenes proved is that it's a local sun.
So he proved that what?
The sun is local, not far away. It's not 83.7 million miles away.
Sorry.
Now, do you know what the distance between the Earth and the sun is? It's called the astronomical unit, otherwise known as AU, right? They call it AU, 1 AU.
Yes. It's
now. Do you know what else in science is known as AU Aurum?
Scientists, in kilometers.
It's called gold. It's the atomic, or it's the elemental symbol for gold. AU. Why are they considering the sun golden? Could it have something to do with Kabbalism? Could it have something to do with ancient Egyptian sun worship? Possibly, but I'm just gonna lay these things out before you because I understand that there's a large language barrier here. Because I'm pretty sure English is not even your second language of choice. But you do speak fairly good English, but I do realize that when you're trying to speak with somebody that only speaks their native language and you're trying to keep up, it's very difficult to keep up, and some things lost in translation.
Yeah, I understand, of course, yeah.
Right. But basically what I'm sitting here saying do you know what a standard of measurement is? It's not a stick or a shadow. Standard of measurement is something like a cubit or a meter or a yard or a foot. You know what I mean? It's or like a kilometer or a kilogram, right? A kilogram is 1,000 grams, right? I mean, these things are standard units of measurement.
Yes.
Now, a stick in a shadow or a well in shadow is not a standard unit of measurement. So I'm simply asking, do you know of anyone that has measured the curvature of the surface of the Earth? Especially water.
Can you
because see, water has a specific property to it. One of the properties of water, like gas, it takes the shape of its container. However, unlike gas, is water liquids. It's a phase of matter. Will always find its level when at rest.
And why the experience? Because I don't understand why you say that stick and shadow is not standard. But
It's not a standard of measurement. What is a standard of measurement? A ruler.
No, I understand.
Stick and shadow is not a standard of measurement. Do you even understand who Eratosthenes was? And Eratosthenes was 2000 or 200 BC, right? 200 BC.
Let me give you my question because
and 1700s planet was known as a wandering star.
Do you hear me? Hello.
Speak.
Yes. I was saying. I don't know if you heard me, but I was saying. Let me give you my question. And with my question, you can answer me about specifically. Yes, about my question specifically. I said about the experience of Eratosthenes. Why did you say that the stick and the shadow is not a standard? I don't understand, and I would like you to explain me the experience and how he did the experience to arrive in his conclusion.
Well, were you not the one that said Eratosthenes was the one that found the curvature of the surface of the Earth?
And again, this discussion is actually day 2 at preschool in the Flat Earth School. So Eratosthenes has already been demonstrated mathematically that you can do exactly the same experiment using a flat local light source, a local light source over a flat surface. If I hold a torch above something on my table, it's going to not cast a shadow on that object, but something on the other side of the table is going to cast a shadow. So measuring shadows, like the previous guy said, is assumptive based. It's based on assumption. So if I can demonstrate the exact same experiment on a flat table, then I use the same mathematics to prove my flat table is a ball. That's already been demonstrated. Your Neil deGrasse Tyson did an interview where he actually described that Eratosthenes doesn't prove it's a sphere because it can be done on both a flat or a round surface. And I think, I don't know if everyone else in the room is tired of playing in preschool, but maybe you would learn more if you just listened to some of the other guys talking rather than making a claim like Eratosthenes measured. Measured means actually went out and took the measurement. Doing a calculation on a piece of paper is not measuring. You measure, you write the numbers on the paper from your measurement, then you can calculate.
Can you explain?
No one's ever done the first measurement. They only ever do the calculation.
I'm sorry, you didn't answer me. You just say to me, to be simple, you just say to me, Eratosthenes didn't work good, he's false. Stop. But it's not like that. We can answer.
Oh, holy cow.
I will be more, I will give you precision. Can you please give me, step by step, all the step Eratosthenes used to arrive on his conclusion? Do you know simply the experience and how he arrived in his conclusion? What he did simply? Can you explain me with all step about his experience?
Hey, buddy, you're the one that claimed Eratosthenes was the one that discovered the curvature. So therefore, you should know what his experiment was about. You should know what his. Well, it's kind of like the Aries failure. It's one of the same.
And if you actually go and look at the historical accuracy of the story, some stories say it was 2 wells, some stories say it was 2 sticks, some stories say it was 1 well and 1 stick. There was no way of communicating between Egypt and Cyrene to be able to say, all right, at this time, conduct your measurement.
Okay, stop conducting your measurement. Now we're going to work it out. So the point about this is that
experience, because if you don't have the experience, you cannot say that he's false. You can say that you are not agree, but you cannot say that he's false and I'm true.
He's getting angry.
Because when you give me, for example, when you prove me that the Earth is not square because of that or whatever, if you cannot say that if my argument is false, automatically you have the truth. You know, just ask you. You said that Eratosthenes is wrong. Okay.
Hey, Chad, we're getting some feedback.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
His experience to say that he's false. It's not a problem. I agree with you if he's false, of course. But just explain me, please, step by step, how he did his experience to finally conclude in his just because we cannot say it's false, it's true, if we understand what we talk. You say Eratosthenes is false, okay? What is his experience? And which thing in his experience is him mistakes? And if you don't answer me, it's not a problem. That's not mean that that's just mean that we have to change the argument because we will stay around. Yeah, but if I prove something,
Sam,
that's not
take a
mean
deep
that
breath, please, man.
What?
Take a deep breath.
Yeah, sorry.
Just calm down, man. We're just discussing.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, it's getting hard to copy on what you're saying.
So yeah, we drink a little bit.
Well, I was gonna say coffee's good for me, man. Do you like coffee?
Sorry, I love coffee. So I was drinking. But yeah, not coffee. I like in French we name it les Russes, Russian
Les
milk.
Russes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Russian milk. Les
Oh, okay. Well, see what I'm drinking right now is it's a specialty, right? It's like a very dark roast because I like my coffee like I like my women strong and bitter, right? It's called French roast.
French roast. Oh.
Yeah. I like it because it really expresses the bean itself and all of the different flavors that are hidden inside the profile of the bean that only comes out through like a chocolate or a French roast.
French roast.
Yeah, it just means a very dark roast.
I hate hard coffee. French.
You said like a hot coffee?
a hard, like a strong one, like a really like a espresso type, you know.
Oh no, yeah.
Like espresso, Italian.
Yeah, this isn't not espresso or anything. This is just regular drip brew. But I had son of a bitch. Why's it got to have French in it too? This vanilla creamer. It's called French vanilla creamer.
Sorry, repeat.
I have this cream that I add, or this creamer that I add to my coffee, and it's called French vanilla. And I was just commenting, God dang it, why does it got to be French as well? Because coffee's French roast and the vanilla is French. So hey,
Where did
While
coffee
switching to
originate?
French.
Where did coffee originate from?
Ethiopia.
Is it in the Middle East?
Ethiopia.
Oh,
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. Okay.
He's a goatkeeper.
Yeah, goat herder named Caldi.
Yes. He was from Kaffa, the city. Yeah, the city of Kaffa, and he find coffee with his goat because he watched them.
The goats were eating the berries and noticed that, or the cherries from this tree, and noticed the goats were jumping around and acting like fools. So he went and he ate one of the cherries and found it was sweet and energetic. Didn't do anything with the seeds until somebody threw all the seeds in the fire, and they pulled them out and said, no, this is good. And all the flesh was burnt off of it, and then soaked it in water, making the first crude cup of coffee. Now, however, that is the Roman story of it, or the Romantic story. There's a couple of different things, but that's the most common one, is a goat herder named Caldi who was a Kefre, right? So yeah. So it's like one of these things to where we really don't know. We're just grateful that it's here.
Sorry, we don't know what.
We really don't know, because from what we know from like novels and the writings, coffee's from the Turks because it was imported by Turkish monks, because they used it to study their scriptures. And then it came to the Vatican, and the Pope
The original
decided to
Brahmin.
bless it because he was already a coffee drinker, and a lot of people were saying it's the devil's drink, so he sanctified it.
Oh, okay.
That's like the actual literature that we know of. But as far as, the Ethiopian bean, I don't know if there's any actual proof to it originating in the White Nile Falls area of Ethiopia.
Yeah, it's hard to trust any part of history at this point.
Yeah, but see, that's just something that we've come to learn from finding out that everything is a lie. Like even Napoleon, right? Napoleon Bonaparte. Do you know what he said about history?
No.
Napoleon said history is only a lie agreed upon.
Oh yeah, I've heard the quote. Yeah, that came from Napoleon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the winner write the history. Of course.
Yep.
That too. Yeah.
It's true. Yeah.
So we have all of these proofs that things are not what they seem in front of us, and we have to argue over semantics like lighthouses and Aristophanes. When we actually look at the evidence, right, and we're just like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense with the Aristophanes altogether. The Aristophanes conundrum was looked at and laughed at for millennia.
Sorry.
I think it's just the conventional outlook on flat earthers he's got here. He thinks we're all in here and we missed that day of school, Aristophanes.
No, see, like with me, I started off this thing by going, you know what? I don't really know if it's a ball or not, because I've never been to space. I have to go based off of what others before me have been to. So
Tama,
can we trust them? So I started looking into who they were, and no, you cannot trust them. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to say, can you see the live stream voice text? It's the chat group that's just above this channel that you're in. Called live stream voice text.
Yes, sorry.
So while people have been talking, people have been posting the evidences and the pictures and the proof to support what's being said at the different times. The last picture I've just shown you is the Eratosthenes experiment, looking at longer shadow lengths on a flat or a spherical model, and that they get exactly the same angles, exactly the same shadow lengths. The only thing is that
Sorry, Flash.
the only thing is that he took that assumption that he measured a shadow length and then assumed it was the spherical version. But they've demonstrated mathematically you get the same answers if the sun is small and local on a flat earth, or if the sun is large and far away on a round earth, you get the same answer. Are you looking at the picture that I posted?
Yes, but I don't understand when you say the same answer.
Basically,
Can you see
Aristosthenes
those four
doesn't prove
sticks?
anything.
Can you see those four sticks that are on the ball and on the flat Earth? Can you see those four sticks standing upright?
The last picture.
Okay, so look at the very bottom line that's sticking towards the sun, and you see that the line with the arrow on it is indicating where the sun rays are hitting that first stick. That first stick costs no shadow. You agree?
Yeah, continue. Yeah.
The second stick costs a smaller shadow, which is effectively, I think that's delta 3 and
Alpha
delta
3.
2, and is it alpha? Sorry,
Alpha 3, Alpha 2, and Alpha 1. Yeah.
All right. Now look at the piece on the left-hand side. You'll see the first stick on the right-hand side has no shadow. The second stick has an alpha 3, an alpha 2, and an alpha 1, meaning those angles are identical to the angles on the right-hand side.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, even if it's square or flat, the angle change. Is it that?
Correct. The angle changed exactly the same as what he measured.
Okay.
So,
yes, I understand.
so
Yes.
when we take flat surfaces and do this experiment ourselves, we can prove using Eratosthenes' maths that the flat surface is a sphere. I can
Okay.
prove that my table is a sphere if I do this exercise.
Real quick thought experiment. Why do they call it sea level? Just a thought experiment. Just think about it for about a day.
Sorry, you talk about sea level, but
Yes. Why would they call it sea level? Just think about it.
we talk about sea level because it's the reference. Yeah. We take a reference. Do you understand reference?
Well, just think about it. Why is it called sea level?
Hold sea level.
I think we should just stick to Aristosthenes right now.
So, sorry, you say
One
cold
thing
sea
at a
level.
time.
Yeah.
You talk about
Okay, basically
the
basically
temperature
like
of the water.
well, no, I'm sea level is the level which the sea is at, right? But anyways, it's a play on words. Like, why is it sea level? Because what you see is
It's
level.
zero. It's zero. The level.
Yeah, 0 degrees elevation. Yes. But
Yes.
anyways, so I wish this had a little bit more information so that we knew what the angle was of the ray. But we know that alpha 3 is the same as alpha 3 in both illustrations. Same with alpha 1, and alpha 1 is the same angle, right? It's the same angle at the top.
Yes.
Right. See, that's where the angle is. That's why it's indicated with the arc, or the radii, I should say. So basically, the thing is Aristosthenes did not prove the globe, and he did not prove the plane. Basically,
Okay.
his observation was in vain.
Yes, I understand. But yeah, I'm agree
Are
with
you
you
still
with
are you
the
still in
fact.
the live stream? Are you still in that voice text?
Yes.
Okay, so if you look up the definition of level in French, down in the adjective, it says plat. And it says aplaneur, a plane. Level is a plane and it's flat. So that's why he asked you the question. Go and think about, what do you think sea level actually means?
Yeah, we cannot. I think we cannot use the meaning of a word to give to conclude to have a conclusion, because I can take, for example, the galaxy, the Milky Way. The galaxy is not a way of milk, but if I analyze, if I take milk and whey, it's it's Milky Way. But it's completely false if I conclude that our universe is composed by milk and I don't know, Coca-Cola. So what I would say is that
Okay, but you get confused. Let me just respond to that. The Milky Way is a name. The Milky Way galaxy is a name, like Saitama. Now, I'm not going to take the name, a noun. I'm not going to take a noun and break it up into little parts and expect I know why Samantha is Sam and Tha. I'm not going to break it up because it's a name and the name was given to it. But when you're using descriptive words like adjectives, they are used with a purpose. If we're talking about an arc, we call it an arc. If we're talking about a tangent, we call it a tangent. If we're talking about level, we call it level. And those things have definitions because they're adjectives and not names. I agree with you. You can't just take a word and then jump up and down and say, look, I won because it says that. But when you look at how that word came about, the horizon is horizontal. Horizontal is the 0 on the x-axis.
Yes.
Or it's actually on the y-axis. Sorry, it's the 0 on the y-axis, the upright axis. So that means it does not deviate from 0 on the right. It doesn't deviate from 0 on the left. It is level, meaning not any side being higher than another. So when you look at actual definitions of words and words we use, like the great circle root or an arc dimension, what you're claiming is I can use the word level for arc, I can use arc for arc, I can use any word I please. I just, the person that I'm talking to, I've just got to tell them the new definition of the word I'm using. That's not how words work. Words have meanings. They call them the etymology of a word, the real nuts and bolts meaning of the word. The word level means no side higher or lower than any other side.
Like Kappa, the city
Well, it
of
also
Ethiopia,
comes from
who gave the name of coffee. The same. The etymology of Kaffa,
Nivanu.
of coffee, is Kaffa. So it's proved that coffee come from Kappa in Ethiopia.
Okay.
Did I understand?
Again, you've used a noun. Coffee is the name of that bean. It's called coffee.
Okay.
So it's a
But
name.
if I say my level,
So
adjective, if I say my level of comfort is very low, is that mean that I'm very, I'm very, I lose some tall, some, adjective can be used in concept, can be used in the material specific. We, as I said before, we cannot use the meaning of a word to explain something. I think we have to make experience to prove it. And to come back to the Eratosthenes experience, I'm agree with you with the angle of the sticks. Yeah, it can change with a flat Earth or with a round Earth, but it's not the experience of Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes made the experience very preciously, and he was very, everything was clear. He didn't take only one stick and shadow. Ex- yeah, simply, Eratosthenes took at a specific time, in a specific moment, the distance of the long, how long was the shadow of the stick. But after he do the same thing at the same time in I don't know how many kilometers, but in another city at the same latitude, and he take at the same moment, at the same time, the distance between the shadow, and with the difference between the first stick and the other one, he conclude how many kilometers, how many miles the Earth could be. And it was very, it was a revolution at his time. And
but it's false. It's false because you just agreed on the picture I posted that both those images had the same angle, whether it's flat or curved. Why are you going back to this point?
Okay, let me be more let me give you more precise.
Okay, but just listen, Saitama, just the Eratosthenes example is something that everyone in this room is about 5 years familiar with. You're not teaching us about the experiment, which is why we asked you whether it was 2 sticks, 1 stick in a well, or 2 wells, because if you actually go do some research after this, you'll see that every story that describes this describes it differently.
Can you prove me in your picture that
Saitama,
two sticks have the same shadow?
the same angle? I just posted it for you and you agreed.
They don't have, no, you don't understand me. Let me be in English is very difficult for me, sorry.
Okay, so let me just simplify it for you. Let me simplify it for you because you seem like this is a higher grade question, as in maybe it's like senior level education. This is not senior level. This is the most basic primary school level education.
No, please, it's because I don't speak English very good, but I understand you very good. It's me the problem. I need to give you I need to be as precious as possible to be sure that you understand me. And it's the reason why I have to repeat to be more to be sure that you understand me. About your picture, I said that I agree with you about the if it's curved or flat. It don't prove. The angle don't prove. But the distance that Eratosthenes calculate between 2 sticks
Is the same. Is the same.
Sorry, please, let me finish. Please.
Okay, so basically what you're trying to say to us.
Please, let me finish. If
Okay,
you take
Saitama,
yes?
It's like being in grade 1 and you're going to your professor and you're telling your professor you want to teach him because you're grade 1 now.
What is grade 1?
First year of school. So you've just come into the first year of school.
After the child yard, after the kindergarten.
So you've been with the small children. Now you're challenging a professor on a topic which you don't understand. You don't have the words to explain it. We've explained it to you already.
I asked you before to explain me the experience of Eratosthenes. You never
Can
did.
you see? We did. We did.
You explained to me. I explained to you the experience, and you say to me, I need a professor. Sorry, I know the experience. You didn't give me the experience. And the other thing I would say, if you take the picture and you take when the world is flat and when the world is curved, you separate those. When you see in the first experience, when the world is flat, when you see 2 sticks, you will never find the same angle. In the first picture, when it's flat, there is 2 different angles, and when the world is curved, there is 2 different angles. There is never the same angle. To have the same angle, you have to put the stick at the same place as the other stick, and it's impossible.
It's not impossible. It's demonstrated. The mathematics is there to support it. The picture I just posted shows 4 sticks at different locations, each giving different shadow length. Eratosthenes measured the length of a shadow from a stick and assumed it's a ball. The demonstration shows on a flat or curved, I can create the same shadow length. He measured shadow length. I can create the same shadow length on flat or curved. Eratosthenes proves nothing. This was debunked in 2015. Like I'm saying, you're coming in here saying to your professor, do you know what 2 plus 2 is? Your professor looks at you, doesn't give you an answer because it's too stupid a question. Then you saying now, you taught the professor that 2 plus 2 is 4.
You don't tell me before. I said
Because
I
you
agree
brought
with
up
you.
Eratosthenes as
You
though
know,
you're the first person to bring up Eratosthenes in this room of people who've spent 6 years debating this topic about
it's not an
Eratosthenes.
argument. You talk about myself. Talk about science. Talk about the your
Satimi, can I try with this guy, Sword, real quick?
you know, it's not,
Okay.
if I
Yeah,
say
but you have to
Satimi, can you
realize
hear me?
you think
I
it's
know,
he's
I know.
You just have to
he's a native
simplify your
French
language.
speaker.
I've
Yeah.
heard it. I've heard it. Yeah, it's driving me crazy. So tell me, can you hear me?
yes,
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay.
yes,
I'm going to give you just a really quick, just an idea for you to think about, okay?
yes, yes, yes,
Okay, this is the one thing that makes it very, very clear to see.
yes,
Okay?
yes, yes,
Okay, so when you take off in a airplane, you've been in an airplane, right?
yes, yes.
Airplane, right? Now the airplane can fly against the spin of the Earth, correct? It can either fly with the spin or against the spin, right?
Yeah, yeah, it can fly everywhere. Yes,
Yeah, it can fly everywhere, but the Earth only spins in one direction, right?
yes, yes, yes.
Right. Why is it then that the pilots treat every landing strip the same? Either if it's faced northeast or southwest, it treats the landing strip as if it's stationary and flat. They don't make any adjustments, whether they're landing with the spin or against the spin. How is that possible?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't understand your
When the
when you talk
plane
about
lands, when the
yes
plane lands, right?
or
When a
takeoff. Yes,
plane lands, the runway that it lands on, right?
yes,
That
yes.
runway, that can be faced in every direction. Northeast with the spin, southwest against the spin, all these different angles. So it would make a difference if the plane was landing with the spin or against the spin, because it can fly against the spin. Do you understand?
Okay, okay. Yes, I understand. The
So it would have
problem
to
is that
adjust. It would have to adjust for the spin. You get that?
yes, I understand you, but it's completely false in science. We cannot take the spin of the Earth for the plane because he is in the same referential.
It's not in the same
The plane
reference
didn't.
frame is the point. It's not in the same
So,
reference frame. Because it can fly against the spin of the Earth, it's not in sync with the Earth anymore.
okay. I will give you an example to
And
be
one more
clear
thing on top of that,
in the plane.
all flight simulators, when they do the flight simulator, like the video game that makes you feel like you're in a plane, right? The video, like to train the
Yeah,
pilots, the flight
continue. Yeah.
simulator. Yeah. Well, those assume a stationary flat Earth for the training of the pilots, right? So why would they train a pilot with a stationary flat environment and then put them in
Okay.
a situation that would be different than that when they get in the air, where they can fly against the spin and have to account for curvature? They wouldn't make the flight simulator different than the actual situation that the pilot needs to fly in.
Okay. I don't know how simulation it works. and I cannot.
It's just something to think about, something to look up. Look up flight simulators. Why do they not use a spinning ball Earth? Because that would be appropriate if they were going to fly in the air over a spinning ball Earth, right?
Yeah, I understand you, but the problem in a simulation is to be sure that the pilot is prepared to everything. And
yeah,
we cannot
right.
We cannot compare.
That would be something. That would be something to prepare him for, having to deal with different runways with the spinning ball Earth.
Reality is not a TV. You know, they watch TV. Yeah, I can say yes. The screen of the TV is flat. You know, we can say everything. It's not an experience to to conclude for something. I think about what did you say just before about
the screen of the TV being flat has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Because if we don't finish an argument, we will never we turn around or nothing. About the plane, to be simple, when you are inside of the plane,
but the flight manuals, like the instructions and the manuals tell the pilots to treat the Earth as if it were stationary and flat. The manuals tell them that.
Okay, no problem. I never watched a manual, but it's okay, no problem.
Well, it's a big contradiction. It's an experience you've had that you can look down out of the window of the plane, and the Earth is not spinning separately. It's stationary. It's a direct experience you could observe.
About the plane, when you are inside the plane, you can go against the the direction of the plane, and you can go at the same way of the direction of the plane. You can go everywhere. If you want to stand up and go to the toilet and come back to your seat, you can on the plane.
Yeah.
And because you have the same référentiel as the plane. The plane.
But that's the same reference frame. Yeah, that's within the cabin of the plane. It's within the same reference frame. It's not the same.
Your référentiel is you personally. You are a référentiel first. You are first. And the second référentiel is the plane. You stand up from your seat and you go to the toilet. You have the same speed as the plane, and you add your speed of walking to the toilet. And when you come back, it's the same. You have the speed of the plane, and you don't add. You diminish. You're negative. Sorry, yes.
Well, let's say the plane is shaped like a donut, like a big ball, but it's like a donut, so you could be inside of it. And let's say that plane is spinning, right? And you're trying to walk to the bathroom, right? Or trying to jump and then land on the same spot on a different angle of a ball plane.
You have the same
different. It's one linear direction, and it's one enclosed environment. It's not.
Or describe it on the wing of the aeroplane when you're no longer contained inside of a closed cabin, preventing air movement from allowing you to feel any motion. Go do that same experiment on the wing of the aeroplane and tell me that you won't feel which direction you're traveling in.
How many miles is a plane can speed?
500.
Did you hear my question about the wing of the aeroplane? When you're outside the aeroplane, would you expect to feel some difference then?
It was a question. Sorry,
if you're on the outside of the plane, he's saying if you're on the outside of the plane, would it be the same as being inside the plane?
Inside of the plane, the problem is la force de frottement in English. The power of frottement. Frottement.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put a. Yeah,
let me just say to you,
can you see the
I
live stream voice
if I say that a plane can speed.
Look in the live stream voice text. Look at the picture I just put in the live stream voice text. Do you see how the plane would crash if the Earth was moving separately from it? Look at the GIF.
I just checked your picture, and I'm completely I completely
Understand.
understand. Thank you. I completely understand what you
Okay.
say, and I'm just trying to explain you how it's false. The problem is that you have the referential of the Earth is moving, and the referential of the plane is moving at different direction in the picture. The problem is that
Different angles. Yeah, totally different.
yes, but the problem is that is false because the plane have the same referential as the Earth. I will explain you with a train. In a train, when you
No, I understand. I understand the example you're about to give. I understand it already. Okay.
That's
But
true.
I'm telling you that no, it's not. No, it's not, because you're talking about being inside the train, inside a closed cabin, and you're in the same reference frame as the train if you're inside the train. It's not the same as flying. If you were running at the train at a separate angle, that would be comparable. But not if you're inside the train. It's not the same.
When you are inside of your car, and why you don't have to take your the direction always in the left to stop the difference of angle of the Earth. To take a straight direction, you always have to take your direction le volant. You always to turn left to have a straight direction. Do you understand me? Just replace the plane with a car. The car.
No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. I can explain to you why it doesn't work if you listen. It's just not the same.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you haven't really looked into this topic very much. I'm going to send you some video links right now, and if you watch these videos, especially the first one, you might understand what we're talking about.
Is it long?
I sent you a message.
Okay.
Okay. If you're inside the train, you're inside the train with the train. You're in the same reference frame. It's not the same as a plane flying against the train. The ball Earth only spins in one direction. Even if there's conservation of momentum, you're still going to have to go against the spin of the Earth to land, or with the spin of the Earth. And the fact that there's no difference in the way that they adjust the plane to land should tell you something.
Hey, did you tell this guy about Earth-based Coriolis yet? Sorry, I've been listening for the past few minutes.
Coriolis, yeah. Do you know what the Coriolis effect is? Satan?
Yes, sorry.
Have you heard of the Coriolis effect? Have you heard of the Coriolis? Coriolis.
Ah, l'effet Coriolis. Yeah, yes.
Okay, so that's when when someone's shooting a bullet, right? They have to account for Coriolis. You heard of that? If they were shooting a bullet south to north or north to south, they would have to account for the spin of the Earth, because the bullet is separate from the Earth, not with the Earth, separate. So they have to adjust for the Coriolis. They say they do. They don't, but they say they do, because the model requires that. So why would the plane not have to account for the Coriolis effect, but a shooting bullet would?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, and it never has for me.
No. It doesn't make sense, because it only makes sense if the plane treats the runway the same, because they're actually flying over a stationary Earth. That's the only way it makes sense.
Have you ever played with a ball on a train and on a plane with someone?
This is an example. This is an example I've been giving. You understand? I've been given this example already. If you throw a ball to somebody else on the train, it's just the same as the plane landing somewhere different on the Earth. It's not the same. It's not the same.
No.
It's not the same.
No, completely different. No, you know.
How is it different?
We have. Yes. Okay. I will start simply. At the beginning, the plane is in the ground. He have the same referential as the Earth, and when he start flying. What do he have? He have his speed, and you add the speed of the Earth, the referential of the Earth. He have in the beginning. That's mean he have the same vitesse, the same speed of the Earth, and you addition his speed. That mean when he arrived to land, he have his speed, and he have the same speed as the Earth. He have the same referential, and it's the same with you when you are walking on a train or a plane or a car. You cannot walk, but it's the same. When you are on your plane, you stand up to go to the toilet and come back. You have your speed, and you add the speed of the plane, and you add the speed of the Earth. So. We take only two reference, yeah, and in the train is the same.
So I can't talk long, but you're not getting it. You keep repeating the same thing as if I didn't get it. I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay.
It's not the same. It's not the same though.
Breaking down Wall's lies. Breaking down Wall's lies. Do you have a mic?
Somebody's hot mic.
Yeah, how you doing?
If whenever New Perspective can't go anymore, you seem to know the language he speaks. Well, I guess you're not.
Well, all I'm doing is
someone speaks French.
Yeah, I wish I could speak French. It would be a lot easier, but yeah, the gentleman, obviously there's quite a language barrier, but I've tried having a little chat with him. I think earlier on, Flat Earth Solar was having a chat. Now, obviously, New Perspectives having a chat. It's the gentleman's very stuck in his ways. He believes a lot of things, but obviously we're trying to get through to him. That's why I was sort of translating some of the basic facts in French. But yeah, bit of a problem.
Right.
Hey,
Can you explain to him that
time to think about it?
Yeah, I can certainly take over. I would basically say to Saitama, are you there? Saitama, hello.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit far from the phone.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah, what I would say, Saitama, is I get the points you're arguing from, but these are points that we have covered, as I think Flat Earth Solar was talking to you earlier on and saying that we have done lots of research over a period of 5 years, some even more. And these arguments that you are putting forward, we have dismissed them easily. They are not even an argument to us anymore. These are just simple points that we have covered many times over. You know, I think the best thing that you could possibly do, if you haven't looked at the 200 proofs that Earth is not a flying spinning ball, which I posted earlier, and you can get that in a French translation. I can put the page up for you. You could have a look through those and see what you think, because a lot of the arguments you are putting forward are dismissed within those proofs. You know, what do you think?
Hey, sorry. Yeah, I understand. The problem is that I'm okay. If you send me some documents to read or some video to watch, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure. But the problem is, yeah, simply, I think something because I have some reason to think. But personally, I cannot think something. I cannot conclude to something without argument, and not argument like we easily prove that it's false. We easily prove, because I can say the same thing. I can say we easily prove that the Earth is curved, and we have satellites. We have the general relativity. We have all the law for so many centuries. You know, I can say the same thing, but it's not it's not a conversation. You know, for me, personally, because it's the first time I take with a lot of people about this subject. It's the first time, and firstly, I thought I will have argument about why you think, all of you think the Earth is flat, but until now I have argument to trying to prove that curve is wrong. It's not a problem. I can have all I can understand and listen all argument about why the Earth is not curve. It's not a problem, but I thought I will have like scientists about curve Earth. I would like to have argument about how what experience, what kind of experience, who did it to conclude that the Earth is flat, not to prove that the Earth is not curved. You know the difference of what I say?
Yeah,
Well,
you
if you
can't
prove
prove
the Earth isn't
curvature because
curved,
nobody's
then
proven it.
Hey, Saitama, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please.
All right, so Saitama, if something is not curving, then what is it?
It could be like a donut. It could be like a triangle. It could be like a polygon. It could be
cannot
like
be like a donut if
everything.
it is not
It could be
curving.
like a feet. It could be like
But that's all
a
speculation,
shrimp.
and feet still curve. That's all speculation.
You need to stay calm and not spiral. Even if it was a frickin' donut, there would still be curvature.
Hey, so I'm gonna give this a second try. So, if all right, so is Saitama still here? I think he was trying to talk, but we couldn't hear him. Did he just leave?
He's back.
Hey, Saitama, you
Ah,
there?
I have sometimes some problems.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. So let me ask you this, right? So I'm asking you the same question again, right? But I'm gonna word it differently. So, if the surface of the Earth has never been observed or measured to be curving at any distance or altitude, then what is it?
Sorry, there is a lot of noise behind you, and I don't
All
hear
right,
you good.
Yeah, it's a
let me
machine that's running.
let me go outside for a bit. Is that better?
Yeah,
All right.
good.
All right. So let me ask you this, right? So the surface of the Earth hasn't been measured to be curving, hasn't been measured or observed to be curving at any distance or altitude. Then what is it? Hello? And he just left again. I mean, like, he has problems, as he says. Hey, Saitama, I can't hear you. They're trying to talk, but I can't
I
hear
hear
you.
you. I hear you. Sorry, I have some problem with the phone. Can you repeat, please?
All right, I'll repeat it then. So, if the surface of the Earth hasn't been observed to be measured, or I'm sorry, if the surface of the Earth hasn't been observed to be curving or measured to be curving at any distance or altitude, then what is it?
you ask me what if we don't prove that it's curved, what could it be?
If the surface of the Earth hasn't been measured or observed to be curving at any distance or altitude, then what is it?
Yeah, but as I said, you don't give me argument to prove that the Earth is flat. You prove me that the Earth is not curved. That automatically is flat. No, it's okay. It's not curved. It's not curved. It's a cube, like
Not a globe.
like to play
Hey,
game
slow
with.
down, slow down, slow down. We do have flat E core, FE core, PDF files with laser test measurements, long distance over large bodies of water. Laser test measurements. We do have proof. So you don't have for the globe.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here to make to know other people and to talk with them and to have argument about subject, about our subject
We
and
don't care much. We don't care much about arguments. What we care is about natural science and facts.
yeah, I can say the same thing about my opinion.
You can't because you make a claim.
And I can add
You make a claim.
that my opinion is the majority in the world. So I'm
you're-
true.
I'm
You know,
sorry.
it's not like that. I cannot say I'm true because the majority of the world think like me because we have all technology.
Wait, one moment. Let me give
science.
you.
You
Let
know,
me give you a simple
it's not
example.
argument. It's not argument. It's
Let
not
me
fact.
give you. Let me give you a simple example. In your heliocentric model religion, you make the claim that it's a big globe that you can see the curvature. It's so big. Um, okay, I can agree with that you cannot see it, but you can measure. You must be able to measure it, and we have proofs. Yeah, measurements, empirical facts, which show that there is no curvature. So
You
who's
know,
more right?
we repeat the same thing. You give me, we prove it. We have the proof. We prove. I never see any proof. Please, let's speak with. Yes, okay, you think like that, but in your kind of thinking, I think there is a problem in that or that. You know, I think we can have an exchange. But I can say we prove it 400 years ago that the Earth is curved, and from 400 years
Okay,
to
now
now,
by which
you know.
by which
You
method
can't
did you
say
prove it?
that because nobody proved it 400 years ago and nobody's proving it today. It is
Yeah.
not
Yes,
curving.
yes, you true. Is that what I say? I say that I cannot take this kind of argument. If we have, if we have, we need to. If we change argument, we cannot use that.
Okay, whoa.
It's what I
Excuse
say.
me. Whoa. Calm down for a second. We're not here to argue.
Yes.
We're here to discuss, not argue. Okay? We're here to
Okay, sorry,
discuss and present.
I don't speak English very good. When I use a word,
Okay.
you should
Can you
know that
listen?
maybe it's not the good word I use. You know, I'm trying to be
Can you
more clear.
listen, Satima?
Yes,
Please,
I
just
listen.
listen. Can
Yes,
you
I
listen?
listen.
We are here to present the observations that we've made, the proof that we've found with laser tests over large bodies of water, proving there is no curvature. The curvature calculation they give us of 8 inches per mile squared, it is not there. It is not observable. It is not presentable. It does not exist. So you could say somebody did it 400 years ago, but you can't show it today without a fisheye lens. So therefore, it does not exist. Now, if you want to present proof, your own proof of the curvature, we're willing to see it. and look at it, but we've been waiting quite a while, and no glober is bringing any modern day proof of curvature.
Okay, can I answer you?
Go ahead.
We are at the same position as before. You say
No, we're
to
not.
me,
It's not the
please,
same position.
but if you don't,
We can
if you
present
don't,
proof and observations. It is not curving. You cannot.
okay, but if you don't listen to me, you cannot answer me. Please listen to me, and after
Requires a
answer
burden of
about.
proof, my friend.
I said that we are at the same point because you just say that we didn't prove that the Earth is curved. We didn't prove. Okay, no problem. I agree with you, but I don't want that. I want to know what argument, what experience, what proof you have to be sure that the Earth is flat. I don't want you to prove me that
We
the Earth
told
is
you
not curved.
already.
I
Okay,
want you
and
to
I
prove
already.
and don't repeat to me that we prove it for a long time. We have so many arguments. I don't want to know you have argument. I want to know the inside of the argument. I want you to know.
And I told you the evidence. Long distance laser tests over large bodies of water. The fact that ships can see the fact that ships can see a lighthouse at over 100 nautical miles away from the shore. A nautical mile is longer than an Earth mile. Like a mile on land. A nautical mile at sea is even longer and further away than a land mile. So at 100 nautical miles, you're over 100 land miles away from the shoreline, and you're seeing the lighthouse light. There's no way that would be possible if there was a curved water. The light wouldn't bend that far for the ship to see it.
Yeah, before we
I just want to say this real quick.
before
claim,
we
hang
talk
on,
about that.
hang on.
Sorry, I
claim,
didn't hear you.
A claim requires a burden of proof. So if you're claiming it's a sphere that there's curvature, then where's your proof? We've given our proof where there is no curvature. And all we're saying is it's not a globe.
Yes.
You know, you said to me
claim
all the words
carries the
say
burden
all
of
the words
proof.
say is not the globe. Yeah. Okay. Can you please simply
Yeah,
because
that's simple. It's very simple.
I can say this. Just
The
give me
the positive claim carries the burden of proof. That's simple.
You talk about the distance with about the light,
This
but
is
you talk
a
about
claim made by
100
one of the
miles.
greatest philosophers in the world. It's
Why
not my
why do I see the Earth? Why do I see the sun? And he is so far from me, and there is the atmosphere. Why I see it?
Don't know the distance
and the
to the
light
sun.
Close your
and the
eyes,
light.
you don't see shit.
Sorry?
If you close your eyes, you don't see shit.
I don't understand the meaning of this.
You see the sun and you see the earth, right?
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, but if you close your eyes, you don't see any of those.
Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't understand the meaning of what you said.
Well, it's something that you just previously said. You said that you can see the sun and you can see the earth. And I told you, if you close your eyes, you don't see any of those. So what's your point making? What point are you making when you say that you see the sun and the earth?
He's assuming the sun is 93 million miles away, and therefore light can travel infinitely far distances without any kind of obstruction. That's where he was going earlier, and that's what I tried to interrupt now, is by saying we see the sun and we know it's so far. We don't know it's so far. It's still in the realm of speculation,
the way that they assume a distance to the sun is by making other assumptions, the same as Eratosthenes did with his stupid sticks, assuming it was a sphere and then making all his calculations fit that assumption. It's the same with all of these. You asked, how can we prove this? When we shoot a laser and the laser is parallel to the ground, we know the laser is straight and level. We can then deduce logically the ground, which remained parallel with the laser, is parallel to the laser, thereby being level. And who knows? They call it sea level. The whole place is level. We use sea level for all elevation distances. Your guys' assumption is that your curved surface is a level without elevation change. So when you see a light traveling parallel to a flat surface underneath it, like a large body of water, we can then logically infer that the water surface is level like the laser, which was leveled before you shot the laser beam across the water. So very simple demonstrations prove unequivocally the ground does not fall away based on distance from the observer, which it would have to do if it was a sphere.
Yeah. And we also have a laser test made in Hungary on the Lake Balaton. And this laser test has been certified by governmental experts in surveying and engineers. So, yeah, it's officially recognized.
And further to that, 43 government documents state that it's flat and non-rotating for all ballistics trajectory calculations, for all aircraft flight calculations. We are always assuming a flat stationary plane so that we can only factor in our vectors. These are government documents.
Even the software for autopilots.
I have thousand and thousand document and video that prove that the Earth is curved. I can. It's easy to use this argument. Maybe I think for me. Let me just finish.
And all those videos that you have proof of, sir, are all fisheye lenses.
Sorry.
Even a lens itself causes some sort of distortion.
And we actually have these documents. Do you have one? You claim there's 1,000. I've asked you since the beginning, show me one scientific proof that you live on a ball. One. Just one. Pick your favorite
Even
one.
NASA has a document out there saying all terrestrial flights.
Chinese so some centuries ago they were study the
Is that a scientific experiment? Is that a scientific experiment that you can provide the documentation for?
Yes, there is documentation of Chinese in the beginning that they were working on they were studied the sky at night with the stars, and they were studied the movement of everything, and they detect that the Mars, the planet Mars.
Wait! You said detect. They detected. Can you tell me?
No detect. No, let me finish, please. Let me please finish. I never talked about detect. I never talked about detect. I said they were they were following all the different lights, the movement of all different lights. They don't detect Mars. Mars, we can detect it with the simply to
what
see.
Is mass?
I said that they when they were study the movement, at the moment they see that Mars don't follow his way normally like the other, they see that Mars stopped, came back like he came to the Earth, and after a little moment he take again his movement like normally. And when we, I don't say that is the
One
truth.
moment.
Yes,
You were talking about Mars, but I will tell you something. Venus is visible 260 days, then it disappears for 50 days, and then it shows back for another 260 days, then it disappears for 8 days. How do you explain that?
Sorry.
Where does Venus disappearing?
Sorry, I cannot be sure about what I cannot I cannot answer you precisely about that.
Well,
I can say
this
maybe
this
maybe
let me tell
maybe
you, this phenomena has been observed by the Mayans, and they written it all down.
yeah, but the Mayans they said that in 2012 we will
Yeah,
the Earth will explode.
They
You know,
didn't call it one
No, they did
moment. They
not.
didn't call
They
it a
did not
ball.
say that.
They didn't call it anything. They said it's a star. It's disappearing and reappearing, and it's following a cycle.
And second, the
Yeah.
Mayans did not say in
okay,
2012
okay.
the
And
world would explode.
can you
They didn't
prove
say
me?
it would be
Okay,
the end.
okay.
They didn't say
Can
it
you
was the end of
explain
the
me?
world. They said that it
Yeah,
was
they
the end
were
of a
saying
cycle.
the cycle. Yeah.
Okay, can you explain me that's the fact that Venus disappear? Can you explain me with that how you conclude
Yeah,
to say that the world is
See,
flat?
that's the thing. You have a
260 days, we see
ancient
it in the sky.
aliens view on reality. I mean, I admitted I used to watch that stuff a long time ago. The whole ancient aliens theory, but none of it's
Yeah,
real.
but it's nothing scientifical. It's just stories,
Hmm.
and it's like outrageous stories,
To
blasphemous
finish
to science.
my example, when because you didn't let me finish with Chinese, after some years and so centuries,
Yeah,
our scientists detect the same thing with Mars, and when
one
we have
moment. Okay.
to explain let me finish please to
Yeah.
explain the movement of Mars. The Earth have to turn around the sun and not the sun around the Earth.
Yeah,
No, you're
yeah.
talking about
To
retrograde.
explain Mars, we have to say that the Earth is spinning around the sun and not the other way around. But you made a positive claim that those antique Chinese were scientists. Can you tell me what's their experiment? What was their experiment? Independent and controlled variable?
Yeah, as I said, they was watching the sky at night,
Yeah.
and they will follow all the stars and their movement, and they
Okay,
were
but
they were
you have to be able to stop them from moving. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not an experiment.
no, you don't understand. No, you
Yes,
every
you
day.
don't
No,
understand
it
what
take
science is.
no, it take
Can you
years. No,
define
it takes.
can you define science?
You cannot have a conclusion when you see only one night the sky. It's a years, so many
Do
years
you
of the
know?
movement at the
One
period.
moment, please. I've seen these video documentaries. They are very nice stories, but before debating about them, can you define science?
Can you explain me the GPS when you
What
have
is
to go
science?
somewhere?
Yeah, I can explain GPS. I'm an ex-evil hacker. I know what the hell it's inside.
Sorry.
What's so funny?
No, sorry, excuse me, because you.
I did triangulation stuff, geolocation and stuff like
You
this.
know what?
I did it.
Does he even know what was used
Did you
before
just
GPS?
Did you just say? Sorry,
Loran.
it's very important. Did you just
Lawrence.
Do you
say
know
that?
what Loran is?
Guys, I'm sorry, flat earthers. I just joined, but I cannot hear this guy talk. We're rumpusing over him at every time he gets his chance
Yeah.
to talk. So let him finish what he's got to say. I want to hear what he has to say.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Go
much.
ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not a problem. But you always not let me finish what I say, and it's very difficult to me to finish and to be
It's
sure
very
that you understand
difficult because always you have to come up with a long story, boring story, yeah, and you use a lot of thousands of terms that you have no idea. I ask you what is science because you used it,
true.
you invoked it so many times, and you never define it. And when you talk about science, if I know the definition of it, I have an understanding, and you have a different definition and understanding of science.
Yes, it's true. Yes, and I need
So
to
we are
take
making any
less
sense.
word to
We are not
explain
making
something.
any sense. Yeah, so define it, please.
Well, the thing
Define
is, too,
science.
is he's French, so he doesn't
Yeah.
really speak very good English, but he understands it fairly.
French.
He
too.
has to use more words.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a language barrier, man.
So,
I
Okay, so
hope
just-
in some days my English will be better, and then we can talk faster and easier. I hope.
So just
I
not
will
that's the
about
goal.
talking faster.
I
I don't
I
want
will
you to
practice
talk
with you.
faster.
Sorry.
I don't want to talk faster, but you are a guy that likes to talk fast.
Yeah, sorry. I need to speak slower and use less words.
Yeah, and try to make short statements. Like,
So
yeah,
the reason that most of the guys in the room are jumping on top of the point is that we've heard that question maybe 200 times, maybe 600 times, sometimes depending on how much you've engaged in this topic, maybe double that. So if I've heard the same question 1,000 times and I hear you starting to pose that question, I can already start to answer it because I know your question, because it's not you who came up with this question.
Yeah.
These are questions that have been given to you by people who don't understand this concept. I've been talking to Simon now for probably the last 3 hours. I've been as
You are
patient
saying to
as
me,
I possibly
you are
can.
saying to me, you don't need my question because you know my question. That's not logical. To say to me something, to answer me about something, you have to listen to me. You cannot say to me like you said now. I don't need to listen to you. I know for so many years about a discussion what you will say. No, it's not logical. Let me answer you, or let me give you my argument, and after, when you listen to me and you understand me, you can answer me. It's exactly what I say with you. If I listen to you, please
let's do
listen to
one
me.
test. Let's do one test. The next time that you want to ask me a question, I can send you in private message what you're going to ask. Then once I've let you say it and you've asked the same question I said you were going to ask, and I've provided the answer
we
to
will
you
not
already.
we will not play this
Because
little game. We are here to. I'm here to. I like to talk. I like to discuss about different
like to
things.
listen.
And
Correct.
I don't need to prove something with. You will show me like magician. You know what I have in my brain. You know, every people have an ID,
Saitama,
and there is as much ID as people. You can take 1,000 people. They will give you 1,000 different ID.
Are you this way with your professor? If you go to someone who spent the last 5 years teaching this subject, would you go to your professor and tell him there's not a single question that you're going to ask that he doesn't know the answer to already? Would you assume that your professor wouldn't know the answer to your question?
I don't understand.
Because you don't want to understand. So
no.
in this room,
I say sorry. I say that because I want you to repeat to be sure that I understand. You cannot say to me, I don't want. You act like you are in my brain and you're trying to prove that you know what in my brain. Please don't play that game. Please give me argument, and I give you my argument.
okay, so just listen
Simple
carefully.
talk,
Okay, I'll
because
give you an
I know what is in
argument.
your brain. You know, I know what you think in your brain. This
Short before
it's
this,
very
you
bad to
were
say that.
talking
I
about
cannot say
the
that I know
mechanics.
what you will say.
You were talking
Sorry.
about the mechanics of the heavens, yeah, the sky, how Mars is spinning in the sky, and because
Yes,
of
yes.
that, you say those ancient Chinese made the positive claim that the Earth is spinning around the sun. And yeah, you claim that you have a good mechanical understanding of all of these motions. And I asked you to explain to me why is Venus disappearing 50 days, yeah, and then next cycle is disappearing only 8 days.
Okay.
And you were not able to answer me, so you don't know the mechanics of it.
Okay, I will just say that, as I said before, prove me your argument, prove me what you said, prove me that it disappeared. I never heard about that, and I cannot talk about something.
You don't need proof. This is a
You know,
very
please
well-known
let me
documented
finish.
observation.
Let me finish. You ask me something. Let me finish. Let me answer your
You were
question,
going to
please.
say that you can't answer a question to which you don't know that specific topic well enough to answer it, correct?
Yeah, and you are saying now that what I'm saying to this person. You know, I can say the same game as you. You trying to say what I'm saying, and I will trying to say what you say. You know, it's like a game. We should not do that. I would say,
it's a game.
and
To you, it's a game.
your answer was false.
Spent 3.5
Your answer was
hours.
false, and if you let me finish to answer his question about the Venus, it will be perfect, because you didn't say what I will said about Venus.
You just said you don't
About
know the
Mars.
topic, so you don't want to talk about a
Yeah.
topic you don't know. Now you say your
Okay.
answer will be perfect.
Can you please? You know, I have a mouse, I have a tongue, and I can talk to myself. Please don't talk to myself.
Okay,
I will not
real
talk to
quick.
yourself.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know what the word
Yes,
planet means?
with pleasure. You can ask me a question, but
Okay.
if please let me answer all question. There is a question about Venus. I didn't have the time to answer.
What
Yeah,
could you repeat the question on Venus? Because I didn't catch that one. I might have stepped away.
Yeah,
I
my
heard
question
I heard the
was to
answer and
explain the mechanics.
yeah, he
Oh,
answered the
okay.
question. The
You
new
don't
guy,
repeat your question.
yeah, I
Yeah,
heard the answer. You answered the question 2 minutes ago. I heard when you answered the question.
Yes, and
So was that
the problem
like
with your question, yeah, I will finish your answer. I said that, okay, I can say what you say is false. Venus never disappeared for some days, or I can say a lot of things. But to be clear and truth, because I like to be clear and say truth, I don't know very good about that. I can say some possibilities, but it's not. We lose time. Something I can say is that this experience didn't prove anything. He didn't prove that Earth is flat. He didn't prove that Earth is square. He didn't prove that Earth is like a triangle. It proved nothing. Yeah, we can talk about Venus, but because it's interesting, but we cannot say if Venus is disappear, Earth is flat or Earth is square. It's not an argument. It's nothing.
Correct. You're correct.
Thank you very much.
It's not
And
an
the
yeah, I
person who was
never
talking
said
for me,
I never said it's an argument if it's about flat or not. It was an argument to show that you don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, I can say the same. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
You know,
can I try?
we will never increase if you say the same. We have to talk about the inside of the experience
Yeah,
of
but
the conclusion you have.
in your example with Mars, yeah, I never understood very well the meaning of your explanation. You said the ancient Chinese looked at Mars and they observed that the Earth is spinning around the sun and not the other way around. So where is the logics in all this claim?
Sorry, I don't explain very good. I will try again. What I said about Chinese, you know, it's
Yeah.
we have a lot of text about a lot of philosophy people, science people. Yeah, we have a lot of historic text, and in some text.
Philosophy is not science.
No, not
Yeah.
philosophy, not philosophy. No, what I say, we have a lot of old books. Is that what I say? I would say, and in some of text we find that Chinese were looking at the sky to see the movement of the moon, of planets,
the Earth.
not
the Earth.
not the movement of the Earth, the movement of the sky. The movement,
so the sky is moving.
You know,
then we are not moving. Then we are fixed.
Simply,
if the sky is moving, right?
Please, sorry. If you trying in each words I say to stop me to prove that I'm false, we will never finish. Let me finish until the end my explanation, and after you say what you want. Okay, I would
When
say.
you speak, you also have to be concise, you know, and
Yes. It's
not
very difficult for me,
leave,
but I have to.
do not leave place for interpretation. When you say a word, a phrase, make it specific.
Yes, I will be more specific. Okay.
Yeah.
To finish simply, scientists, old scientists in China, they were looking at the sky, and they were looking how all the thing in the sky, moon, stars, were moved. You know, when you see the moon today at, like, for example, at 10 o'clock, the day after, the moon will not be at the same place at 10 o'clock. You know, everything move. Okay. And when they were it takes a lot of years. When they were looking at the movement, they check, they watch that planet Mars stop at a certain moment. He stopped for like 1 or 2 days. I don't remember. Sorry. I will be more precise. I will give you more precision next time if you want, or I can check now on Google. They check that Mars stop for some days, come back like planet Mars come back from his direction, and after some days he take again his the same direction as the beginning.
Cycles.
And all that information, we found it on text, on all document of work, etc. And with from this time to now, with all the work, we explain. Yeah, we the best, not the conclusion, but scientists never have a conclusion. They always say the best explanation of that is that.
Okay, but one moment. You keep calling these people scientists.
No,
and they are
that's
not.
because let him finish. Did you finish your?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was close to finish. I just
Go ahead,
let him finish.
Yeah, with our experience today, and all we have before, the best explanation about the movement of this planet is because the sun is in the it's because the Earth and Mars, we all turn around the sun. It's the explanation.
And is it one question on that? Is it spherical in that movement?
Sorry?
Is it Earth ball spherical? Is it Earth? Yeah, I'm asking you. Is it it's rotating and is it spherical?
Yes.
You know. Yes. Okay. Listen now. 10 minutes ago, Get he spoke about Venus.
Yeah.
And he started to spoke about Venus something, but doesn't matter what he said. But you know what he said, and you said I don't know anything about it. And then you said what on the Earth we can speak about that Venus and whatever, and how that can. You said something how that how we will arrive to the shape.
No,
Listen
it's
this.
Mars. Sorry, it's Mars.
No.
Sorry.
Listen to me. Listen to me now. Listen to me now carefully. 10 minutes ago, you said how we will do that. We will speak about Venus. We can speak 1 hour, but we will not arrive to have a shape of the Earth. It's not flat or spherical. If we speak about Venus, we cannot find out if Earth is spherical or
yes.
flat. You said that, but now listen this. Now, if we do that with the Mars, then we can do that.
No, let me be more. Let me give you more precision. I said that to explain why Mars come back and after some days take again his way. You cannot explain that if you take the Earth in the middle of the solar system. It's impossible because in the middle you cannot see this movement. But if you take the sun, you see the movement. You explain this movement.
It's it's an explanation of your presupposition that the Earth is a ball turning in space, right?
Yeah.
So every ancient civilization, everyone, right? They knew that the Earth was flat and level. And they had their explanation about the wandering stars, right? So you cannot come here and claim that it is impossible, right?
Yes, but
for Mars
ancient civilization don't have technology that we have.
One second, right? So in your paradigm, the heliocentric model, you have an explanation about what the wandering stars do, right? And every ancient civilization, right, from the Babylonians to the Mayans, everybody, right, they knew that the Earth is flat. They knew it, right?
Even the
and
Greeks.
They had their explanation about what the wandering stars are doing. So your conclusion that it cannot happen on a flat Earth is ridiculous, right? It is your assumption that it has to be on a ball. Have you validated the radius? Have we gotten that? No.
He didn't.
So
No, he didn't.
How can we be on a ball that doesn't curve? Saitama. How can it be a ball if it doesn't curve?
How can it be what?
A ball, a sphere, a globe.
Yes.
You know what? How can it be a globe if it does not curve?
In nature.
If it does not curve.
Curvature, yes.
I don't understand the.
So curvature,
if it
right?
If it has no curvature, what is it?
It's not a sphere. I know that much.
Sorry, you said you start by saying if it has no curve, but you cannot start with me like that because I said there is a curve. you trying to say
you said there is, but you have no proof.
Wrong thing.
One second.
Saitama, where is the curve? Can you show us?
Where? Saitama,
You can look
where?
at 180-degree panoramic photos of like ocean shots. And you can take a straight edge or a ruler, put it up to your screen, and lo and behold, it's a straight line. 180 degrees of panoramic shot should show a curvature.
Saitama, where is the curvature? Where? Show us.
Yeah, we have to yes, we have to make experience together. We have to be together. So it's impossible to say. I can say if it's flat, where is the proof that it's flat? You know.
Well, so I can show
Measure
you,
very flat.
Saitama. I can show
You
you,
mean
right? So, are you in the live stream voice text, Saitama?
I'm live stream. Yes, live stream voice text.
In
Did
the
you send
text. Yes. So
well, you sent a lot of things. Sorry, I have to come back for
so
some.
the latest picture I just showed you.
The latest. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
With petrol.
Yeah.
Oil.
Yeah.
yeah.
So the Earth, right? They gave us a dimension. They told us it has a radius of 6,371 kilometers, or 3959 miles. Okay. If the Earth was a ball with that radius, then every distance to the horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? So if we are on the beach, lying on our belly, 30 centimeters above the water, the horizon cannot, right? It cannot be further than almost 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers at 30 centimeters above the water. And we here have an observation, right, where we see the horizon beyond 9.4 miles. That's approximately 16 kilometers. Okay, that's almost 10 times further than the globe geometric limitations. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Perfectly. And
okay.
I have a lot of things to say about that.
Okay.
Firstly,
Earth
I
is
can
not
say
a ball, right?
the picture is false. The picture is a false picture.
Why is it a false picture?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Simple. The picture, I don't know where it's from. It's not a problem.
Okay.
But
So let me
all the writing. Let me finish. All the writing. I observe height, 1 foot, max distance, geometry, horizon, 1.22 miles. Okay, all this information, I don't know who write it on the picture. I don't know who.
Can you post it, Roger, video?
Yeah, I done it.
Official sources of this picture.
Saitama, slow down. He will post it now, video and everything.
Saitama, slow down, right? Slow down. This picture is not a false picture, okay? And the dimensions. One second.
The problem you can say to me is not a false. I can say to you,
man, relax. He will post you now video about that. Hey, relax.
So I have to go now. Saitama, it's not a false picture. It's not created, right? I showed you the video. You can check it, right? And all the numbers that are on the picture comes from the globe, right? These are the globe maths. Okay? I'm not lying at you. I'm not lying to you. Why would I lie to you?
Okay. Let me say the same. I will say the same. All pictures of NASA about the Earth with satellites, with astronauts, people who go to the space, they are true pictures. I'm not lying to you. They
But the
are all
problem,
true.
Saitama,
I
sorry to
say
interrupt.
exactly the same as you said, but with my opinion. We will
The
never.
difference, Saitama, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the difference is you could actually go and verify this location. Can you go to space and verify those pictures are true?
Just every time we send a satellite, every time we go to the Station Spatiale Internationale, every time we see the Earth, there is.
But the point I made is that you can go to where this photo was taken yourself.
You can watch on
So the
streaming.
question
You
is,
can watch on
can
streaming.
you go to space, Saitama? Because that's the difference. You can go to where this photo was taken and verify its location and all of this stuff that's posted. But the pictures you're talking about from space, we can't go there to verify and check if that's even real. So there's a difference between what you're saying and what we're saying.
And what is the name? Apollo, Ariane. Sorry, I don't know the name of the engine. So many years of work of
You need
technology.
to repeat that what he said 1 minute ago. Does he need to repeat that? You can go on that beach and check yourself. You cannot go to the space and check yourself. That is two different things. Do you understand that?
I understand, but do you
You
understand
don't
that?
have to accept the
Do
data.
you understand that I can go to check that? You can go to check that. Everyone can go to check that. But in the space, nobody of us can go and check it. Do you understand that?
But you too, you cannot check that is flat. Why you say that is flat? It's the same.
You can.
Man, listen to me. I can enough to go to the beach and to do the math, you know. If I can see more what the math is giving to me, that means it's not curving. That means it's not a globe. That means I can check on the ground, man. You can do it that. And it's not only that. That's only one point, man. Nothing.
You notice the satellite pictures. You notice there's no other satellites in the satellite pictures. You might want to point that out. Next time they say something like pictures from space, have them show one. And then that's it. It's over.
Kind of funny how people will be so quick to deny just a basic video or a photo of here on Earth, but will quickly accept pictures from Narnia as real and with no questions asked, you know. But if we present some evidence, oh no, that can't be real.
And listen, this amateur video, what is made, Black Swan, it's made so good, you know, because it's made so good that it's the Earth is look flat and he's faking that. Can you imagine that? One guy is going on the beach to fake all the world with his flat Earth. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, the picture at the beach is fake, but the picture from space is real.
Yep.
No, I use this argument because you use the same argument. What I'm trying to say.
This isn't going to work. This isn't, sir. This isn't going to work, sir.
Let's do it. Let's do it like this. It's easier.
No.
Are you in
That's not going
France?
to work.
Are you in France, Saitama? Are you in France? Where are you living? Are you living near the sea?
Yeah, it's French.
Belgium. Okay, Belgium. Great. If you have possibility anytime to go to the Belgian beach, you don't need to go to that oil rigs in US. Try to, or ask some friends for some good photo, you know, and try to measure that 8-inch per mile square drop. If you find that, come back here, you know. Beat that and with the NASA pictures together.
When I see the horizon in front of when I'm in front of the beach, I'm sure all science, all law.
That's not a science. That's a measurement, man. I'm the normal guy. I can measure. I can calculate that what is value.
When I start to speak, you will.
Man, that's not a science. That's a ball. You don't need the science to measure a ball.
You don't understand. Yeah. When I'm in front of the beach,
you are the one that doesn't understand, Saitama.
And I see the sun so far from me.
Saitama, you're not listening. You're not getting it. Yes, I see. Yes. Yes, you don't see a globe. I know. Hold on. I know, guys. Okay. Guys, okay. Real quick. Okay, Saitama. Yes, that's the point. We don't see a globe. We see the sun, moon, and stars on a flat Earth. That's why it's called the horizon. We're trying to figure out why you believe it's a magical ball when we don't see magical balls.
Sorry, you speak too fast for me.
Okay, let me slow it down. We don't see a ball Earth. We see a horizontal. Remember, you said I see the horizon. Yeah, the horizon only works because it's flat. That's horizontal, right? The root word here, horizontal, right? So we see a horizontal Earth. That's what our claim is. Great, and you're admitting it too. We don't see a ball Earth, bro. The sun, moon, and stars don't change the shape of the Earth. We see a flat Earth. Period.
I'm in France. In
Yes,
front of
it's true.
England.
No.
In front of
The
England.
pictures from space are fake. Bro, they lied to you. They lied to you. Listen, bro, they lied to you. You have to have evidence. You can't just say no and hand wave dismiss. They lied to you. You don't have any evidence. You don't have any space pictures. There's no space travel. The moon landing's fake. It's all a lie, bro. I'm sorry. I used to work for them, bro. I was part of the American government. It's my government. They're liars, so I can make the claim. If you want to believe them, that's fine, but don't just hand wave dismiss everybody.
Yeah, I can say I work for the king. I was a member of the government of CIA.
Right, you can say whatever you want. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You can't. Right, that's the point. Is that you are going to do that because you don't have evidence. So yeah, you'll have to just make up a bunch of claims, and I'm going to tell the truth. You're already spiraling, sir. I'm trying to save the conversation because you're acting like a psychopath right now. You have to relax and let people talk. Yes, you're acting crazy, bro. You're just going crazy at this point. Yeah, you're just going, I can say whatever I want. No, that's the point. You can't say whatever you want. People in here don't allow people to lie continuously. In fact, there's moderators here that are not going to allow people to lie. I have credentials, sir. I have credentials, sir. Sir, I have credentials. If you need my credentials, I'll give you my credentials. You, sir, have nothing so far to show for it.
Listen to me, please.
There is a difference in just saying things.
We cannot say you cannot say that I'm a psychopath because I think different than you.
No. You lied. You lied, sir. You're all over the place.
I lie.
Yes.
Yes, you said you can say anything you want. I can't do that. I can't just say anything I want. I have to tell the truth, sir. You said you can just make up any shit you want. That's not going to work for you. I'm sorry.
I can explain how you lied. You listen now. You listen now. Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me.
That you're a liar. Please.
I don't care. I don't care. You didn't finish.
Take a break, bro.
It's not that. Please let me finish.
Stop. Stop.
Listen, hey, everybody shut the fuck up, okay? We're gonna let this guy finish with his craziness, okay? You're out of control, bro. Slow down, take a deep breath, okay? I know there's a language barrier, but just take a deep breath. You got 60 seconds to say your piece. It better be coherent, so go ahead.
What are you talking to?
Say your piece, man. Give me 60 seconds, man. Go ahead. Now you don't want to talk. That's fucking hilarious. No, I was trying to get the guy that can't shut up to talk. Like, now he can't talk. I don't get it.
That's amazing.
I
wish
it's like possible to hear this like little chihuahua in the background. Yip, 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 yip. Like, dude, chill. Supposed to be communicating here. Now you don't want to talk.
So that's how you shut them up, Indio? You say, go ahead and talk, and they stop talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I lost connection. And
cool.
I lost when you said, take a breath, slow.
Just slow down, man. Just slow down. We're not going anywhere. It says 24/7. We got all the time in the world.
Yeah, sorry.
So, dude, you wanted to say something, say it.
Yeah, what I would say before, I don't remember who said that I act like a psychopath, but maybe it's because I don't speak good. What I would say is to prove something, anything, we have to explain an experience or explain an exercise and conclude to something. I cannot prove something with my personal experience, my personal life, or my position in the society.
Yeah, that's called anecdotal evidence. That's just saying anecdotal evidence isn't. So, yeah, it's called. Well, I'm just telling you, like, I agree with you. You can't prove things through your personal experience. It's called anecdotal evidence. So I agree with you. Go ahead.
Finish. please, thank you. I would say, uh, I would say, when you say to me, trust me, the picture is true. The problem is not about you
We never
or
say
me. I just I repeat the same thing as you as by negative. I say yes, my picture I true, trust me, because it didn't. It's not about you lie or I lie. No, it didn't make sense. We cannot prove something with without hard argument. I can say trust me, the Earth is flat, or trust me, the Earth is curved. It's not. It's not an argument. It's the reason why I repeat the same thing, just to make you understand that it's not an argument. But I'm not trying to lie to you, or I'm not saying that you are here. I just say that we stay at the same place. We want to grow up, to increase our knowledge. I say what I think. You say what you think, and to prove something, we have to talk about the 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 the, the, the inside of the subject. For example, GPS. GPS. I don't. I have my idea about how it works with my knowledge, but I, I'm curious. I would like to know how you think it works, because I cannot. I have some walls in my brain because I have my own knowledge, and when I want to imagine a flat Earth with with GPS, I cannot explain that. And it's the reason why I ask you how you explain GPS.
I'm dying.
Okay. Have you ever repaired a GPS? Like installing a new map, installing new software,
No.
or hardware stuff. Yeah, unscrew it. Yeah, take the components out. Do these measurements of. It's got an antenna inside. Yeah, which has a range distance that it can communicate. And that antenna from any GPS device, you will not find an antenna capable to transmit a signal 100 miles.
Oh, they say they go farther than that. GPS satellites are supposed to be at like 12,000 fucking miles up or some shit.
Yeah, but they don't. They don't. The GPS are working with ground-based antennas, which are in 10, 20, 40 kilometers distance range.
Yeah, and I'll give you the name of it's called differential GPS.
Yeah.
Go in Google, type in differential GPS, and you will see towers. Type in WAS, WAAS. That's another rate. That's another tower system, right? This thing called you think GPS. It's been around since the 40s. It went by the name of Loran, and then in the 70s they had another system called Deca. It was even in cars in the 70s.
And they were using this antenna network for broadcasting all the radio signals and stuff like that. But also the military was using it as LORAN system to geolocate themselves. Yeah.
In UK, it was documentary, old one, like from.
You give
Man,
you
can I
gave
finish?
the number.
So
can you repeat the number of the distance the GPS work? Because you talk about 100 miles, but when I put an address 500 miles from my home, the GPS give me the address.
Can somebody tell him about?
Oh my God.
Yes, because your GPS establishes a connection with an antenna which is 10 kilometers far away from you,
and
or
you're so
even less,
confused.
5.
And your cell phone uses something called location services. Okay, doesn't use GPS. Uses location services.
Yeah.
Dude, but listen, I'm fucking tired of you, dude. Like you're over talking everybody, dude. I'm tired of it. Like seriously. You can't you ask a question, you don't listen to the goddamn answer, you say nuh-uh, and then when we respond, you talk over us. This is not communication.
As I said at the beginning, sometimes I cut you. It's not because I don't want you to speak. It's because sometimes you say some words and I don't understand. And if you continue
okay.
without, if I don't understand, you will continue, and I will don't understand.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Why do you think GPS can only work on a ball and that somehow it proves satellites? Why do you think that?
Yeah.
Okay, so how far can you transmit a radio signal without a satellite?
No, the signal. Yeah, the signal can come from a lot of places. It can come from, like you said, a tower. It can come from a satellite in the around the world. For me, it's not a problem to work with.
The second one cannot, but okay.
It's not a problem. Yeah, it can work. But my question is, yeah, I will try to be, yeah. Sorry, wait.
So if they had the system before satellites existed, what does that mean? DECA, D-E, Lauren, type it in. It's called the Hyperbolic Radio System, right? It's L-O-R-A-N. Type it in Google. Look it up. It was invented in the 1940s. It uses towers.
You talk about the creation of GPS?
Yeah.
because the problem is not the GPS. The creation is the system of emitter receptor. Emission reception.
Emission reception, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not only with.
It's not a problem of emission reception. It's a problem of access to a network.
We're stuck on speculation, and we're never going to leave.
Look, listen, okay. How, do you know how GPS works?
Yes.
Okay, how does GPS work? Tell me. Just tell me how it works. How does the system work? How does a GPS receiver tell where it is? I know the answer to this. I want to make sure you know the answer. Otherwise, we're just talking nonsense.
GPS need 4 signals from 4 different emission. 3 for the position, because we have the XYZ, you know, and the last one, the 4th, is for the time, because when
bullshit.
And
To take a position of yourself, you need only 2 antennas connection.
Explanation.
Not 3. You need only 3.
Or you need 4 if you want elevation data.
Yeah.
The 4th is for elevation.
Okay. Simply, the GPS need a signal. This signal comes from a tower, like you said. Is it that the GPS receive the signal from a tower, and with this position, he can say where you are, and he can give you the way you need to.
Yeah, and how many towers you need a connection?
Yes, okay, so hold on. Let me help out with the language barrier here. Yes, so the towers help us find the point of existence, right, called triangulation. Right, so the towers tell you where the location is, not satellites. There are no satellites being used. It's all used by ground-based cell towers. There are no satellites. Thanks.
Yeah. Network towers.
Okay. Now, you said that is only towers, but why it's not possible to be a satellite? Why it's not possible?
No one said it's not possible.
Okay.
Space is possible, shit. I mean, Listen, space, outer space, vacuum's impossible. That's why it can't be satellites. But as far as the beacon and all that shit, that's possible. I mean, electromagnetic radiation part's possible. The hardware part, that's possible. But it can't be in a place called space because vacuum can't exist or gas can't exist next to a vacuum out of container. So you got that problem. I mean, you could talk about it and say gravity holds the air down, but no one can actually demonstrate this with any type of experiment.
Can I ask you another question about?
Did you see what I posted in the live stream? Did you see that?
Okay.
Live stream voice text, the channel. Did you see what I posted in there?
Sorry, what?
In the live stream voice text channel, I posted something in there from Wikipedia. It is called differential GPS.
Yes, okay, yeah.
So I'll show you 4 or 5 different systems, which all they admit is towers, which is GPS.
Can I answer you about to continue about that? Can I ask you something?
So ask whatever you want.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a yes. Okay. When United States created GPS and they started to use it, it was only military use. Are you agree with me?
I didn't hear the last part. GPS, the so-called GPS system was first called transit. Was developed by the Navy in the 19. Dude, Jesus Christ! I hope this is lag and you're not just rude.
Sorry, can you repeat?
GPS, Global Positioning System, used to be called Transit. That's what the name was before they renamed it to GPS.
Yes, and firstly,
Transit.
Firstly, who the first who used the GPS was the United States Army, the United States military. Are you agree with me?
No, because the system existed as a system called Lorian, and I'm going to post a link to that, in the 1940s. It was a commercial positioning system. Commercial. And I'll post a link to that.
Okay, I didn't.
Lorian, do you know what that is? Lorian. It works the identical way GPS works. Lorian. So I post that. Live stream voice text. Lorian. DECA.
Yes, I didn't find firstly this picture.
DECA, that's another system. All these systems exist admittedly without satellites. Let's clear this up, people. Satellites are not necessary to do so-called global positioning. Do you know why? Because we can send radio signals 10,000 miles. So in 1918, during World War I, right, they were sending radio signals from the United Kingdom, Cornwall, UK, to Sydney, Australia. It's 10,000 miles. How are they doing that on a globe of 24,000 miles circumference?
Sorry, I don't understand. What did you say? You talk about
everything that is important to understand, you never understand.
I will try to repeat and say me if I understand. I will not say always repeat.
You know Sydney, Australia?
Sydney what?
Sydney, Australia.
Sydney.
Australia.
Yes,
okay, Sydney, Australia. Cornwall, United Kingdom. Those are 2 places. During World War I, they talked to each other before satellites. This means radio signals go 10,000 miles. I don't know what that is in kilometers. What's that in kilometers?
Yeah,
18,000 kilometers.
1.6, I think, but it's not a problem.
16,000 kilometers.
Yeah, and what is
radio signal went 16,000 kilometers? That's the point.
That's actually because waves can travel around curves. So this would work. No, really.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, show it, Rabbi. Where's the radius?
yeah, you
Line
can
of
try
sight.
this at home.
Line
Rabbi,
of sight propagation.
where's the
Yeah,
radius for you to claim that radio signals can curve over it? Where is it, Rabbi?
Sorry,
We need a radius for that.
Radio, yes.
Yeah, no, that's more about just
No.
the nature of waves.
No,
How they behave.
that's
yeah.
how
Show
we
us,
claim.
show us
One at a time, guys. Let Roger
waves.
talk. Wait,
Yeah,
guys, let Roger talk,
Okay,
please.
we-
Let Roger
you-
talk, please.
You presuppose the globe, and then you claim that radio waves.
Oh no,
curve
this
over
is
it.
not about the globe. This is
Yeah, you
just about that.
There's a
your
problem.
argument is
You got a
not
problem. It's not about the
arbitrary,
globe,
right?
Roger. He's already hiding.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can you give us a citation? That electromagnetic waves curve around shit. Give us a citation. Because I actually know what these are called, and you need a special thing to form them. Okay. So
Never.
tell us, show us the citation. Technically, it's called an airy beam, right? So these are only existing, like you have to send it through what's called a nonlinear optical medium, and the air is not a highly nonlinear optical medium. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
The problem is that
No, hey, Frenchie, ask this guy why he just lied. You ask why would they lie? Ask this guy. Why did he just lie and make shit up?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's right, dude. You lied.
Can you speak slower and
Not you, Sai, Rabbi.
Yep.
Not me.
Not you.
Ah, okay, sorry.
Rabbi, can you say John Smith year,
Rabbi,
experiment, and that's what you said?
Give us a citation, curving electromagnetic radiation.
Oh, electromagnetic wave. I think those were radio waves, not electromagnetic waves.
Yeah, so show us curving radio waves.
Any waves can curve around.
Show us. We want a citation. Show us a citation. A citation, dude. Textbook, Wikipedia, anywhere.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Instead of just making stuff up, it works way better. Thanks.
Excuse me, can you
Look, and I don't mean a fiber optic cable or a waveguide. We're talking in a free medium, dude. That they're going to just curve in a free medium.
the wave of radio?
This fucking guy.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Yeah,
Listen,
can I send someone an image?
I will say.
Yeah, just DM me, man. DM it to me.
Yeah, at this point, I'm actually begging
is that,
for
dude?
a Zanuck or a Kosho to come in here just so that they can make more sense than these incoherent babblings from these other two. It was amazing that when the Frenchie was really angry just now, he was super fluent. Then there was no stammering on any words, and he could get everything out at double the speed of normal, and he could understand our points as well. But then as soon as you make a really good point that there is no rebuttal, suddenly it becomes a language barrier.
Look, you're talking about diffraction. This is not bending electromagnetic radiation. This is diffraction. So there's knife edge diffraction.
No, radio waves. Any waves. Bent around.
Yeah, diffraction is not bending. So you're claiming, first of all, you need a hard edge for shit to be diffracted, not a curve, right? Not a smooth, continuous curve.
No, any edge will work. If
Yeah.
it's a sphere, it will work. I'm not talking now about the round Earth or flat Earth. I'm just talking about
Fucking, I'm
waves.
muting this Saturday
This
guy, man. I'm
works
fucking sick
everywhere.
of shit, dude. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I second to just mute him so we can actually have a progressing conversation.
Okay, you gotta give me 1 second, dude. I'm like on my phone doing something.
What do you need?
No, you gotta give me a second. I'm on my phone, not like a personal phone call. Hold on a second.
Okay. Did the Frenchie Rage quit.
No, I think he's still there, Saitama.
He's muted.
Excellent. Yeah, he came into the room claiming that lighthouses prove that the Earth's a sphere because there's no other reason to build a lighthouse so many feet tall except but to bend light around a curve. I then explained that lighthouses are actually our favorite proof of a flat Earth and started to list off the 20 or 30 lighthouses which are considered at least world-renowned that demonstrate that you cannot see them from the distances which we do see them from if we were on a curved surface. Then it became about Eratosthenes, where we asked for a measurement of the Earth curvature, and he said sticks and shadows prove that. We completely thoroughly dismantled Eratosthenes and how it can be on both flat or curve, but he kept claiming it can only be on a curve. And the more that we tried to explain these things, then it goes to we don't understand. So I think Frenchie actually came into the room to educate all of us, you know, for that day at school that we missed when they told us it's a ball. Because like we've been asking, where's the scientific evidence? And it matters not what we present. We can show laser experiments. We like exactly what Indio just did now with the radio frequency capabilities that can communicate cross-continent and even cross-hemisphere, which if there was curvature between, you couldn't establish line-of-sight communication, which is a tenet of this communication type. It's line of sight.
Explaining him also, Roger, that Black Swan example, he can check it, that we cannot go to the space and check the photos what NASA made, but doesn't matter. He said that he said that photo is fake. That means somehow that we flat earthers are going out and making videos to convince people that planet is Earth, but with our lies. Do you understand that? Can you imagine?
You know, that's right. That's right.
Yes,
That's right. He's claiming.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that he's claiming that flat earthers are faking pictures. Yeah, that the flat earthers have got together. They have a CGI campaign going on or something. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
So the Black Swan was
wanted to say
NASA could never fake a picture,
we
right?
we have the best reasons, the flat earthers, to fake pictures, because we are being paid trillions of dollars,
by you folks
to make people believe.
One second. We have Nebula in the room. Nebula. So, have you presented any working globe model?
Right to
Is there any?
Well, it's common sense, really, that a globe model would work.
Nebula saw it on TV. Okay, great. Okay, wait a minute. Okay,
I have not particularly myself presented.
Which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a globe?
Life.
Wrong. That's not a sense. Sorry,
that is not a sense.
So you're just making stuff up. So it would help.
That was easy.
It would help, Nebula, if you would be honest. Correct?
Well, yeah, but I'm eating noodles. So one moment.
Okay, Nebula. So I ask you again, which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a ball?
Yeah, and the answer isn't purple. Go ahead.
What sense do you use for a flat Earth, though?
He can't do it. He can't do it, Roger. He can't do it. Yep.
Every sense.
Roger, you're giving in though. He can't.
Touch,
he can't do it.
And to polish your knowledge, list them, please.
So
why are Globers don't understand their senses at all now? Is that what's going on, guys?
No, I've just left school and I'm enjoying life.
So
they
Nebula
forgot to tell you that purple and life is not a sense.
So Nebula. Again,
Yeah, sorry.
which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a ball?
Practically every one.
Explain. Explain how you see the Earth as a ball. How do you see the Earth as a
You
ball?
don't really see it because
Okay, so you don't. Right?
Because the horizon exists exactly.
So you're making shit up, right? That's what we're at, right? So how do you
To be honest,
the
you
Earth?
are though.
So Nebula, how do you feel the Earth moving?
Spiraling early.
Feel the Earth moving. You don't because gravity is
okay,
pulling
so you don't.
So that's
you
two
don't.
senses down.
That was
yeah,
easy.
because
okay.
We're already at wait a minute. We're
All
already at
senses, and now
magical
we're two
gravity that
senses down.
fixes all these issues. Go ahead, Creation Bear.
okay. What is gravity to you lot? What is gravity to you lot?
No, that's not how this works. No, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, Nebula, you came here and you told us common sense, okay? And you then conceded that two of your senses, they don't, you don't use them to experience the Earth as a ball, right? So nobody experiences the Earth as a ball.
Okay, Nebula, you don't need to breathe like that. It's okay. If you want to
No, I'm
troll, you
eating
can go
noodles,
out.
bro. I'm
No,
eating
man,
curry
it's
noodles.
all right. Shut the fuck up, man.
Bro, you shut the fuck up. You won't do
Go
anything.
on mute.
Bro.
All right,
You come
all
in
right.
and see
Order in the court.
Okay,
Order in the court. Thank you.
So I've muted Nebula, right? On the base of he was spiraling and wasn't honest. Correct.
Good assessment. Yep. Correct.
So,
100%.
Well done.
I want to try it one more time, okay? For the sake of it, Nebula.
Yeah.
So can you concede that none of your senses are used to experience the Earth as a ball? Can you at least be honest? Nebula?
Wow.
No.
Yo, you can't exactly properly feel.
Can't do it.
You can't exactly feel the Earth
Just
moving.
Why
Really.
did you say you
You
could?
can't hear it.
Difficult of a
You
question.
can't see
Why did you
it.
say you could?
You can't see it moving.
Okay.
So
So
why did you say you could?
Why is it a 1v5, man?
He admitted
Hey,
it, but
why
now he's
are
gonna.
you
Yep.
dishonest?
Alright, so
No one will jump on you if you're dishonest as you go along. But first off, you said all my senses, and then we asked you about two of them, and you're like, "Well, no." So pick one, dude. You can't have it both ways.
what? Who just spoke?
it was creation.
Did you hear what I said?
No, you just sound like a retarded globfish.
Oh, there we go again.
Yeah, that's what you get, right? When you call them out on their lies and their dishonesty. That's what you get. Am I still here?
Yeah.
Yep.
So for the audience, right, this is the perfect example why Globers need to lie and squirrel around, right? And then go out and insult people, gaslighting.
And the word common sense is your common senses, like sight, like hearing, like sensing. Now, exactly like you said, which one of those can we detect? None. On the flat stationary realm that we live on, pretty much everything, I would say, except hearing, would demonstrate that this is a flat realm. Demonstrate, as in physically, you by yourself can go and prove this. Not needing to believe someone else. Sorry, Raj.
Yeah, it's all fine. It's all fine. Some people need to learn to control their emotions, right? We just want to have a civil discussion. And if Nebula decides to first be dishonest and then throw out insults, yeah, then it's pretty much done, right? We just want to have a civil discussion. And the most important part will be being honest, right? So everybody here on this earth experienced the earth as a flat, non-rotating earth. That is just the base axiom, right? We don't see curvature. We don't feel the earth move. The earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating, right? So then comes the question, why do you think it is a ball? And the only answer you can give me is because they told me, right? They told me the teacher told me it was a ball with the water sticking on, turning and turning, hurling through space. This is the only answer you can give me. They told me. And then they told me the Earth is curving, but it's so big, you can't see it. It's actually so big. But then again, they gave the dimensions, right? They told us, well, it's a ball with the radius of 3959. And with these dimensions, you, Nebula, you can go out and test this claim. You can test if the Earth is actually curving, right? Which I think everybody here in this room has done so, right? They tested the claim of the ball Earth, and it is not curving. It is a level plane. So I'm pretty done with Nebula. Maybe do you want to continue with Saitama? Is it something we want to do?
Where's Indio? Is he here?
I'd highly recommend that, due to a language barrier and him being very new to this topic, it's going to be like, basically we got to the point about 3 or 4 times where we had to agree to disagree, where he says what I'm saying is my opinion, what he says is his opinion, and therefore neither one can prove the validity or the accuracy thereof. To which I then explained the scientific method, whereby you can do experiments to prove who's telling the truth and who's not. And then that's when it gets to language barrier, doesn't understand. So you guys are welcome to. Like I said, it wasn't a really productive conversation. And his greatest proof was Eratosthenes' sticks prove that it's a sphere, which can also be wells or sticks, or one stick in one well, or whatever you need it to be. So, yeah. The lighthouse one, we demonstrated that the actual total height of a lighthouse, from the distance it can be observed, all lighthouses are generally below the horizon if there was curvature present. So I don't know, is there anyone else in the room that wants to actually ask a question and then listen to the answer? Because the most peculiar thing is that I've never walked into a lecture hall, started a debate with the professor who obviously knows more than me on this specific topic, and then just argued with them for 3 hours, and then at the end decided, well, it's just your opinion versus my opinion. If someone teaches this or does this every day and has done this for multiple years and has heard pretty much most of the arguments be presented previously, then it's quite arrogant to think that you can enter the room for the first time and that you're going to teach everyone here.
Yeah,
exactly.
And
These guys, sorry.
And
Sergio,
Roger, he will not listen. He will not listen what we have to say. I said Black Swan, and somebody presented, I think you, yeah, and he said that could be fake. Oh man, it could be fake. Let's put it also that like a question. It could be fake, but let's fucking watch it and see what is going on with that fake video. Let's say,
And why is that not his first response when we show him a picture of a globe? It could be fake. That could be fake, but it could also be true. Why is that not the pre-program? If all images should be scrutinized the same way, with the same level of accuracy and honesty, then any photo presented should be addressed as, is that fake? But if it's a sphere with a black background, not fake. If it's a real world sea with things floating or things at different distances, well, obviously must be fake. How do you get to that reasoning?
Yeah, that's the point. He didn't even go to the argument. He don't know what is the argument. What we want to present him.
I call this selective skepticism, whereby It's only what I present that you need to be skeptical.
Yeah. Let's move on. My knowledge that doesn't matter. That I will show them now what I need to say or whatever they have to present. That doesn't matter because I have knowledge. Man, you need to look into that. And if it's that bullshit, okay, it's bullshit. For us, it's not bullshit. We will not be here if it's bullshit. Common sense.
I like that senseless question, Rog. I like it.
Of course, but it's the well, yeah. They come here and they tell it's common sense, right? But they actually point at that everybody knows, right? Everybody thinks it's common sense, right? Of course, the Earth is a ball, but dissecting the word common sense, right, and then asking what sense do you use, then they get flabbergasted. Yeah, no, I don't know, and right. So it's not common sense, right? Your senses do not tell you you're on a ball. It's only. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I just wanted to say, do you not think that vision is required for them to stare at the picture on the monitor screen, and that they could say that they're using their sight sense to look at a picture? Obviously, a picture has no validity, but they could be using one sense.
We've had a Glober say he had a Braille monitor.
But
because
then
of that, I reacted like that, and I said, "Shut the fuck up!" Because you can hear the people who coming and they are practically telling you you are retard without anything. He's thinking like that. His approach in the first moment was, "You are retard." Every one of us, you are retard, people, because you are thinking that the Earth is flat. That was the first point.
Yeah, here's where you don't understand. Let me teach you quickly. And most of the time, they haven't even grasped the question or the nuance of the question. And they start to recite a pre-programmed response which was provided to them, which is what I was trying to explain to Saitama earlier, which I think he took more offense to than he should have. In this topic, we were all indoctrinated with those same responses. Where is the edge? Naturally, our common senses tell us this. It can't be. Why would all the scientists lie? This lie is too big that no one would be able to keep it under wraps. Those pre-programmed responses were given to all of us. But yet everyone who enters this room acts as though it's their reasoning ability that brought them to these epiphany-like questions. And that we probably haven't heard this in 6 years. So if we can just stop talking long enough so that they can repeat their piece of original wisdom, whereby it's not wisdom and it's not original. And it was the first things that we had to ask ourselves to be able to dig deeper into this topic. It's just, I can't think of another subject where this would apply. I'm going to arrive at first year accounting, and I'm going to walk in there and think that everything I know about accounting before my first lecture, that I can now question everything about master's level accounting, about PhD level accounting, about every aspect. I can start to question it because I have no knowledge of this at all. Like, is there another subject that you could do what they do here and that it would be considered acceptable?
That's good, Rod. That's fantastic. Yeah. It's only this.
They're rude guests, man. That's all there really is to it. Is they're just very rude guests.
But you asking the normal question, which sense is telling you that it's a globe? And first answer was my life. And that is telling you everything. If somebody tells you like that, my life, what are you saying, man? What's your life? Your life is telling you that is love. Okay, great.
appeal to common sense is a logical fallacy anyway. So it's hard to know what to even say to the guy because I don't know if he's just like bullshitting. His English is really bad, or he's just. I think he's bullshitting. I think he understands what we're saying, and I think like he suddenly has a language barrier whenever like he's cornered.
I don't know. I understand. The English is my third language.
Yeah, the amount of people in this room that speak other first languages and
I
are
didn't
still able
study
to
English in
communicate.
school or whatever. This is my English from life. And it's third language, and I understand almost 90% what you are saying. Yeah, everyone. Only some UK accent I cannot understand. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm talking from personal experience.
I speak English.
Yeah, but I'm talking from personal experience, as in how I experienced him when talking to him. So it's not an ad hom, it's not a fallacious attack. It's when I was speaking to him for about 2.5 hours, we made a lot of progress on very complicated words and nuanced subjects. And I even commended him and said, like, I almost wish I could speak French so that him and I could have a discussion in his language so that I could hear his reasoning in a language that's fluent for him. Because I think he does exhibit that he has intelligence. But in the same breath, when there was a point that required understanding, then that was missing.
Black Swan, Roger, it is the simple way to understand English and everything. There is nothing to, no complicated words, no, how to say it. Only complicated word, it's refraction, but we can deal with that. Nothing else. Horizon is there, math is here, curves should be there. That's it. You don't need 5 words.
But imagine walking into like a church and you come in there with an idea that church is wrong. You're going to come in and anything the pastor starts to say, you're going to start attacking him on, and then tell him that he doesn't understand your point of view. Whereas the pastor deals every day with people like him, taking him and showing him this information that either leads them to convert or not. So the pastor does this day in and day out. This is what he does. But you walk into that church hall and presume that you're going to start an argument with the pastor and that you're going to tell the pastor something he's never heard. And you're actually going to get the pastor to step down off the pew and say, all right. Now, it's probably a bad analogy because of the religion, but it's
not bad analogy for Rompus, Zanuck, and people like that, For me, there are people who are going in church, for example, and telling that God doesn't exist. Because if you are not like the people who believe in something or blah, 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 you don't go there. You don't spend the time with them.
But also like the way that, exactly, you're spot on. And, the way that India went through that radio frequency discussion and the Decca and the Loran and all the various other ways. And this is how GPS is on towers and this is the band spectrum and this is the distances. And if you had any common sense, really, you would understand that Indio's done the research and he knows precisely what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And the other guy saying, nah, it can bend around curves. And you say, well, it's line of sight propagation and around a curve is no longer line of sight.
He cited an article that is okay. So I posted it. I'll post the link again. That's not it. That's the clown car. It scroll up a little bit. It says, yes, light bends around curves. It'll there's something called surface plasmons, right? So if you shoot electromagnetic radiation against a metal, the electromagnetic radiation will couple to the metal and create a current on it, and there'll be this surface wave that's on the metal, but it falls off. It attenuates rather quickly, so it doesn't travel far. The Earth isn't made of metal, okay? So it isn't, and this isn't curving electromagnetic radiation. This is an actual current that's on the surface of the material.
Yeah,
so the
there's contact.
electromagnetic wave impinges on the metal, and it creates a current on the surface of the metal because the electrons are trying to reorient themselves and reach equilibrium. But as they're trying to do this, they travel. But it's not an electromagnetic wave in the sense of a radio wave or a light wave or anything like that.
And this is like akin to saying, look, my hose pipe, I can shoot water out the hose if it's straight, and I can also bend the hose and still shoot water out of it. It's so fallacious in terms of it actually has very little bearing on either. The water's still going to flow out the other side, whether it's curved or straight. So if I'm carrying an electric current over the surface of an object, does it really matter what shape that object is? That object could be flat and it would still do the same thing. And it could be curved, and then it will carry a bit of current around the curve and dissipate in time. But it's the process, like you say, is the surface is carrying a current along it.
Yeah, so I posted a diagram of it. I actually know a lot about this stuff. Anyway, so when I saw that, it's just like, if you look at so there's two images. There's the first image. It shows how the wave. It's basically the electrons trying to reorient themselves. But if you look at the other part, it shows you how the wave falls off. So it falls off exponentially with distance, right? So about 1/6 of the wavelength, it's dissipated, so that to the point it's immeasurable. So if you extrapolate that to radio waves are what? I don't know, freaking kilometer. What is the wavelength? I don't know. But anyway, they wouldn't be able to travel along the surface of the Earth, and we already know that. Otherwise, we would just like take an antenna, shoot it at the ground, and like antennas wouldn't be towers. We would be we would stick them in the ground. You know what I mean? They'd be what would you call it? You'd be able to pick, you can do this. You can pick up radio waves by grounding. You can pick it up through the ground, but we don't broadcast this way because it's inefficient and it doesn't travel as far. So saying this is how they broadcast the radio signal 10,000 miles by sending it through the ground that's just silly. Though this was the premise for the magnifying transmitter. Tesla's magnifying transmitter. Which didn't work because Tesla thought it was a globe. I just had to throw that in there. So, Rabbi, I'm gonna post a diagram of scale, 10,000 miles scale. Just give me a second here. Did I go dead? Because I don't hear anybody talking.
Shit, I was muted. Sorry, man. I've been talking back to you.
I'm like, what happened? This one was flaking yesterday, so I wasn't sure.
It was weird. Our timing was right, so I thought you could hear me.
Yeah. So Rob, this is a scale. So this is like to scale of the UK to Australia transmission. So this was, I actually did this diagram in AutoCAD, and this distance, this angle, is to scale. This is how it would have to be transmitted. It would have to curve all the way around the globe to the other side. How is that possible? And what happened to ships over the horizon and all that happy horse shit?
Well, it just travels like a skipping stone, you know, it just skips across the water until it reaches Australia, man.
Yeah.
So this,
look, man, that's a secret for the cosmologists. You know,
Yes.
only cosmologists know about that shit.
So check here. A 300 gigahertz radio wave has a wavelength of 1 millimeter, so that's 300 gigahertz. At 30 hertz, the corresponding wavelength is 10,000 kilometers. So at 30 hertz, the wavelength is 10,000 kilometers.
Ouch. Yeah.
Like, come on. You can't even complete one wave at 30 hertz at less than 10, and that's kilometers, so that'd be about 6,000 miles. So, and obviously at 30 hertz, we can go into lower bands, which then would extend to 40,000, 40,000. So even just the wavelength is detrimental here. You can't have a wave that hasn't even repeated once, then be bending around a sphere.
Yeah, you need the oscillation. It's got to go back and forth at least once.
I'll post this.
Hey, you guys familiar with Knickerbine? That one? I love the
Yeah.
Knickerbine. Knickerbine, that is a coffin now.
I think it's a silent K. I think it's Knickerbine.
Yeah. Crooked leg or whatever in German.
But when you say Knickerbine, people know what to search. So I think maybe that's better.
But from that distance, the planes that they were using would have to be flying at 11 miles altitude. A World War II bomber, propeller-driven airplane. Yeah, right.
And you know, when they factor in when to drop the bombs, they work out their traveling speed and the distance to the target, and then it's timed as to what time they need to release the bomb. But
well, that's why
nowhere
they lost
in
the
that,
war, because they never calculated for Coriolis.
Because if there was Coriolis, you would have to be flying upwind or up Coriolis stream, and then you would have to drop it at maybe even a later point so that it could, through the Coriolis effect, eventually land up at the target that you were aiming at. So you'd need some sort of lateral movement and no longer just the vector that your plane's moving in. Because when you drop the bomb, you drop it in that line, and then you hit your target based on the distance, the altitude that you're flying above, and your traveling speed and distance to target. There's no other variable. So that is also like I heard you guys talking about it maybe a month ago, a couple of weeks back. And it's how can any person who ever worked on one of those raids or was in the military, how can they, if presented with that question, did you account for Coriolis? How can they not sit there scratching their head thinking, oh shit, I did it?
So I posted a link to the wiki. So in that is a video of them talking about how the British discovered the Germans were using this system. Believing the globe literally cost people their lives because they initially did not investigate it because they thought they can't be doing this because the Earth's a ball. And this wouldn't work because the Earth's a ball. So we're not going to investigate it. Until they captured two pilots and they overheard them talking about it when they were in their jail cell as prisoners. So, you know, believing in the globe costs lives, man. Actually killed people.
But it's deeper than that. It leads to
Hang on,
nihilism.
what specifically happened in World War II that they thought it was a globe and it cost lives? I missed that.
What was your question?
What happened in World War II that they thought it was a globe, so they didn't investigate, so it cost lives? Sounds interesting. But I missed what he said.
Oh, about what Indio said. Yeah.
Pilots, and you overheard pilots talking about something in jail.
He's talking about the Knickerbine system, where they were utilizing the Knickerbine technology to drop bombs. and I guess England assumed that it wouldn't work because the Earth was a globe, and that assumption cost them lives.
Well said. But like with typical ballers, hey, they didn't need to prove it or go do any research about it. They could just dismiss it without needing to investigate. And then when it cost lives, then still deny it can occur how it did. Has to be around the sphere now.
Well, whether it's a space program or the Tower of Babel, they don't care if lives are lost. You see, that's the whole point.
Yeah, and why would Satanists perform any human sacrifice?
Now you're talking.
They think they're getting brownie points. And effectively, how many brownie points would you get if you sacrificed most of the human race? So these guys are twisted. But if you say your government wants to kill you, they're like, what? Like, oh, but, you know, Satanists, they commit human sacrifice, remember?
Oh, that's a conspiracy theory.
Satanist, what's that? Dude, you must be a religious nut.
Yeah. Yeah, most people on Earth, yeah.
No, Satanists are the one who dress up on Halloween and like go trick-or-treating, you know, that's the mindset. That's how bad they get.
Well, come on, man. It's for the children, dude. It's the holiday. It's what, you don't celebrate Halloween? You don't celebrate Walpurgisnacht? How dare you? How dare you?
Well,
I can't imagine a world where the government's not trying to kill you, honestly.
Yeah. But to try and explain it to a normie who has never perceived that anyone has a bad bone, let alone a deception of this scale.
They just can't get past that disconnect between seeing their neighbors who are generally nice people and don't want to kill anyone or do any bad, and they just apply that, they take that and apply it onto the government, you know, who
Yeah,
they've
it's
never
science.
met.
It's called
never,
sampling.
Yeah.
I sampled my neighbor, and now I know how the world is.
Yep.
So
it's like
accurate sample.
People don't realize it's like governments are just, you know, they are saying they're just people as well, but they are this special little clique of people that have their own interests, and that's it. It's not complicated.
Well, the complicated part, man, is when you try to fight this government thing, this entity, then you discover it's made out of your neighbors, you know, that are the nice people. It's like, oh, that's an issue
The
now.
useful idiots. Yeah, that's the complicated part.
Well,
Yeah.
it is very complicated, man. It's like, how do we solve this? If this idiot never existed on Earth, we wouldn't be here. But they do. Just like, all right.
Well,
you know,
all
but think how childlike.
We've noticed how quickly your neighbors can turn into Agent Smith over the past 2 years.
But, you know, just think about this analogy. Like your parents say to you, be careful of walking outside barefoot because you could get stung by a bee. Like if you're walking over blossoms or flowers or whatever. And you as a child, you think, what a dumb parent. You know, I'm going to go walk through all these blossoms with my bare feet. And you go walk through all of them until you get stung by a bee. And then you turn to your mom and you say, that bee can sting. And it's only when you've been stung by a government or some of these nefarious individuals, when you've engaged with this directly, suddenly you turn around and you go, holy shit, it's got a sting. It's got a prickly end. It's got an end that does damage. Shit. When you've been gobbled up by corporatism or been fired for something or whatever, whenever you've been wronged by the system, you suddenly know or discover that there is a system and that the system's not there for your best interests. And normally when I speak to people who have discovered these kind of truths, they saw somewhere in their real life a deception or a underhanded nature, and then started to perceive that other people could be underhanded. But until that bee stings you, that little kid's going to go running through every blossom he can thinking you were wrong.
Turn off your TV and start reading books. Something.
Most people's masters are flags and symbols, you know.
Yeah, money. No.
Everybody looking for a purpose or a meaning to their life, and when you try and give it to them, they reject it. It's like your purpose here is to fend off evil, you know, be vigilant of evil entities that want to conquer the human spirit. That's your purpose. You know, it's more noble, honorable than anything you could ever come up with in our material kind of human game of life, and people reject it. You know, oh, my purpose is to be an engineer or a fucking scientist or whatever, teacher. You know, that's my purpose. Yeah. Pretty much only two types of people in the world. Everybody asks these big questions to themselves, you know, meaning of life and all this. And there's the people that want to hear an answer to it, and then there's the people that want to ask it but don't want it to be answered. Just want to keep it up in the air constantly, forever.
Well, they want exactly up in the air because they don't want an answer. I think, like they just want to talk about it. Because once you get to make your own purpose, you know what I mean?
It, you know, endless rambling back and forth, never getting to a conclusion. Conclusion is pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Hey guys, have we looked into the supposed spin of the Earth on the equator will make things weigh less? Does anybody know the math on that? How much less do we weigh at the equator?
Yeah, we can calculate it.
Is it like I heard like 0.03 or something like that? Is that correct?
Yeah, but I never actually ran the calculation to believe those guys on it. And I wouldn't believe them anyways. Like I would have to do it actually. I mean,
Because you can get the math. I want to see if I can, because gold is $2,000 an ounce. So I will take like a pound or 2 pounds of gold, and I will buy it at the equator and then sell it like at the North Pole, dude.
Yeah. Exactly.
More like buy it.
Obviously, it doesn't work that way.
Buy it in Egypt and sell it in New Zealand, right? Close enough.
Wouldn't you buy it wherever the moon is highest in the sky?
But Godric, I just warn you that this argument about the weighing objects thing is the same type of argument as walk 10,000 miles and then turn 90 degrees, walk 10,000 miles, turn 90 degrees, and it's going to come back and join as a triangle. It's just as fallacious. The human body is always in a dynamic flow. So if you weigh yourself multiple times in the same day, you're going to weigh different amounts. So you can't weigh a human, which is variable. You can only weigh a static object where the mass or the weight is known. When the weight is known, then you could find out if there was variation because you've isolated one of the variables. So they always pose it like you can go weigh yourself, and it's a really fun experiment for you to do. Weigh yourself twice in one day and you will differ. So have you changed location? Is that what that proves? That if your weight changes, you've definitely changed location and there's a different centrifugal force? No, it wouldn't. So it's the same kind of fallacious thing as that triangular walking 90 degrees.
Okay, so what I'm gathering is I'm not going to get rich trading from Egypt to New Zealand. Old from
Not much.
It's not going to work.
No, I don't think it will. If it does, just let me know, man. Just DM me, be like, "Hey, works well. You should get into
I can get a good price, man."
Yeah, I've also got a bridge to sell.
Man.
But thank you, Solar. I think I got that.
Oh, man, I don't know. It's retards with the whole scale thing, the scale argument.
How about weighing yourself like on the top of like a high mountain? Is that also the same thing? Because you're farther from gravity, so you're lighter in the top of I don't know, mount.
You should.
Whatever.
It'd be quite a bit, right?
Or is it that you sweat going up the mountain and then you weigh yourself, and that's the difference?
So okay, hold on. Let me see. It's divided by r squared. Oh, okay, so it's not divided by r squared. The f of g, right? Okay. I was gonna say we can
isolate
just
the weight. So if you could be in both locations at the same time and weigh yourself in both locations at the same time, then yes, because then you would know that your weight was the same. But if I start
using different scales,
if I start off at the bottom of this mountain and I weigh myself, and then on the way up I just happen to drink 2 liters of water and then also sweat out 1.7 liters, I will have still gained mass just due to circumstantial things on the way to the summit. So that's why I say it's fallacious. You're not. This couldn't be an experiment.
Okay, wait. Okay, I got it. Has anybody weighed themselves in an airplane? That would work, right? 35,000 feet. Just bring a scale, right? Get in an airplane. Weigh yourself in the ground in the airplane. Gravity is supposed to be weaker. That's how they do the atomic clock. That's how they prove the atomic clock has gravity, right?
Now that would be a lot closer. So you could weigh yourself in the boarding queue and then weigh yourself once you reach cruising altitude, which, you've at least not waited 4 hours to get to the top of a mountain. I think there'd still be
and all that is affecting it.
Yeah, there could be turbulence because remember this is a spring system if you're using a scale, and that spring would be so.
If the airplane just accelerated or went up or down, it would throw off the scale. I just thought about that. Even if a wind would throw off the scale, so that's not going to work. You have to weigh yourself 1,000 times on the airplane and then compare that to Earth. Yeah.
Mm.
But what will it?
And that would prove what exactly?
Yeah, this is at the same question. What will it prove?
Gravity is heavier on the Earth and light in the sky.
Why are you trying to find gravity, Godric?
Okay, so let me ask this question. What if you weigh yourself and you weigh more in the airplane? What if, you take 20 measurements, you weigh less, but, the 21st measurement, you weigh more? Say 1 out of 20 is the reverse. What conclusion can we draw?
That would debunk gravity is strongest at the surface. That would debunk science.
So have you seen the gnome measurements? The gnome? Current Precision Scale Company took one of that garden gnome thing and sent it all over the world. They sent it to CERN, Edmonton Station, Lawrence Livermore Labs, like all these scientists, and they weighed it. Have you
I
seen
have
this?
not seen that. No, man. What
So
the fuck are
Can
you talking
you
about, Indio?
send us that?
I'll post it in the live stream voice text.
I'm interested because I bet they got different measurements.
It doesn't match the so-called globe model even a little bit. Not even a little. So I'll just post it. So I'll just post like the data. There's a spreadsheet with all the measurement data and everything.
Oh, thank you, Indio. Looking forward to that.
Yeah. 1 second. It'll be like 1 minute.
Garden gnome debunks globe Earth.
Fucking ain't right, man.
And it's funny because the
Usually
Globers
always
still
gonna
use this. They still use this as proof. So they still assert it and then post exactly what India's going to post now.
Matthew Lawrence
as their proof.
Still going to believe the model in the face of the data. That he's still going to go with the model. That he don't care what the data says. This is Matthew Lawrence, man. He's a sped.
No, he's retarded.
He's a shit.
That's what sped is. Special ed.
Yeah, especially like I mean, he's supposedly he teaches mathematics. He told me.
But you know, there's
interesting.
Yeah, correct.
I believe him, kind of. Actually, it's just weird.
But there's this philosophical principle that says you must try and be the gray man. When people are arguing between black and white, be the gray man. Because then you fly under the radar, neither side really hates you. And you can kind of stand there and pretend that you understand both their sides so well that you're the gray man. And I kind of find it quite admirable how well he's done it. That he kind of describes the ball earth version and then tries to make a representation of the flat earth version, which is generally flawed.
He doesn't fool me.
But
He knows what he's up to.
he's trying to be, but he knows it's deliberate. He's deliberately avoiding, because look, if you don't commit to either side, who can attack you? You don't have any assertions. You're just repeating what another side has said. And in a lot of the ancient battles, that was the guy who would come and tell you, this is what this person wants to do. And it could be false. And then you would react entirely based on that advice. So this
Matthew
great
Lance
man
is nothing more than one step up from like a Simon Dan or Professor Dave. Like Simon Dan, Professor Dave will never show their faces in here. They're completely inept when it comes to live, unscripted debate.
Simon Davis comes in here. He's come in here lots of times and refuses to debate or refuses to do interact.
Being in the lobby and stuff, he's never been in a live voice chat, as far as I know.
But you see,
Matthew
like Simon
Lawrence is like the I'm just going to use the word, the evolution of that. He is able to come in here and make it appear like he's partaking in the debate, but he's not really. So you've got all the idiots out there that are bamboozled by Simon Dan's garbage and his sophistry, basically. Then they're definitely, if you can push them off of that, if you can get them off of him or Professor Dave or whatnot, they'll immediately latch on to someone like Matthew Lawrence, who's like one step up. He's able to sit here and actively participate in a debate, quote unquote, but he's not really, It's
You
just
gotta
more-
hang these guys. Like, I try to hang them by their credentials. Like Matthew, I asked him, it's like, oh, I heard you're a teacher. He's like, yep, this and that. It's like, okay, do you teach math? Okay, cool. So from now on, any conversation or any positive claim he makes, like, please demonstrate your mathematics. Let me see, okay, and the first rage quit and the only rage quit I've ever gotten was this guy. I forgot his name at night when we went to the gases, and he was like, yeah, the force of gravity is pulling on the gas so it doesn't leave the atmos layer, right? I was like, cool. All right, let's use the equation f of g. F equals g m1 m2 divided by r squared. Cool. Let's go. How'd you attain the radius of the atom? He's like, what? I was like, yep, you must attain the radius of the atom to use this equation, because that's from centroid to centroid. The r squared. That's the distance between the objects from the center of the object, center of mass to center of mass. So it's like you have to get the center of mass of the atom of the gas to be able to actually use this equation. and we know that we can't attain the radius of an atom. So I already know that from science. He didn't know that. He got shredded because he didn't know that. So like I try to grill the people, especially if they claim that they know mathematics. That's it. It's done. It's like everything you speak of, you must demonstrate. And the last guy that I believe had an actual education in here couldn't solve a simple trig problem. He couldn't solve for a leg of a triangle. It was kind of crazy, which I believe that he was actually a cosmologist, which is insane. But he couldn't do a simple trig problem. And he's a PhD cosmologist or whatever. It's like, okay. So when you hold him up to a high standard like that, like, all right, enough talking. Let's do some math at least. If you're going to prove Narnia with mathematics, at least do that. And that's where I try to take Matthew always there. If I say, hi, Matthew, let's go. Let's do some math. Let's just stop talking. Stop talking. You can crunch numbers. Stop talking. Let the numbers do the talking for us.
Yeah, Matthew doesn't believe in math. He says magical refraction happens, so we can't tell what math we're using.
I mean, yeah, I've had decent conversations with him, but because I just squeeze them like properly, like just put them in the corner, just shut up. Demonstrate.
Oh, I got him to go Linda Blair and his head to the 360. He said that demonstrating it wouldn't prove anything, and he also said because the evidence isn't important. So that was easy.
Oh, nice, good one, dude. Wow.
Yeah, I had to turn it into a meme.
Audio or text. That's evidence is important. I like that. Solid, man. It's a Golden Globe right there.
I mean, it's been a while, but we've actually had Goldbergs complain that we actually asked for demonstrations and evidence to support like the claims of the model. Like complain about it. Like it's like what's wrong
crazy,
with you?
Man.
Yeah, it is. It's insane, man.
Yeah.
You're ruining my perfect ideology.
Right. My imagination, man. You're fucking shredding it, man. Get away from me.
So, but listen, let's have one of these Friday nights. We're gonna have a drinking game. Even the non-drinkers, suck it up because you're drinking too. Every time a Goldberg says "imagine," gotta take a shot.
And every single time a Glober says "if," would be another one.
Oh God, Coleman.
Hey, the hospitals are finally going to fill up properly after that night.
If the Earth was flat.
Yep.
My favorite one is still when they said definitions are meaningless.
Listen, who was it? Brenda. Brenda said the Cambridge Dictionary and the Oxford Dictionary are not authoritative. They're not actually giving out scientific definitions. They're like, you realize, Brenda, that Cambridge University is who publishes it, and this is Oxford University. Like, so, Brenda's obviously a confused individual.
What was her
person
alternative?
beyond help?
Was it Wikipedia?
Well, whatever definite. Brenda just was making up definitions out of his head, whatever. I don't know how to address him, her, it, he, she.
I think we just covered it.
Deranged. That's their pronoun.
The domain.
The word would be model.
You can't even genders on a roulette wheel if you just replace the gender with one of the numbers, man. All the genders won't fit.
Just combine them all, Indio, and combine she, he, and it, and you end up with shit.
I heard it described today as in our generation, we were taught about the birds and the bees. Nowadays, you get taught about the birds that like birds and the bees that like bees and the birds that want to be bees and the bees that actually feel like they were birds in the first place. And it's like, fuck.
Good one, man.
Did that come straight from curriculum? Because I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the video of? Have you guys seen the video of? It was in Seattle when they were doing their little riots in Portland, and a cop starts searching a woman, and she's like, "I want a female officer," but she's screaming, this, that, and the other thing, right? And these are like, Antifa weirdos. He's like, "Well, I identify as a woman." Shut her right the hell up, man. Oh, I gotta find that video. It's so awesome. Backfired.
It's great when it turns around on them like that.
Yeah, complete backfire. Yeah, because that's what she's there protesting. They just want it both ways. They just want whatever it is that benefits them. No principles.
Yeah,
The principle is doesn't benefit me.
Hyper irrationality.
Yeah, like I'm all for benefiting yourself, but damn, not that way. Like, fuck. It's like they'll whatever, whichever way possible, as long as they get what they want. It's like, all right.
I hate this topic because I am empathetic to people that have troubles with stuff like that. And I'm sure there is genuine people out there with these sexual identity problems. But it's gotten to the point.
It's in the DSM, right? It's in the psychiatric, the Diagnostical Manual of Psychiatric Disorders. Yeah, it's in there.
Yeah. But the way the mainstream has took it and pushed it, it's just pure mental illness, nothing short.
I posted the video. The guy is presenting 60 genders in Germany. He's starting like that. They want to say hello to everyone.
Are there 60 pronouns?
Yeah, he's telling he want to start a speech or something for he's in I don't know where and in Germany, some politics, and he's starting and he want to say everyone good day, ladies and gentlemen, and then he's starting with all genders and he's naming 60 of them.
In 100 years, when there's essentially infinity genders, they're going to be working on a unifying theory of gender. It's like, fucking hell.
It's like infinite gender. Good one, man. The unifying field theory. Oh, well, not field though. What is it going to be called? Yeah. Gender theory or whatever.
No, you missed the punchline. You missed the punchline. He said the unified field theory of genders.
Yeah.
What happens with web forms, and sometimes it says Mr., Mrs., Miss. Do you really want a drop down box that has 60 items in it?
No, you need to hear. You need to hear how he is titled in them. You need to hear which type of gender we have.
And they're going to make you, if you're a normal one, you're a cis. And then you're going to be at the bottom of the list so that you have to read through everybody else's list first. You know what I mean?
That's all right, Indio. They'll just send them here for training because they'll have to be a moderator here and deal with all the roles to get training for that kind of Dropbox.
Yeah, imagine.
This is how insignificant the most average person feels. Young generation person. Do they have to stoop to this shit, getting their own personal pronouns? It's how insignificant they feel in their existence.
Well, when the people that you let control your mind are psychopaths, anything can happen.
I gotta give an estimate for this. So I gotta do a proper estimate of drywall. And square footage. Oh yeah, let me assume curvature. Since the building should be out of plumb, because it's on a ball earth, so both vertical walls cannot be parallel.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna have to buy trapezoid pieces of sheetrock.
Bro, it's not just trapezoidal. Like the bottom has to be curved too. So that's like a complex. You know, the bottom is an arc.
Oh yeah,
It's not even like a
shit,
yeah,
man.
right?
It's getting even worse.
It's fucked up, dude.
Well, you can just like measure your house by just taking pictures of it. You know that, right? You just take a picture of it, claim you're an astronaut, and prove prove the shape of your house.
Old, man. I use the transit of Venus, bro. You're old, man. I use my telescope to measure that shit. It's so accurate. You just look at Venus.
Imaginary Curve, that YouTube channel, Dell.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh man, like he did like a kind of like a troll, like a I don't know what you call it, like a parody video. So like he hired somebody to like do his house, like do stuff on his house. The guy like brings a telescope. And starts
Oh,
like,
yeah, dude, I have. Oh, it's old, right? Yeah, it's funny as fuck. Yeah, I remember the first time seeing that, man. I started cracking the fuck up. Think you bust out a globe or something like that, right? It's like you start measuring.
Some because Dell's like funny. He doesn't like have the like comedic timing, man. But someone actually should just like remake that, make that awesome. That's something like if we really want to promote this like topic, man, like comedy's the way, man. Comedy and like drama and stuff. We got to get creative, man.
Satire, everything, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Because
best
let's face facts, a lot of
doing-
people aren't nerdy and they don't want to do technical topics. So you kind of got to make it lighthearted in a way.
Yeah, you got to reveal the retardedness of it, basically.
Yeah, it's called the reduction to absurdity. Prove something wrong by reducing it to an absurd conclusion.
Yeah.
So I just want to read one of my DMs to y'all. So I got this DM. The guy DM'd me. I don't know, like a month ago or something. I never answered him. I really wasn't. So he says, explain David Scott's hammer and feather experiment. How did they falsify that? You can't fake that experiment on a flat Earth. The Apollo where they dropped the hammer and the feather. So I told this dude, said that it's been done on Earth. This is old news. But that experiment doesn't work on Earth. It quite literally cannot work with an atmosphere present, but it worked. How does flat Earth explain it, lol? No answer, because I was busy. I was doing something else. So I said, okay, this is wrong. It's been done. Feather and hammer. They hit the ground at the same time. Was done 3 years ago. San Antonio Superbest. So I'm going to post this video. And in case anybody ever brings this up, here's your ammo. So this is in regular air. Hammer and feather. Both hit the ground at the same time. I'll post it on Livestream. And this caused him to go into a freaking spiral. Somehow he was DMing me even though we weren't in the same server, which is kind of weird. And he friended me even though we weren't sharing a server.
That kind of rhymes with hacker, I think. Yeah, that's you wanna unfriend that guy quick. It's like shit, dude.
Yeah. So this is the thing. He says it literally cannot work with an atmosphere present. So he just believed something, right? And he's sitting there telling me that this is impossible. It goes to the psychology. I mean, we should do like a psychology of the globe. We should do like a whole day-long episode of just like the psychosis of these people.
And knowing who these people actually are, I would want a demonstration of what that feather actually weighed, and if that bowling ball really is a bowling ball, or whether the feather is just an object that weighs the equivalent of the other object that they're dropping. Because we've seen countless times that they start with their outcome or intended outcome,
and then they just work backward from there till they get that outcome.
Yeah, confirmation bias. Cherry picking, all that stuff. Now let's suppose Eratosthenes never existed, right? Like nothing ever, like there's no such thing. No one ever thought the Earth was a globe. But they invented cannons and they started shooting them, and that they noticed that the cannons were like hooking. Do you think that this is the so-called Coriolis effect, right? Do you think that if they were like shooting cannons, they like somehow discovered that the Earth was a globe, but because they were trying to explain this phenomenon, right? This is one of the things that like these guys kind of believe. I shouldn't even say these guys. That's just crazy generalization. Anyway, the point is that the Coriolis effect was not discovered. It's never been discovered. Can't even be demonstrated. But they talk about it like that, right? Like they discovered the Coriolis effect, and it just happened to be like, oh my God, it's a globe. No, someone came up. If you look into the history of where the idea came from, someone just did the math, came and said, hey, we should observe this. And, and then they went out into the world and, concocted a way where they think that they can observe it, like Foucault's pendulum. And Foucault's pendulum has so many problems, that's almost an endless freaking list.
I have a thought to present, if you're done, Indio.
Oh yeah, go for it, man.
Right. We can all agree that the sophistry involved with the heliocentric model is pretty in depth, Like they've attempted to cover almost.
It's the messed up part. It's literally the foundation,
I don't know how to
man.
put this, but I mean, just imagine like the thousands upon thousands of pages on Wikipedia and the endless equations and formula that's supposed to support this thing. That's what I'm talking about. And I had the thought that I wonder if this is like a back pocket thing for the powers that be that have kind of skipped resets. That's why it's so well kind of thought out and fleshed out, to the layman, at least. If you don't look into it, it looks that way. And it's like, maybe it's like a religion that has, they've used multiple times, if we're to go down the rabbit hole of, civilizations, big resets, cataclysms, and stuff like that. So that was just a thought I had.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm kind of. I mean, I follow you kind of. But like, what do you mean by like a reset? What do you mean by the back pocket? Like,
well, like
from the Earth side, or like from what side?
Well, let's say like how the powers that be, if there is like some cyclical cyclical nature to cataclysms that kind of wipe out a big proportion of humanity, they're always prepared for it,
like that, right?
Because they're waiting for it, or they already know they have the real information on history, so they'll know it's happened before, and they'll be waiting for when it happens again, and of course they'll be prepared with it with their underground bunkers, etc., etc. They'll survive it essentially, and then they will continue to be the rulers of the humanity's left that does survive and repopulates, etc., etc. And I'm saying they'll have all this whole heliocentric model fleshed out to put it back into place. So I just had the thought that maybe it's so fleshed out because they've been working on it for a very long time, Yeah, pure speculation, just a shower thought type thing.
You're saying they've pulled this story before and maybe
they've
already recycled it once. Well, I would think that if it had been like written in some other ancient text or something, but the ancients knew the Earth was flat. They referred to it as such.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there's a lot of caveats involved in the thought. Who knows?
Could have been no. I mean,
It's just based on this whole idea that we really have no clue about our history. You know, we don't know what is true.
They control the history too.
Yeah, and we don't know what they have access to. You know, we can only imagine that they have all the real records. You know, and through having all the real records, they can use that to maybe dish out a bit of truth and mixed in with a whole bunch of lies, you know, and that's what we have as our history, our narrative. But at the same time, I mean, over the course of hundreds of years, you have the smartest minds in the world, you know, under your thumb, you know, trying to solve all this theoretical nonsense. You know, you can flesh this model out to the ridiculous length that it's being fleshed out to. You know, so that's completely plausible as well. I think we can safely say that if there is another cataclysm that happens, they will try and use this story again. They will apply it again. It's super effective at just destroying the human spirit, you know, and making society malleable and controllable.
I bet you if they do, the next time they do it, they won't give them the radius.
What was that, Truth? I missed that.
I said, I bet you if they do, like if some big cataclysm happens and they recycle this story and they give, you know, feed it back to the people. If they recycle it and they use it again, I guarantee you if they do it again, they don't give the people an alleged radius.
They have to give the radius because that way nobody else will check it. If they don't give them radius, someone's gonna find it, and they're gonna find that there is no radius. That's what I think. They gotta fill out all the blanks so we don't have any kind of question. We don't have any kind of way to do it ourselves because they have all the answers for us.
There is going to be one deception. I believe this would be like whatever comes out of this itself, or whatever agenda comes out of it, is going to be that one deception, because this is the one that's you don't hear. Like, this is the only one that seems not to have been recycled. Like, you know, nothing new under the sun. This is the only one that it does seem to be new under the sun.
Yeah,
But go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanna expand on the point of Godric. Right, it's a double-edged sword, because by giving the radius, right, by telling us it is this big, right, they kind of shut themselves in the foot, because that way we can test it. They can test their claims. Go ahead, obvious.
Roger, have you talked to T-Man yet? Anybody talk to the Tango Man?
Tee him up.
We?
There's
Who?
a T-Man. Well, there's a guy named T-Man. He's right under Sunny, right above Truality on my screen.
Oh, he's called Thad. I don't know.
Yeah, Thad Man. Yeah, T-Man. 6167.
Well, we,
Green icon.
yeah,
on
I'm
the
seeing
server
him.
right
One
now.
second. One second. Well, we can unmute him. 1 second.
Who shrinks? Is that
Okay, yeah.
someone? Is that someone else who's changed their name?
No, he
Just-
just dipped.
Hmm.
And good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. I was just checking his account, so that's why I had to wait. But okay.
They don't like it when the
Hey,
light gets
Sonny.
shined on them.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, go look in the chat again. Welcome to Groundhog Day. I asked my normal question, and I got comments about Jesus, Sonny. So we're off to a good start.
Interesting.
Remember, the answer is your God's not real. I asked for curvature, sir.
Yeah, that's always a head spinner.
Yeah, their heads are spinning 360.
Heads are spinning, but the globe isn't. What globe? No globe. There is
Yeah, they
no
just
globe.
keep saying words. Yeah, these psychopaths in chat just keep repeating the same robotic mantra of Flurfs can't do this, Flurfs can't do this, Flurfs can't do it, when they obviously can't do any of it either, so they're just projecting themselves.
So who shrinks?
Who stinks?
Sorry.
Truth prevails. You can just unmute them. You don't have to know.
No, they're not. They're not in the channel. They're not in the voice channel.
Oh,
they're Go Plus member. And I've never I've never seen them before, and I was wondering if they were like an old member coming back, or if they're changed their name. I don't know who it is. I was just wondering.
Yeah, that's annoying. People change their name way too much, man. I get confused too.
But I think it's Betty from Science versus Suicides. I think it's Betty. You know Betty from QE?
Well, if it's Betty, hi Betty. How's it going?
She should come in. Hi, Betty.
I haven't talked to her in a long time.
How come you always got me muted over there?
Whose ass did she kick, man? Was that Geo Streamer? Was that whose ass she kicked that time? The debate was on Nathan's channel. It's fucking hilarious. I think it was Geo Streamer. And he was getting fed.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're so honest.
Right.
Imagine if flat earthers did the things that they do, man. Like, just imagine, the shit we would take.
They would, yeah.
Like, if a flat earther got caught getting the answers in a DM, over Skype while he was actively debating.
How many Globers does it take to counter one flat earther?
It's a trick question. Can't counter a flat earther.
Yeah, these people have lost their minds. It's too late for them. This is The Walking Dead. That's why they literally, like zombies, keep repeating the same thing.
Yeah, that's really incredible.
When you got to hear every day the same thing every day.
So have you noticed this? They always have the same questions. They always ask us the same silly questions. Where's the edge? Why would they lie? Blah 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 blah. But their answers to our questions are always different. That's like
like
you ask. What's the definition of mask? Ask you go over what the definition of mask and just have a day, man, because that's like one of the most hilarious things.
Yeah, you ask the definition of mask, and your answer is Jesus is Satan. You know, that's my favorite
Thousands
answer.
of thousands of answers for one question.
But the ridicule questions are all uniform. What does that mean, right? They all have the same troll, but they don't have the same model that is in their minds.
And they don't even get it. They don't even understand when you call them out for changing their answers or having different answers. They don't even get it, because then they turn around and they say, well, why do you guys always repeat the same stuff? And I'm like, because when it's true, it doesn't change. It's like they don't even get it.
Yeah, like what are we supposed to do? Like, change it? But what color is the sky? It's blue. What color is the sky? It's blue. You're repeating yourself. You guys are an echo chamber. You all say the sky is blue. Well, that's because the sky, it's blue, you know?
Right.
Like, it's just a freaking...
They're just emotional thinkers.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think you can be an emotional thinker. I think they oppose each other.
I think they're just emotional.
They do.
They're emotional
Because
reactors.
they have an emotional link to this idea, and what seems to be at the base of it is dishonesty about it.
Of course,
There's a couple things. There's a couple things science had to change to fight the flat Earth movement. The first thing I noticed, there's all of a sudden there's no heat in space, so that way all the satellites don't melt. Everything's great. You know, astronauts don't, you know, get burned up, or they don't chill. They don't get frozen. And the next thing I hear is there's atmosphere in space. There's really no vacuum. That's the next thing. That way, when you want to plug a hole in the ISS with your thumb and with a piece of duct tape, you're good. So they're making up stuff to combat the flat Earth facts.
They also changed geometric horizon to an apparent horizon.
No, they don't have either, do they? They don't claim to have either at this point.
But they originally, for a long time, claimed a geometric horizon, boats going over the curve.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if suddenly NASA just pops up and they've like artificially constructed like a 20-mile stretch of land that accounts for 8 inches per mile squared. And they just go, this is where all the long distance tests will take place now. And if it's not tested here, it's not valid.
They'll never do it. They'll never do any long distance anything. They'll never make a test like that.
That's what I'm saying. Until they artificially construct a 20-mile stretch of land that has curvature in it, then they'll start doing
they'll never do it. Yeah, they'll never do it because they have to hide from the entire premise. They don't even have a claim to an Earth curvature is visible. You see, the least information they give, the better they are. That's why there's no claim. You can ask them anything. There's no answers. Like when I asked these psychopaths over at Brandon's, like the person we were talking about earlier, that's a he, she, it. And I asked this person because they keep bringing up model because they're a robot. And I go, okay, great. If you just answer one question about the model, I'll retire. I'll do whatever you want. I go, how high do I have to go above the model to see Earth curvature? And the answer is you can see ships disappearing over the curve in reality. So if you ask them about the model, they won't answer you about the model. If you ask them about reality, they'll talk about the model. You see how this works? Thanks.
I know how it goes. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a level of psychosis that I don't want to understand. That sort of person is, beyond help.
I know, man. It's terrifying.
It's just dishonesty.
Right.
They're not being honest.
Don't get frustrated though, because especially in this circumstance, when we're talking to people live, there's people on the fence that are going to hear that and see it and go, wow, I don't want to be that psychopath.
and it's just on the morality basis, they're going to realize there's something wrong with this space religion.
Yep. That's what I mean. If you're not trying to have a moral compass, why are you even here? You know, not to be harsh, but
right,
do us a favor and just kind of leave the world. You know,
right. You nailed it. That's actually what this is about. This is about morality. That's what this is. Yeah.
Yeah. If you have a functioning moral compass, you will have a functioning intellectual honesty, basically. You know, one leads into the other.
Right. So when you're talking to somebody that their entire moral compass is based on hiding from morality because they come from fish slime that magically turned into monkeys, right? Their ideology is about ignoring morality. So the first problem you have is you're already talking to someone that doesn't want a moral world, that wants to hide from it. That's what the atheistic paradigm is all about. That's why they need evolution, right? So sometimes right off the bat, we don't realize we're talking to someone and we're going down the wrong path because we don't even realize that they don't care about morality. They'll say that everything is subjective and, by the highest probability and, the subjectiveness of man's interpretation, right? So it's like they're sophists. So you could be talking about reality all day and they'll say, well, we really can't know anything anyway. Well, you just took an hour of your time to explain reality to somebody that doesn't believe in reality anyway. And we've seen that thousands of times.
Yeah, the thing is, when I believed in the heliocentric model, I wasn't a bad person, you know. I had a pretty I had some flaws, everyone does, but I had a functioning moral compass, you know. Didn't try to steal from people, didn't kill people, didn't want to fuck anybody over, you know. Always wanted people to live in harmony, just get along, prosper, you know. And I believed in the heliocentric model. So that makes me wonder, it's like, are people just these people just NPCs, you know? Are we the only real people that exist, essentially? You know, do they have the faculties to actually change from no moral compass to something?
And I've said this before. This is why we get this crazy cognitive dissonance psychological response, is because the realization that the earth is flat is going to cause them to reevaluate their life choices. And some of those life choices aren't going to be like good. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think anything matters because I'm an insignificant speck of dust in a vast infinite universe and nothing matters. Oh shit, everything does matter. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have did that. Maybe I shouldn't have made these choices.
That's the difference there. Even when I believe in the globe model,
that self-reflection.
Yeah, I guess that's the difference you just pointed out in the other. Even when I believed in the globe model, and I'm sure this is true for everyone in here, we could never take that statement serious, that we were insignificant, meaningless, and life was, pointless.
Yeah.
You know, somewhere inside of all of us, we never took it, like it got rejected, you know. I guess that's the difference, yeah.
It's stupid on its face, man.
Yeah. But so I can't, I don't know what it is. Well, I can observe what it's like to live as someone that takes that truly to heart and truly believes in it and lives it every day, you know, that everything is completely meaningless, you know. We see it every day. So yeah, I can observe it, but I can't no experience of it personally. But yeah,
anyone really
lovers are hanging off a cliff, you know.
Anyone that truly thinks that life is meaningless, why are you wasting your time? Just delete yourself. Like,
exactly.
It doesn't matter anyway, right? Just delete yourself. I mean, why are you going to suffer?
You're just prolonging your pain, right?
Yeah, exactly. Why? Because no one actually believes that.
Just being like an extreme pragmatist about it, you know.
It's worse than that.
You're in life. You're gonna suffer. You don't like suffering, and this is you're suffering for no meaning, no reason.
I don't
So just
necessarily
delete
think. I don't think we need to promote the deletion, because I think there's always going to be time for people to find some sort of salvation or meaning.
No, what you're misunderstanding what I meant. What I meant was, if they truly believed it, I don't think anybody truly believes that. I think that they say they believe it so they can make, degenerate choices in their life for the purpose of, instant self gratification, being cowards,
Yeah, it's
Yes.
an excuse for being cowards.
Well, hold on. They believe it. Well, that's right, but there might be we'll have to terminologically dissect that. They believe it based on emotion, not reality. I would claim.
Yeah.
I mean, because I admit they believe it, and it's because they have to. That's called willful ignorance, right? So, yeah.
You got to also acknowledge that most people just don't know any better. They're living in this kind of
emos.
They're living in a vacuum where there is only one possibility, and that's the heliocentric model.
Right, they're living in imagination based off of their television experience, so it's 100% emotional.
Yeah, but they just don't realize there is a realistic alternative.
No, I don't believe it's emotional. It cannot be emotional when you're going through brainwashing techniques which are so efficient in equal measure like real lobotomy, brain lobotomy.
Yeah, that's my question. How do they make those people loyal to that idea? It's a philosophical idea.
I can't say they have
provably it's a philosophical. Well, they have an emotional attachment to this philosophical idea.
Yeah. When you tell them that you see, they tell you that's not true. When you tell them you feel warm or cold or hot, they tell you that's not true. You don't really feel. So they don't have feelings. They ignore everything.
No, listen, get. They don't have morality. They're 100% feelings. No, they're 100,000%. Watch, let me explain. Listen. Hold on. Give me a chance here.
I get you. Yeah.
So when your heartstrings are pulled, when somebody tells you that emotionally charges you, right? It's because you can feel it physically, actually, in your chest. That's what they're based. When they hear something that contradicts their outer space monkey religion, which is how they justify their lifestyle, that hurts them physically because of their emotions that get triggered. It's 100% emotional, bro. 100%.
Financial also, because globe religion is paying them, but flat earth knowledge, nobody is paid to learn it or to teach it, So.
Right, not to sidestep, but when I'm teaching truth, would that make sense for me to ask for money? Not having a problem with Nathan Oakley, that's fine what he does. But if I want to talk about something that's not just about flat earth, if I want to make the whole picture, you can't ask for money for that. You can't ask to be paid for telling the truth. You can't. That's my opinion.
Yes, I agree with you, but that's not the reality of this world. I not reality. I mean,
well, I never did see anything
what the
wrong.
system is.
I never did see anything wrong with if someone's putting the truth out there, and if whatever they're doing, if they end up making money while they're doing it somehow, and they're still putting truth out. I never had an issue with it. I don't understand why people do have an issue with it, because I mean, people get paid lots of money to go overseas and kill people, and nothing's ever mentioned about that. There's people that makes money making pharmaceuticals, or I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of worse ways. At least this is a dignified thing. At least it's for the good of the truth. I mean, so I don't know. I never. If you change or alter the information from the truth in order to make more money, that's where there's an issue. But I don't see an issue if someone is putting out the truth and if they can make money while they're doing it. It's more power to them.
It's only truth in truth in this system of life, where it's knowledge that's withheld from people in a optimal society, this would just be regular information. You know, be nothing special.
Yeah.
But I agree. People are entitled to be paid for their time.
The ultimate cognitive dissonance is a sophist that has a daily diary. What would the point of that? Or not a sophist, sorry, a solipsist. My mistake. Solipsist that fills out a daily diary. What would the point of that be? Because it doesn't matter, right? So, like, if these guys believe this stuff, the sun's supposed to go supernova in 4.5 billion years. Like, why does it matter anything we do? Why are we recording history? It's going to get burnt up in the cinders anyway.
Well, it's not them recording anything. It's the people that know better that record history.
So, destined to perdition, not to eternal existence. By default, globe loses.
It's just laughable to think you can look at the entire world and everything that encompasses it and everything that's involved in the goings ons of life and humanity and think that it was just created for nothing or came to be for nothing, you know. And you can't find a single example of that in actual real life, you know. There's nothing humans do without meaning or purpose. Whether it's good or bad purpose, whatever, but it has meaning and purpose behind it.
Well, we just entered the quantum computing era. We use it. We make use of it every day. All the businesses in the world and civilians, but not aware, not consciously. We're not aware that we are using it. And this is a big problem, because internet is totally different what it is today of what it was in the 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah, the age of metadata, right?
Yeah. When I see these globers, I always have to ask them, hey, define this word, define that word. And rarely, when I get someone intellectual enough to give me answers, vast majority of them they avoid, and they don't even search on Google for a definition. But if they would do that, I would be asking them, why do they pray to their God?
Yeah, I've the same problem at this point with Saitama, right? He claims that the black swan image is fake. Then I gave him multiple times, Saitama, the video, which is the original. It is for you to examine. Go look at it. Go tell me that it is fake after you looked at it.
And I wanted to tell him that he was a liar because he was calling a CGI image a real photograph, and that's a lie. The NASA globes, digital artistry, CGI globe image.
Why don't you unmute him for like 10 minutes?
Nah, he's saying it's fake even before.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Indio.
Shame. He seemed like he had potential a little bit
No,
earlier.
yeah, no. If you, so I get it, right? So we say NASA, right? NASA shows you images, and those are unverifiable. You cannot go to the Narnia and take that same picture as them. So of course, right? If outer space cannot exist, then every image they show you is not real, is composite, it's fake, right? But this you can replicate. So these globalists come here and then chant, well, your photos are fake, blah, 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 blah. You can replicate them. Go do it yourself.
Put him in cognition, you know. Let him hang out with the other fanatics.
I'm sorry, where was the Black Swan located at again? That was
California.
Yeah, it's in Santa Barbara beach called Miramar Beach, Santa Barbara, California.
Thanks, Annie. That was.
But yeah, Roger, there's legitimate contention with anything NASA produces as far as images from space, with demonstrable reasons behind it, So yeah, they just turn it back on us. We call their stuff fake when it is actually fake, and we can show them how it's fake. And they just blindly claim everything we have is fake as well.
Yeah, because nothing can be real in their world. That is the whole thing. I would just like to see one honest Glober come in and just be honest about the religion. Be honest about the fact that it is a religion, and just say, yeah, can you imagine one honest Glober? That'd be great. Yeah, it's a religion. I know it is. I know I have no proof. Yeah, it's totally on faith of my priest of scientism. Yeah, I know it's pseudoscience. Yeah. Can you imagine one single honest one like that?
Well, I don't know if anyone was listening. I think it was yesterday. It was in here with crack filling, and we had this guy called something Justin, claimed to be a theoretical physicist.
Yes,
he was
Justin,
he was drinking.
Mhm.
Sorry, Roger, what was it? What was his name?
Yes, Justin, or yep.
Yeah,
Justin?
that was it. Yeah, Justin. Yeah, I think so. He was drinking
days
though, but
ago.
he was being really, really honest with stuff, and he's saying like he makes a pretty paycheck off of what he does. He's sitting telling us about that, and so maybe he's that one in 10 million or whatever. And he's deep in the indoctrination as well. But who knows? Could have just been the alcohol.
Yeah, he was saying to me, "Why do I always ask the right questions?"
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always find this quote pretty poignant, and it's from Ken Willer. Nobody goes searching for the answers to questions they think they already have the answers to. And I think that's a lot of Globers. They think they have the answer, so they never go on an honest search for the answer to a question because they think they already have the answer to it.
Yeah, that's a good quote. Yep. And that just stems from their level of arrogance, to think that any of these questions really truly are answerable, origins of life, etc.
Yeah, like the guy that was in here.
Ever answered that? Yeah, you're over yourself. You need to reel yourself back in.
The guy that was in here not too long ago was a perfect example of that, where he's like, let me just send a picture of how I look in my car, and I drive a Mercedes. He has no proof of anything. He just wants to boast about material things.
Well,
right?
we have Snops. We have Snops in here, and Snops is new. Snops, welcome
missed
to the
that
server.
guy.
How much have you looked into the topic? Snops, you're unmuted.
Hello.
Snipes, are you distracted doing your tax forms right now?
What tax forms?
Wait for it.
Oh, Wesley. Wesley. What's up, bro? Wesley.
Indio, seems like you've been dragged into Saitama's little bullshit thing here.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Hello, Enoch.
Y'all. I just woke up. What
Okay,
the fuck are we
Snipes.
talking about? The Earth
Okay,
being
Snipes.
flat.
This is your chance,
Then you
Snipes,
go to sleep,
to remain unmuted. If you don't say anything, though, I'm going to have to put you back on server mute. But if you can have a conversation with us, you can stay unmuted.
We also have God01.
Hello.
Welcome, God01.
Hey.
Hello.
So you want to tell us, I've seen you around, so you want to tell us, because you're still VC verified, what your thoughts on the shape of the Earth is?
Oh. Is this like something like it's gonna be like asked every time I join, or?
Well, we can give you a role if you can defend your position.
I don't think my position needs defending, because it's like more so on like what I see, right? You can't deny what you see, right? And so I see flat, no curvature, so there's no defending that. It's right there in your face.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
That's a pretty good answer.
So you're a globe skeptic, or
globe skeptic? What would I label myself? See, I don't know.
Okay, look at here. Try this, God. If can you give two other validations for how you know it's flat, other than just looking out and seeing too far?
Other two observations, or other two? Okay. Well, the government's a lie, so you can't believe what they say. And I don't really wouldn't know what else to say to that. I mean, what I experienced is flat, and I know that the governments at power here are lying to us for years. They've been lying to us. So, yeah, I mean, that's really it. I don't know
Yeah, have you ever met a liar which lied only once?
Have I met a liar that only lied once?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't go around asking people, "Are you?" I mean, I just suppose everyone's a liar, right?
Yeah.
Until like their actions show otherwise, right? So, because everyone's,
That's what we're trying to
lie,
do.
you're a liar one time.
Uh,
Oh,
Like that's what we're trying to find out.
oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah, we're poking at you right now. What?
that's fine.
It's okay.
I mean, usually if someone says they're flat earther, they can usually name three pieces of evidence, or three pieces of evidence that help them come to that conclusion.
Oh, no, I'm just very simple. Very simple. Just I observe flat. The government's a lie, and that's really it.
How long do you know about flat Earth?
How long?
Yeah.
All right, 2019 for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Growing up, no one had thought about a flat Earth at all. But until I done my own research, man, the theory was out there, but I never met people, or let alone a group, that really that's dedicated to this. So, but yeah, I've seen the information out there, the evidence for this. I just never met, real people that's actually, defending this topic, and let alone in an IRL, like you're not gonna meet too many flat earthers, You even talk about it at work, you're like, what the hell is
They
this
are
guy?
very rare.
Yeah.
In real life.
So yeah. Oh, I have a question. Where does wind come from?
One.
Wind.
So where I didn't quite get the question.
Where does
He
wind
said,
come from?
where does wind come from? The dynamic system of our heat and cold temperatures changing constantly. That's all I know. That's speculation.
Temperature is responsible for wind.
I said the dynamic system that we appear to be existing in.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot in some places, cold in other places. The sun and the moon are doing whatever they're doing.
I see.
Dynamics of the system. It's doing all sorts of things. There's exchange of energy. There's exchange of temperatures. High going to low. Swirling around. Yeah.
Okay.
I think like asking that kind of question, like how does wind work or how does wind happen, is like asking, well, how do clouds form and how does it rain? It's like the same. It's like in the same. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Well, I don't know.
Well, it's weather. It's the same thing, bro. You're. It's the same. It's the
But
same.
we're talking about like literal like wind though, like not like how clouds need a certain type of temperature to make these other clouds.
Wait a minute, Enoch.
Right?
Enoch, wait a minute. What happened? Did I miss a claim, Enoch? Did somebody say they know how things work in the sky?
His question was, how does wind happen, and how and I was just telling him
Where
that
does wind
it's
come from?
What?
Yeah, where does
What does
wind
wind
come
come
from?
from? Oh, you mean the four corners of the earth? Is that what you wanted that answer?
No. I'm just asking, where does it come from?
Okay, well that's the only.
See how
Wait
he
a minute.
just
You're
giggled
either.
when you said
Hold
that,
on. Wait a
XO?
minute. Wait a minute. I know this person, so I know you hit. So
yes.
Yeah, God 01, who I know who you are. So right, that would be the obviously the divine answer. Are you thinking that I can outdo God?
Oh no, I'm not thinking that at all.
Well, why would you charge a man with a question that only God could answer?
Oof. I like that. Maybe that was the
Okay, so
answer.
that is deceit on your part. It's deceit. If an atheist does it, that's because he's a psychopath already. Why would you do it? So don't do that. You're not a psychopath. Thanks.
Oh, great. All right. However, I'm only asking this in reference to flat Earth, right? So
I know. Why do you